Han Sankian spent 3 years as the punchline of every joke in Yuncheng. He married into the powerful Su family, a major name in the construction business, as a nobody chasing a better life, but ended up becoming the so-called bronze trophy husband of the most desired woman in town, the beautiful Su. The marriage had been a strange arrangement made by the late family patriarch, a secret he took to the grave just 2 months after the wedding, leaving Han alone in a den of snakes. That night, the atmosphere was tense. Han arrived late to Grandma's birthday party, the matriarch of the clan, trying to smooth out his wrinkled suit while facing his wife's impatient stare at the entrance. Su didn't bother hiding her irritation, questioning his delay and his lack of preparation when it came to the old woman's gift. Before stepping into the hall, she gave him a blunt warning. No matter how badly they were humiliated inside, he needed to keep his mouth shut and take it. The moment they walked into the event, the barrage began. The traffic excuse didn't work. Su's uncle was the first to strike, demanding respect for such an important date and exposing the couple's failure in front of everyone. While Su tried to force an awkward smile and apologize for the negligence, the room filled with sharp gossip. The main target was Han, the directionless guy, the so-called house husband, living off his wife and spending his days doing laundry while everyone else made money. He was the outsider, and the Su family made sure he felt exactly that way. Things got even heavier when Su Haichao, the arrogant cousin, decided to turn Han Sankian's gift into a public joke. In front of everyone, Han tried to keep his composure, saying he had chosen the present carefully, but Haichao showed no mercy. With a smug grin, he started mocking the simplicity of the package, reminding everyone that the matriarch was turning 80 and that thing was an insult. To finish the humiliation, the cousin pointed to a pile of luxury gifts and pulled out his trump card, an extremely rare tea worth 880,000 wen. The entire room was stunned by the price. When Su Yingxia tried to step in, asking her cousin to stop showing off, Haichao doubled down. He called Han trash and claimed that being humble around such a loser was a waste of time. He went even further, attacking Yingxia herself, saying that living with a worthless bum had made her lose all sense of value and dignity. Han Sankian listened to everything in silence, swallowing the poison to avoid causing a scene for his wife until he finally decided to act. He picked up Haichao's expensive gift and took a deep sniff. With a sharp look, he calmly said that something about it didn't smell right. Furious, the cousin snatched the package from his hands, forbidding the starving nobody from touching something so valuable. With a sarcastic smile, Han apologized, but then dropped the bomb. He explained that he understood how aged tea grading worked and that many shady sellers used artificial drying tricks to make products look older and jack up the price. Haichao, feeling the hit, tried to brush it off, but the seed of doubt had already been planted in the middle of the party. The mood at the celebration turned sour. Han Sankian didn't back down and began giving an impromptu lesson about tea, explaining that the dark green color of that pour cake exposed the fraud. It was a raw product packed with caffeine and dangerous for an elderly woman's stomach. He cornered his cousin, questioning whether he really had the nerve to give something low quality to his own grandmother. Pressured and fuming with rage, Haichao made a careless mistake. He shouted that Han was lying, blurting out that Grandma hadn't even been drinking tea for the past 2 years, so there was no risk anyway. Han delivered the checkmate. If he knew she didn't drink tea anymore, then he bought a fake gift precisely because he assumed no one would ever test the taste. The room turned into a buzzing hive of gossip, with relatives split between doubt and mockery. Even Han's wife, Yingxia, grew tense, grabbing his arm to ask if he was really sure about what he was saying. Han simply asked her to stay calm, trusting what he had learned. The commotion stopped when the matriarch finally appeared. Yingxia wasted no time and told her about the suspicion of forgery. Haichao panicked, begging the old woman not to listen to the family's trash. Grandma picked up the tea cake, examined the product in silence for a few seconds, and delivered her verdict. The gift was legitimate. The humiliation instantly shifted sides. Haichao puffed his chest back out while the crowd piled onto Han, calling him an envious insect who knew nothing about luxury. The matriarch, with a stern glare, demanded an explanation for why he was slandering his cousin. Even with the entire room against him, Han Sankian refused to bow his head and made one final request, that she look at the tea cake one more time, but this time up close. The humiliation reached its peak with a sharp crack. Yingxia slapped Han Sankian across the face in front of everyone. Desperate to end the embarrassment, she ordered him to bow and apologize immediately. Under the relatives' mocking laughter, Han swallowed his pride, lowered his head, and apologized to his cousin. Victorious, Haichao leaned in and whispered that the truth didn't matter. Even if the tea were garbage, Grandma would always protect her blood grandson over an insignificant son-in-law. Shortly afterward, alone, Yingjia confronted her husband. Bitter and frustrated, she told him he could return the slap whenever he wanted, but Han, staying calm, thanked her instead. He knew her blow had been a shield to prevent a harsher punishment from the matriarch. When he asked whether she wanted him to change for her, the answer came like a bucket of cold water. To change, you need capital. And in that family's hierarchy, a so-called useless man would never have a voice. At that moment, something snapped in Han Sanqian's mind. He decided he would show that blind clan what real financial power truly meant. Dinner continued with toasts and shallow conversations until a messenger suddenly interrupted the banquet. Annoyed by the audacity, Grandma demanded to know who dared invade her party. The man announced that he was there to deliver luxury gifts on behalf of the mysterious Han family. The list was surreal. It started with a golden phoenix-shaped comb, followed by other items of astronomical value. While the guests stood there stunned, and some tried to joke to hide their envy, Han Sanqian watched everything in silence, his expression cold. Noticing the tension in her husband and the coincidence of the last name, Yingxia asked the question that would change everything. Was he part of that family? The shock was absolute when the messenger announced the final item on the list, 888 million yuan in cash. The entire hall froze. The matriarch, her eyes shining with greed, immediately realized that this wasn't just a simple gift, but a luxurious engagement dowry meant for one of the young women of the Su family. When asked which Han heir he represented, the messenger remained mysterious. He said he was only the delivery man, and then walked away, leaving the mystery hanging in the air. Arrogance changed hands. Yingxia's cousins began competing for the spot of favorite, with Su Yiran bragging that she was the prettiest and the most likely choice. Haiqiao took the opportunity to rub it in once again, laughing right in Yingxia's face. He mocked her, saying that everyone had a chance except the so-called number one beauty of the city, since she had ruined her own fate by marrying trash like Han Sanqian. Yingxia finally reached her limit. She slammed her hand on the table and demanded silence, only to be interrupted by Grandma, who promised to hold on to the money until the mysterious suitor revealed himself. The night ended in war inside Yingxia's house. Her mother, Jiang Lan, went into full meltdown, screaming that the party had been a nightmare and blaming her husband for being blind enough to let their daughter marry Han. In her eyes, the useless son-in-law had destroyed any chance of inheritance by offending the matriarch. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she demanded an immediate divorce, while Yingxia's father tried unsuccessfully to calm everyone down. Standing outside the door, Han Sanqian heard every word, but what truly froze him was his wife's response. Yingxia stood up to her mother and made it crystal clear there would be no divorce. Even under pressure and being called crazy for choosing a failure, she defended Han, reminding everyone that, despite not having money, he was the only one who took care of everything and worked tirelessly for the household over the past few years. The tension inside the room exploded into a heartfelt outburst. With her voice trembling, Yingxia made it clear to her parents that, although Han's lack of ambition frustrated her, she had never hated him. She reminded them that while everyone else kicked him around, he was the one holding the household together without ever complaining. She also laid out the harsh truth. The matriarch would never allow a divorce now because the reputation of the Su family mattered more than anyone's happiness. In the hallway, listening to everything, Han Sanqian felt the weight of his wife's sacrifice and decided it was time to end the charade. The reckoning with the past came the very next morning. Han came face to face with the woman who had abandoned him, his own mother. There were no hugs, only ice-cold tension. She came with a story of regret, saying the Han family needed him because his father was sick and his perfect brother, everyone's favorite, had been thrown behind bars. Now that the golden heir was rotting in prison, the rejected one had suddenly become indispensable. Han Sanqian didn't buy the excuse. With a piercing stare, he unleashed 3 years of bottled-up resentment. He reminded her that since childhood, he had done everything possible to be noticed. Yet he was always overshadowed by a manipulative brother who wore the mask of a good son. Their grandmother, afraid that Han's talent might threaten the favorite's throne, had kicked him out onto the streets like garbage. He went straight to the point. If his brother hadn't been arrested, would they even remember he existed? If the bloodline weren't at risk, would he still be treated like a ghost? Faced with his mother's guilty silence, Han delivered his final verdict. He declared that neither his grandmother nor his mother deserved the titles they carried. He was no longer a pawn in their game. He was the only one left capable of saving the empire that had once cast him aside. Han Sang-kyan wasn't there to play games. He accepted the burden of saving the empire, but with one condition that left his mother speechless. He would set the rules. Without hesitation, she handed him the key to the kingdom, an access card to a brand new billion-dollar company founded by the Han matriarch in the city, now placed entirely under his command. He knew it was his grandmother's final test, her last doubt about his capability, and he decided that not only would he pass the test, but he would take back, dollar by dollar, everything that had been stolen from him during 3 years of humiliation. 3 days later, China's financial market shook. The rumor of a real estate storm proved to be true. The powerful Han family, a giant in the industry, had planted its flag in the city. They arrived aggressively, buying up every empty lot to build a brand new luxury district. Inside the Su family's mansions, the atmosphere turned into pure frenzy. The women of the clan connected the dots, remembering the massive dowry delivered just days earlier, and jealousy began to spill over. Yuran, convinced she was the chosen one, didn't miss the chance to take another jab at Yingxia, saying she felt sorry for someone stuck with a useless piece of trash while the rest of the family leveled up. The mockery only stopped when Grandma demanded order. The goal was clear. As a construction materials company, the Su family desperately needed a contract with the new Han industry giant. The problem was the wall in front of them. Haichao and his father, Su Guolin, admitted their failure. Every representative the family had sent was turned away at the door. No one could even get a glimpse of the new CEO. The matriarch, furious at the incompetence of her favorites, exploded in anger, demanding an immediate solution so they wouldn't lose the golden opportunity. Little did they know that the so-called untouchable boss was the same man they ordered to wash dishes every morning. Grandma refused to accept excuses. The order was simple. If the new industry giant still didn't have an official partner, the Su family would swallow their pride and wait at the company's entrance, taking turns standing guard until the boss showed up. The family's high-ranking members found the idea humiliating, and that was when Haichao saw his chance to dump the problem on Yingxia. He suggested that since she seemed so calm, she should be the first one in line. The room turned into a chorus of pressure. Relatives said she needed to justify the food she ate and make up for the expenses she brought to the family. While Yingxia hesitated, cornered, her phone suddenly vibrated. An anonymous message told her not to back down and to embrace the opportunity. With no way out and choosing to trust that mysterious encouragement, she accepted the challenge. The provocation escalated even further. Haichao's father mocked her, saying that if she failed again, there would be no reason to keep her in the clan. Yingxia felt her blood boil. She knew the worst tasks were always dumped on her, but she faced the challenge head-on, promising she would handle it on her own. The mockery spread across the room. Haichao even proposed a bet. If she secured the contract, he would personally serve her tea. If she failed, she would be kicked out of the Su family forever. She accepted the deal and walked out of that den of snakes. Outside, Han Sang-kyan was waiting for his wife, just like he had done for years. An acquaintance approached him, offered a cigarette, and commented on his dedication to waiting for her every single day, joking that Han was more punctual than the company's own employees. The man, noticing that Han didn't seem like an ordinary person, finally asked the question many people wondered in silence. Why would a guy like him accept joining a family like the Su clan? Han Sang-kyan wasn't bothered by the man's curiosity on the sidewalk. With a slight smile, he commented that his reputation as the patient husband must have spread around the area by now. The young man tried to apologize, but admitted he couldn't understand how someone could endure so much humiliation for years. Han's response was straightforward. What he went through didn't even come close to the weight his strong and hardworking wife carried on her shoulders because of him. When he walked into the house, the scene was pure chaos. Zhang Lan, the mother-in-law, was having a complete meltdown. She shouted that Yingxia had fallen straight into Haichao's trap, that he only wanted an excuse to kick them out of the family and grab a bigger slice of the inheritance. Desperation filled the living room. To them, being expelled meant total ruin. When Han tried to step in, asking them to trust Yingxia's talent to close the deal, he was drowned out by insults. His mother-in-law called him a piece of trash and ordered him to shut up, saying a useless man had no right to an opinion. Exhausted from all the yelling, Yingxia stood up and walked into the kitchen, where Han was preparing dinner. She looked at him seriously and asked if he had spent the day hiding again, secretly watching her leave work. Caught red-handed, he admitted it. Then came the surprise. She told him that from now on, he didn't need to hide anymore. She wanted him to wait for her at the company entrance every single day so they could go home together, like a real married couple. The shock was so intense that Han almost burned the food. While his mother-in-law kept yelling from the living room about the smell of something burning, Han hugged his wife and whispered a promise. She didn't need to fear the new real estate giant. He revealed that the big boss of that company was actually an old-school friend of his. Meanwhile, at the Su family's office, the mood was one of premature celebration. Haichao couldn't stop laughing, telling everyone that the naive Yingxia had fallen for the trick and was about to get kicked out of the family. He could hardly wait to see his cousin humiliated at the reception desk of a company that, according to him, would never open its doors to someone like her. While the Su family laughed behind Yingxia's back, convinced she was walking straight into her own downfall, Haichao was already planning his next move. He confessed to Yiran that even if a miracle somehow happened, he had a backup plan to make sure she and Han Sanqian would be wiped out of the family once and for all. To him, it was only a matter of time before the trash got thrown out. The next morning, reality told a different story. Han stopped his motorcycle in front of the towering Han Industries building. Yingxia looked pale, her hands trembling with anxiety, but Han locked eyes with her and assured her that with her talent, the contract was already hers. Taking a deep breath for courage, she walked through the glass doors. The shock came right at the reception. Before she even opened her mouth to introduce herself, the receptionist smiled and said that Manager Zhang was already expecting her. As she walked across the lobby, a red carpet was rolled out beneath her feet under the curious gaze of the employees. The welcome was fit for a queen, not a construction material saleswoman. Manager Zhang, the man in charge of the entire operation, wasted no time on bureaucracy. He placed the contract on the table and told her she could sign it right then and there. Yingxia froze. She asked if it was some kind of prank since they hadn't even started negotiating prices or deadlines. With complete seriousness, Zhang explained that the company had conducted a full background review of her track record and trusted her abilities without hesitation. He extended his hand, sealing the partnership and declaring that the future of the new district was now in her hands. Outside, Han Sanqian's phone vibrated with a short, direct notification. "Young master, the contract has been signed." With a subtle smile, he slipped the phone back into his pocket, knowing that the game had officially changed hands. Han Sanqian smiled quietly when he saw his wife walk out of the building glowing with excitement. He pretended to be surprised, asking if the deal had gone through, and Yingxia nearly burst with joy. The contract was a complete success. A champagne celebration was already on their minds, but her phone suddenly buzzed with an emergency summons from the Su family. When they arrived at the meeting, the atmosphere felt like a funeral for their rivals. Haichao, wearing a smug little grin, asked if she had already packed her bags to leave the family. Her answer hit like a punch. Yingxia confirmed that the deal with the real estate giant had been finalized. Grandma nearly fell out of her chair in shock, and the contract was passed around from hand to hand under everyone's stunned stares. Desperate to sabotage the moment, Haichao shouted that the document was fake and that a useless woman could never achieve something like that. Yingxia stood her ground and demanded that he honor the bet. With no way out and pressured by the matriarch herself, who valued the family's word above all, the cousin had to swallow his pride, bow down, and serve her tea in front of everyone. The victory seemed complete. Back at home, Yingxia's parents suddenly changed their tune. Her mother now bragged that her daughter's talent came purely from good genetics, completely ignoring any role Han Sanqian had played in the process. But the happiness didn't last long. The phone rang. It was Grandma speaking in a cold voice, announcing that leadership of the project had just been transferred into Haichao's hands. Han Sanqian, who had been listening nearby, felt his blood boil. He knew the Su family's betrayal would not come cheap. Grandma's move hit like a bucket of ice water. The moment she hung up on Yingxia, she made it clear to Haichao that she wasn't naive. She knew he was acting out of pure jealousy and greed, even reminding him of the fiasco with the fake tea. Still, the cousin groveled and swore loyalty, using a sexist argument that putting power in Yingxia's hands was the same as handing the Su family's inheritance over to Han Sanqian, the so-called trash. The matriarch, prioritizing bloodline and family name above fairness, gave in to the dirty game. Inside the bedroom, the mood felt like mourning. Yingxia cried quietly, saying she should already be used to being stabbed in the back by her own family. Han Sanqian, however, refused to accept defeat. He comforted his wife with a cold promise. No one would take that position away from her. While she tried to rest, he stepped outside and made a single phone call to Manager Zhang. The instruction was short and absolute. The project would only exist if Yingxia remained in charge. The next day, Hai Chao showed up at the headquarters of Han Industries puffing out his chest, ready to claim the throne. He reached out to shake Zhang's hand with a rehearsed smile, but was completely ignored. When he tried to introduce himself as the new person in charge, claiming that Yingxia was sick, the manager didn't even blink. Zhang immediately turned his back on him, stating that they would only resume talks once Miss Su had recovered. Desperate, Hai Chao chased after him, trying to sell himself as a negotiator far superior to his cousin. Zhang stopped, looked at him with open contempt, and dropped the bombshell. There were lines of companies waiting for that partnership, and given the Su family's hypocrisy, he was now reconsidering the entire contract. The manager walked away without looking back, leaving Hai Chao on his knees, panicking. When Grandma heard about the disaster, she went into shock. The dream of fortune was slipping through her fingers because of the incompetence of her favorite grandson. The Su household collapsed into chaos. Grandma, terrified, demanded to know what Hai Chao had done to scare off the investor. He tried to defend himself, insisting that he hadn't said a single offensive word and that manager Zhang had simply walked away when he didn't see Yingxia. The matriarch stayed realistic. Going head-to-head with the Han family empire was financial suicide. She gave her grandson an ultimatum. Either he fixed the mess he created or he would face the consequences. Yingxia's phone wouldn't stop ringing. This time, Han Senqian answered it. On the other end, Hai Chao sounded completely broken, begging to speak with his cousin. Han, in the calmest voice imaginable, simply informed him that she was sick and unable to take the call, then hung up in his face. Furious, Hai Chao smashed his phone on the ground and stormed off, heading straight to Han's house ready for a physical confrontation. The encounter exploded instantly. The moment he stepped inside, Hai Chao swung a punch at Han Sanqian, demanding answers for his arrogance. But Han was no longer the same fool from before. He dodged the attack with ease and fired back with a precise kick, knocking his cousin flat onto the floor. When Yingxia rushed in, startled by the noise, Han simply smiled and said it was nothing, just an unexpected visit. Lying on the ground and groaning in pain, Hai Chao still tried to threaten Han, asking if he had any idea who he was messing with. Han's expression turned cold as he adopted an authoritative posture no one had ever seen before, delivering a clear message. If Grandma had decided to replace Yingxia, then Grandma herself should come in person to fix the problem, not send a lackey. Before the blonde cousin could protest, Han slammed the door in his face. Inside, Yingxia stood there in shock. Han explained the situation. The investor had made it clear that he would only do business with her and no one else. That was why Hai Chao had come crawling back, begging for her return. She asked whether Han truly believed the family matriarch would personally show up to apologize. Han simply gave an enigmatic smile, radiating the quiet confidence of someone who had already won the game. Han Sanqian remained absolutely certain the matriarch would swallow her pride and show up at their door. In the living room, the atmosphere felt like a battlefield. Yingxia's mother was losing control, screaming that Han was condemning the family to poverty by demanding such humiliation from Grandma. She demanded an immediate divorce, but for the first time, Yingxia stepped forward like a shield in front of her husband, ordering her mother to stop the attacks. Later, alone in the bedroom, the mood shifted. Han thanked her for the support, but Yingxia was confused. She couldn't understand how he managed to smile and endure so much contempt, especially knowing that his connection with that wealthy friend was what secured the contract. With an intense gaze, Han confessed that nothing he suffered compared to the humiliation she had endured for years by standing beside him. Left speechless and visibly moved, she simply told him to get some rest. At dawn, the game of hide-and-seek finally ended. Yingxia caught Han pretending to sleep and gave him a direct order. From that day forward, he would run beside her, no more hiding. Han was surprised to realize that she had always known he secretly followed her from a distance during her morning runs. They stopped in front of a cinematic-looking mansion, the place of Yingxia's dreams. Han asked if she wanted to live there, but she laughed, thinking it was a bad joke. She explained that the property cost at least 60 million yuan, and that even Grandma dreamed of owning it, but didn't have the financial power to buy it. To her, living there was pure fantasy, and she quickly went back to running, leaving Han behind. Alone, Han Sanqian's demeanor changed completely. In a quick phone call to his manager, he gave a direct order: purchase the villa immediately. The employee hesitated, reminding him that the Han family's funds had strict usage rules, but Han was determined to turn his wife's impossible dream into a signed deed. The manager hesitated again, pointing out that company funds were reserved strictly for investments, but Han Sanqian cut him off by handing over his personal black card. The employee nearly collapsed when he realized the level of wealth possessed by the so-called useless son-in-law. In that moment, the truth finally surfaced. Han revealed that the wealthy friend, Kin Lin, was merely a front man. In reality, Han Sanqian had built his own empire in secret since the age of 12. The company's name, Feng, was a visual code. All it took was a single vertical stroke added to the Han family character to create it. The manager, now in total shock, swore absolute secrecy while receiving the order to buy the 60 million yuan mansion, no matter the cost. For Han, nothing was too expensive when it came to fulfilling Yingxia's dream. The very next day, the intercom rang inside the family's modest apartment. Yingxia's father nearly had a heart attack when he opened the door. It was Grandma herself complaining about the broken elevator and the simple living conditions. Jiang Lan, the mother-in-law, instantly switched into extreme flattery mode, trying to hide the truth. She blatantly lied, claiming that Yingxia was locked inside her room so she wouldn't infect anyone with her illness. The charade didn't last long. Han Sanqian walked into the living room holding a cup of tea and, with the calmest expression imaginable, exposed his mother-in-law's lie right in front of the matriarch. He stated plainly that Yingxia wasn't sick at all. While Jiang Lan boiled with rage, ready to jump at her son-in-law's throat for ruining the plan, Grandma narrowed her eyes. She demanded to know exactly what Han meant by that, realizing that the game of appearances was over, and that she would have to face reality if she didn't want to lose the multi-million-dollar contract. Han Sanqian didn't back down. Looking the matriarch straight in the eye, he laid it out bluntly. Grandma was smart enough to understand that the contract with the real estate giant only existed because of Yingxia. He pointed out that taking the project away from her had been a massive mistake, and that Hai Chao was nothing more than an incompetent opportunist. The room went ice cold. Han's in-laws nearly fainted in terror, scrambling to apologize for their son-in-law's boldness, but Han stood his ground. He challenged the old woman, stating that if she insisted on clinging to her pride, the Su family would suffer a financial loss they would never recover from. Grandma, visibly irritated, asked if he wasn't afraid of provoking her and whether he really believed she wouldn't have the courage to cancel everything. Han, wearing the confident smile of someone holding all the cards, replied that she was free to choose the abyss. His goal was simple. Yingxia would finally receive the respect and value she deserved within that clan. At the peak of the standoff, Han's phone rang. It was Yingxia. She announced that manager Zhang had just officially confirmed the partnership would resume the following Monday. Han seized the moment and handed the phone to Grandma. With no way out, the matriarch had to change her tone, thanking her granddaughter for her hard work and inviting her to a celebration dinner over the weekend. Before leaving, the old woman delivered a bitter warning to Han. He should never dare to covet the Su family's wealth. His reply was short and blunt. He had absolutely no interest in such a small fortune. The celebration dinner was marked by a sudden shift in the winds. Grandma, who had once ignored her granddaughter, now praised her in front of the entire family. She announced that from that moment on, Yingxia would not only remain in charge of the project, but would also become a key figure in the company's future. While the cousins burned with jealousy, Han Sanqian watched from a distance, knowing that this was only the first step toward placing the world at his wife's feet. The crowning moment of Su Yingxia became the main event of the banquet. In front of the entire clan, Grandma declared that she would be the sole leader of the West City project, the biggest undertaking in the family's history. While Yingxia shined, poison spread quietly through the corners of the room. Hai Chao was practically tearing his suit apart with envy, and the cousins whispered dirty rumors, suggesting she had only secured the contract after pleasing manager Zhang in private. After the toasts, the matriarch pulled her granddaughter aside. Speaking in a warning tone, the old woman admitted that the marriage seemed to be going well, but advised Yingxia to sleep with one eye open. In her view, Han Sanqian was still an outsider interested in the Su family's inheritance and should be kept far away from financial secrets. Yingxia listened in silence, finding it ironic that her grandmother had no idea that the very outsider she distrusted was the one who had saved the family. The conversation was interrupted by explosive news that spread across the hall. The highly coveted mountain mansion had finally been sold. The price? 100 million yuan. Grandma turned pale. Not even she, with all her accumulated wealth, would have dared to spend that kind of fortune on a single residence. Nearby, Han Sanqian nudged his wife and commented with a subtle smirk that her dream house already had a new owner. Curious, Yingxia wondered what kind of billionaire could spend that much money without blinking. Han suggested that for the buyer, that amount might feel like pocket change. She fired back, joking that if it were a dowry for a new bride, the chosen one would surely be the beautiful Yiran, who always attracted the spotlight. Han stopped, looked straight into Yingxia's eyes, and told her she was infinitely more beautiful than her cousin. She laughed bitterly, reminding him that as a married woman, she would never be the target of such a powerful suitor. What she didn't know was that the owner of the mansion was standing right beside her, sharing the same roof and listening to her doubts. Yingxia noticed that Han Sanqian had been wearing the same suit for far too long and decided to take him shopping. He happily accepted the invitation on the spot, joking that he was ready to carry as many shopping bags as needed and that this time he would be the one paying, even though she insisted on treating him to the gift. The mood turned tense when they ran into one of Yingxia's old friends at the store. The woman, dripping with prejudice, began spewing venom, humiliating Han for not owning a car and for getting around on a cheap electric scooter. She pressured Yingxia, questioning how she could tolerate a man with no value. Yingxia, however, shut the conversation down, firmly stating that she was doing her best to make her marriage work. Unwilling to accept that, and convinced of her own irresistible charm, the so-called friend decided to stage a loyalty test to expose Han. She started trying on bold, revealing dresses, drawing his attention and showing off, certain he would fall into her trap. While every other man in the store stared in awe, Han Sanqian barely glanced her way. For every seductive pose and every question about how she looked, he responded with a dry, indifferent, "Looks fine," immediately turning his attention back to his wife. The woman escalated the game, trying on increasingly provocative outfits, but Han's reaction never changed. Total indifference. She became furious. No one had ever been so unmoved by her beauty. The tables turned completely when Yingxia stepped out of the fitting room wearing an elegant dress. What the homewrecker failed to achieve with all her effort, Yingxia accomplished simply by existing. Han was completely stunned, praising his wife's beauty while ignoring the other woman as if she were invisible. The situation inside the luxury store quickly turned into a battlefield. A snobbish customer snatched the dress out of Yingxia's hands, declaring that designer clothes turned into garbage when worn by poor people. Instead of stepping in, the sales clerk humiliated Yingxia even further, suggesting she go look for something in the discount section. Han Sanqian's blood boiled. He confronted the employee, asking whether the rule there was to give priority to whoever spent the most money. When he heard confirmation that the biggest spender called the shots, Han dropped the bombshell. He would buy the entire store's inventory. The mockery spread instantly. The wealthy customers and the saleswoman burst into laughter. Convinced it was nothing more than a bluff from a starving nobody, Han stepped forward to pay, only to realize he had left his card with Manager Zhang during the mansion purchase. Asking for just a minute to make a call, he became the target of even harsher jokes. Even Yingxia's so-called friend tried to slip away quietly to avoid further embarrassment, but Yingxia, though confused, chose to trust her husband, sensing that he wasn't joking. The humiliation lasted exactly 1 minute. Suddenly, a luxury car screeched to a halt at the entrance, drawing every eye in the store. The saleswoman rushed over to flatter the newcomer, only to be completely ignored. Manager Zhang walked straight across the showroom, bowed deeply in front of Han Sanqian, and personally handed the card back to him, apologizing for the delay. The silence inside the store became deafening. With the card back in his hand, Han simply smiled at the cashier and ordered them to finalize the purchase of everything. The game was over, and the mockers had nowhere left to hide their faces. The saleswoman and the flashy rich customers froze when the payment of 400,000 yuan went through without a single beep of hesitation from the machine. What had been laughter moments earlier turned into a funeral-like silence. Yingxia, trembling slightly, entered the password Han whispered, their wedding date, feeling the weight of a gesture worth more than any piece of jewelry. The jealous friend nearly exploded, accusing the couple of staging the entire scene just to humiliate her. As the snobs quietly slipped away, the man who had confronted Han earlier suddenly realized the gravity of his mistake. He recognized Manager Zhang as the man who had purchased the 100 million yuan mansion and understood that Han Sanqian was not an ordinary man, but someone dangerous to investigate. Before leaving, Han delivered the final blow. He suggested to the store manager that certain employees, pointing directly at the arrogant saleswoman, were bad for business. The result was immediate: termination on the spot. Later that day, the mood at home turned strange. Yingxia received a frantic video from her friend, who swore she had found the man of her dreams. It was a recording of a mysterious pianist playing with flawless technique. As Yingxia studied the video, a chill ran down her spine. The profile, the hands, and the posture of that musician felt far too familiar. It was Han Sanqian. That same afternoon, after the whirlwind of shopping, Yingxia asked Han to wait at the entrance of the mall while she went to the restroom. Alone, Han watched the flow of people, thinking that the new clothes were already on their way to the new house. He reflected that with so many bags and a new life beginning, an electric scooter would no longer be enough. It was time to upgrade the garage as well. A wave of nostalgia hit when Han Sanqian spotted a lonely piano in the mall's central plaza. The instrument, though well-maintained, seemed to be begging for notes that hadn't been played in a long time. For Han, the piano had always been his childhood refuge, the place he ran to release his pain and loneliness after enduring humiliation from his own family. Driven by curiosity to see whether his fingers still carried their old agility, he sat down and let the music flow. The effect was immediate. The plaza came to a standstill. Han's talent was so extraordinary that it seemed to hypnotize everyone passing by, drawing eyes and cameras from all directions. Within minutes, a crowd of enchanted girls surrounded the instrument, forcing Han to stop abruptly and slip away quietly, dying of embarrassment from the sudden attention. On his way out, he nearly bumped into Yingxia's friend, who stood there in a trance recording the scene, not even realizing that the man of her dreams was the very same person she had mocked so mercilessly. Soon after, Yingxia returned with a shy expression, hiding something behind her back. With flushed cheeks, she handed Han a gift, a vibrant, sophisticated red suit. She confessed, a bit awkwardly, that his old look had become too worn out, and that she wanted to see him wearing something that matched the new chapter of their lives. Genuinely touched, Han had not expected such a caring gesture and hurried off to try it on. As she watched him from behind while he adjusted the new suit, a sudden realization struck Yingxia. His silhouette, posture, and movements were an exact match for the pianist who had just gone viral online. Unable to hold back, she blurted out the question, did he know how to play the piano? Han let out a nervous laugh, pretending complete ignorance and asking if she was joking. He quickly changed the subject, showing off the new suit and asking for her opinion. Yingxia smiled and said he looked great, but the suspicion about her husband's hidden talent only grew stronger. The red suit fit him perfectly. Han Sanqian strutted in front of his wife, assuring her that her taste was flawless. Yingxia, satisfied but exhausted, ended the night by reminding him that the heavy work on the new project would begin early the next morning. At the office, the atmosphere was pure obsession. Lingi practically melted over her desk, hypnotized by the video of the mysterious pianist. To her, that Greek god was perfection in musical form. Yingxia tried to bring her back to reality, arguing that the video only showed the man's back and that it wasn't such a big deal. When Yingxia dared to say that the musician's build looked a lot like Han Sanqian's, Lingi nearly fell out of her chair laughing. In her mind, someone like that had to be born into wealth and luxury cars, never an old electric scooter falling apart. While the two women joked, Han Sanqian parked his scooter in front of a high-end dealership. Inside, the salespeople exchanged looks of disdain. No one wanted to waste time helping the scooter guy, assuming he didn't have a single dollar in his pocket. The game changed the moment Han stopped in front of a gleaming Audi A8. As he touched the car's body, he was immediately surrounded by employees who warned him that he wouldn't have enough money to cover the paint job if he scratched it. Without saying a word, Han pulled out his card with a faint smile. The shock was instant. Within seconds, the same people who had insulted him were now bending over backward, offering hot coffee, cold drinks, and every possible courtesy. Han casually picked one salesperson at random to receive the commission, ignoring the late flattery. Shortly afterward, the roar of the new engine echoed in front of the cafe he frequented. Han stepped out with a wide grin, greeting the owner with an energetic good morning. The old man, who always had a sharp eye, remarked that he had known all along Han was no ordinary man and that the dragon had finally decided to fly again. Han simply brushed it off, savoring the feeling of being, for the first time in years, in control of his own destiny. Han Sanqian didn't brag about his bank account, but he made a point of showing off what truly mattered. At the snack bar, he puffed out his chest to show off his new suit, proudly explaining that it was a gift from Yingxia. The owner of the place, playing along, showed the embroidery on his own uniform made by his wife, proving that for them, value was measured in affection, not price. The playful husband competition only ended when the owner's wife stepped in and shut down the conversation, ordering her husband back to work amid laughter. The real surprise came at the end of the workday. Yingxia froze when she saw Han leaning casually against a brand new Audi A8. The shock was immediate. She demanded to know where so much money had suddenly come from. Han, completely unfazed, simply said he bought it with his savings. Before she could process the answer, Haichao showed up, dripping with sarcasm. He mocked that Yingxia had barely taken charge of the project and was already diverting funds for luxury, leaving a veiled threat hanging in the air before walking away. At home, the interrogation continued. Han's in-laws closed in on their daughter, accusing her of hiding money from grandma just to show off. Yingxia denied it desperately, but her mother, Jiang Lan, wouldn't listen. She snatched the key from Han's hand and ran straight to the garage. The moment she saw the shine of the Audi, her tone changed instantly. She declared that Yingxia was foolish for letting such an expensive car stay in Han's hands because he would surely use it to cheat on her. In a bold move, Jiang Lan confiscated the Audi for her own use, tossing the keys to her old Toyota at the couple. Yingxia was furious at the injustice, but Han gently held her arm with a calm smile. He assured her there was no problem and that he would handle the situation. The very next day, there was Han Sanqian parking the beat-up Toyota in front of the cafe, proving that for him, what mattered was who stood beside him, not the metal beneath his feet. The routine at the cafe changed quickly. The owner couldn't understand why Han Sanqian had returned driving the same old Toyota again, but Han simply smiled and headed straight to the dealership. As soon as he arrived, the salesman rushed over to return the electric scooter, but Han told him to keep it. Without wasting a second, he pointed toward the showroom and calmly announced that he needed another Audi A8. Yingxia's expression when she left work was priceless. She knew her mother hadn't returned the first car, so how had he shown up with another identical one? Han tried the most ridiculous excuse imaginable, claiming it was a buy one, get one free promotion. Yingxia didn't fall for it and delivered a checkmate response, saying she didn't care how much money he had in the bank. But as his wife, she demanded honesty and zero secrets from now on. Meanwhile, Lingi remained completely obsessed with the mysterious pianist, humiliating Han whenever she had the chance. She insisted that Yingxia deserved a real man, someone who could afford dinner at the most expensive place in the city, not a broke guy who could barely pay for a snack. Han Sanqian listened to everything in silence and took action. He went straight to the Tower of Love, the most luxurious and exclusive restaurant in Yen, where the waiting list stretched for weeks and the prices were outrageous. For Han, reserving a single table wasn't enough. With one simple command, he shut down the entire restaurant for a private booking. While the Su clan continued spreading gossip as usual, Han was quietly setting the stage to silence them all and give Yingxia the night she had never experienced in years of marriage. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the Su clan. The Tower of Love had been locked down. The gossip claimed that a mysterious billionaire had spent millions to reserve the entire restaurant for a marriage proposal. The women in the family boiled with envy, taking the opportunity to mock Yingxia, reminding her that her wedding anniversary fell exactly on the 22nd, and that with a burden like Han Sanqian, the most she would receive was a cheap street snack. Yingxia endured the laughter and ridicule in silence, having no idea what was about to happen. On the 22nd, Han set everything in motion. Yingxia, stunningly dressed, was escorted to the luxurious building accompanied by Lingi, who couldn't understand how they had gained entry to a place that was supposedly fully reserved. After a tense ride up 40 floors in the elevator, the doors opened to a scene straight out of a movie. In the center of the empty hall, a man sat with his back turned, playing the piano with flawless precision, filling the entire space with music. The shock was paralyzing. The moment she recognized the silhouette, Yingxia began to cry. Lingi's piano god and the owner of the $1 million reservation were the same person, Han Sanqian. Lingi nearly fainted when she realized that the man she had fallen for online was the very same poor scooter guy she had mocked so mercilessly. Han stopped playing and walked toward his wife. Yingxia, torn between tears and shock, lightly punched his chest, angry that he had lied about not knowing how to play the piano. Han gently held her hands and made a solemn promise. For the past 3 years, he had allowed the world to see her as the wife of a failure, but that time was over. From that moment forward, he guaranteed that no one would ever dare mock her again. Yingxia asked how he had endured so much poison in silence, feeling the weight of every sacrifice he had made, just to wait for the right moment to place her at the top. The entire city stopped to watch the spectacle. On the giant screen broadcasting the inside of the restaurant to every district, the image of Han Sanqian and Yingxia became the talk of the town. Han confessed that he knew the weight of every joke she had endured because of him, and that this moment was his reckoning with the past. Meanwhile, in a luxury hotel directly across the street, Yingxia's cousin, who had sworn she would be the chosen one of the mysterious billionaire, nearly shattered the window when she saw through her binoculars that the man of her dreams was the so-called family trash, standing beside the woman she hated the most. The next day, the company turned into a nest of snakes. Not knowing who the stars on the giant screen really were, the employees mocked Yingxia, asking if she was happy just watching the dinner from afar. They said the difference between her and the lucky woman from the previous night was an unbridgeable gap, and that the blame fell on the useless husband waiting for her at home. Yingxia listened to everything with a mysterious smile, without saying a single word. The game changed the moment her cousin walked into the room. Yingxia, now holding full authority, issued a direct order. The cousin was to head to the West Zone for a field inspection under the scorching sun and report everything back to her immediately. The girl exploded in rage, shouting that Yingxia had no shame giving orders after the embarrassment the family had suffered at the restaurant the night before. Yingxia didn't miss the opportunity. With cutting calmness, she apologized for being present at the dinner and suggested that if her cousin was too tired to work, she could call grandma right now and request a permanent replacement. Panic spread across the cousin's face. She knew that if the matriarch discovered she was dodging her duties, her career at the company would be over. Swallowing her own poison, the girl had no choice but to lower her head and ask through clenched teeth what exactly she needed to do to avoid being fired. Yingxia's cousin panicked and begged her not to involve grandma. Yingxia, showing no mercy, delivered the final order. The girl would have to face the blazing sun at the construction site. She reminded her cousin that she had spent months suffering in that heat, with swollen feet and total exhaustion while others laughed, so now it was her turn to feel the weight of real work. Foaming with rage, the cousin hurled curses, shouting that once she married a powerful rich man, she would make Yingxia pay for every second of humiliation. Yingxia simply smiled, knowing her cousin had no idea that the very big shot she dreamed of was sleeping in the room next door. On the night of the 23rd, Han Sanqian decided to pay a visit to one of the city's hottest nightclubs. The moment he stepped inside, he was stopped by arrogant security guards who were gossiping about the mystery dinner at the Tower of Love. When they recognized Han, the brutes immediately began their performance of insults, asking what that useless son-in-law wanted there before opening hours. They mocked the fact that trash like him was driving an Audi, swearing the car had to be stolen or rented. Han kept a cold stare, simply asking them to inform the owner, Lin Yong, that he was waiting. The guards' fun ended in a single second. Lin Yong, the owner and one of Han's most powerful allies, came running out and wrapped brother Han in an enthusiastic embrace. The employees nearly fainted when they saw their boss treating the so-called failure like royalty. While Han asked his friend to ease up on the hug, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Yingxia, a triumphant selfie with the cousin in the background, wearing a sour expression in the middle of the construction site. She added that she had already vented her anger and would prepare a special dinner for the two of them. Lin Yong, realizing the disrespect from his subordinates, exploded with fury. He ordered everyone to kneel immediately and beg forgiveness from Han Sanqian if they wanted to keep their jobs or their teeth. The tough guys, now trembling with fear, pressed their foreheads to the floor. Begging for mercy from the man they had sworn minutes earlier was a nobody. Han Sanqian wrapped up the conversation with Lin Yong, leaving a message that a major business deal was coming and needed to be closed quickly. As he walked out, the nightclub owner cast a deadly glare at his men, warning them that their reckoning would be unforgettable. On the way out, Han crossed paths with Haichao, who tried to pick a fight but was completely ignored. The blonde man fumed with rage, promising a surprise that would destroy Han's peace later that very night. When he arrived home, Han parked the second Audi in the garage, rehearsing how he would explain the new purchase to Yingxia without sounding insane. But the mood on the couch felt like a funeral. Yingxia was in tears. She revealed that the construction site in the West Zone had turned into a war zone. A group of thugs had stormed the area, beaten the workers, including the cousin who had been sent there, and blocked every route for delivering construction materials. To make matters worse, Haichao had already spread poison through the family, accusing Yingxia of diverting project funds to show off luxury cars and demanding her immediate dismissal. Han let out a quiet chuckle, thinking about the irony of being accused of stealing pocket change from the company while already owning the most expensive mansion in the city. Yingxia, nervous, thought he was mocking her desperation, but Han quickly changed his tone and assured her that he would personally handle the mess because something about it smelled like a setup. Meanwhile, in a VIP booth, Haichao was toasting with his accomplices. One of the criminals confirmed that the blockade was in place and that if the blonde man wanted to take control of the company and break Yingxia, all he had to do was follow the plan. Haichao smiled victoriously, convinced he had Han Sanqian and his wife in the palm of his hand, completely unaware that he was playing with fire by messing with the allies of the so-called useless son-in-law. Gong kept his eyes fixed on Yingxia, already visualizing his plan to force her into a private meeting. Between drinks at the nightclub, he questioned Haichao's loyalty, finding it strange that a Su family heir would conspire against his own relatives. The blonde man, trying not to look like a cheap traitor, dropped a piece of information that caught Gong's attention. He mentioned seeing the trash, Han Sanqian, laughing and socializing with the powerful Lin Yang. Gong became alert, but his desire for Yingxia spoke louder than any warning. The next day, Yingxia was a bundle of nerves, but Han Sanqian reassured her, asking her to trust him as her assistant. As soon as they arrived at the meeting location, they were surrounded by Gong's thugs, who immediately started their intimidation show. The criminals mocked Han, boasting that they could wipe out the failure with a single punch. Yingxia cut through the chaos, demanding respect and focusing on the real reason for the meeting, ending the blockade at the construction site. Gong laid his cards on the table with a cynical smile. He demanded 1 billion yuan to stop the attacks, and promised that for that price, the Su family would receive permanent protection. Yingxia, trying to stay diplomatic, handed him an envelope with the negotiation terms, but Gong didn't even bother to read it. He tore up the document and made a disgusting proposal. Since she wanted honesty, they should go upstairs to a hotel room and settle things alone. Fury took over Yingxia. She rejected the offer immediately, outraged by the criminal's audacity. Seeing that she wouldn't give in easily, Gong issued an ultimatum. If she didn't go upstairs with him, the deal was dead, and the destruction of the construction site would continue. He believed he had total control, failing to realize that the assistant standing beside Yingxia was simply waiting for the signal to turn that room into a nightmare. The tension finally snapped. One of Gong's thugs lunged forward to strike Han Sanqian, but the so-called useless son-in-law dodged with an agility that left everyone in shock. With an icy glare, Han delivered an ultimatum. Gong had one single chance to spill the truth and explain the setup if he wanted to walk out of there in one piece. The criminal laughed, confident in his numerical advantage, swearing that he was the one who decided who lived or died in that room. The tide turned in a second. Lin Yang showed up with an army of men, surrounding the place and wiping out any chance of escape. Sensing the danger, Yingxia panicked for her husband, but Han calmed her with a touch on the shoulder, telling her to wait in the car. He assured her he would handle everything and that she would be safe. Lin Yang extended a knife to Han, asking if he wanted to finish the job personally. Gong, now in total desperation, tried to bluff, claiming his backers were untouchable and that the revenge would be terrible. Han hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the decision, but Lin Yang took over the interrogation. After a beating that left the villain disfigured and too weak to lie, the truth finally surfaced. The mastermind behind everything was Haichao. Gong confessed that Yingxia's cousin had deliberately planned the construction blockade and the attack. The goal was to force Yingxia into getting involved with Gong, so that Haichao could use the scandal to have her expelled from the Su family for betrayal. Han returned to the car with an unreadable expression. Worried, Yingxia asked if he was hurt, and whether the blockade on the project would finally end. Han simply looked at her and confirmed that the path was clear, but inside, his blood was boiling. He already knew exactly who would be the next to fall. Han Sanqian got back into the car with a faint smile, assuring her that the nightmare at the construction site was over. Yingxia, still in shock, couldn't understand how such a heavy situation had been resolved so quickly and wanted to know who the men were that had suddenly appeared to help them. Han brushed it off, changing the subject and saying that the next day he would personally attend the report meeting with the matriarch. The next morning, the atmosphere in the Su family meeting room was pure poison. Haichao and his cousin were already there, feeding the grandmother lies. The blonde man claimed that Yingxia hadn't returned home the night before because she had been in Gong's arms, the gang leader who had blocked the construction. He said he had investigated and discovered that Yingxia had traded her own dignity in exchange for the project being released, once again tarnishing the family's name. Furious, the grandmother slammed her hand on the table and declared that if that were true, Yingxia would be banished forever. The relatives around them agreed, reminding everyone that her marriage to the trash Han Sanqian had already been humiliation enough for a lifetime. At the peak of the judgment, Yingxia walked into the room. Calmly, she apologized for the slight delay, explaining that she had been finalizing the technical paperwork required by Manager Zhang. The grandmother, with a cold stare, got straight to the point. Had the construction problem been resolved? Yingxia confirmed that it had, and that the flow of materials and work had already returned to normal. Haichao, in disbelief and trying to save his plan, interrupted the conversation. He pressured his cousin, asking what exact price she had paid to convince a thug like Gong to back down. Yingxia hesitated for a second, since the solution had involved Han Sanqian's brute force, something she still didn't know how to explain to that nest of snakes waiting for her downfall. Yingxia was at a dead end. She knew the construction had been cleared, but how could she explain the miracle without mentioning that she had been hiding in the car while her so-called useless husband handled everything with his own hands? Before she could come up with an excuse about payment, the grandmother unleashed the poison. She confronted her granddaughter about the rumors that she had sold her own body to the gang leader, Gong, in exchange for the favor. The meeting room turned into a courtroom of humiliation until the door was suddenly thrown open. Lin Yong walked in dragging a hooded man, tossing the gift at the matriarch's feet. Haichao, trying to maintain his heir's posture, started barking orders to throw the intruder out, but he was completely ignored. Lin Yong introduced himself as the savior of the day and demanded payment for the cleanup service he had provided to the Su family. The shock was total when the hood fell. It was Gong, his face badly deformed from the beating. Without hesitation, the thug spilled everything in front of the grandmother. He confessed that the true architect of the chaos was not an external enemy, but Haichao himself. The plan was dirty. Attack the construction site, injure the workers, and force a sexual scandal so that Yingxia would be banished and the family's reputation would become a joke in the city. Haichao collapsed, denying everything and swearing he had never seen that man in his life. But Gong didn't stop. He detailed how the blonde brat had hired him to destroy his own cousin out of pure jealousy. The silence in the room was replaced by shocked murmurs from the other relatives, who couldn't believe that Haichao had crossed the line of betrayal just to steal Yingxia's position. The meeting room boiled with tension after Gong's confession. The sense of betrayal was too heavy to ignore. After all, Yingxia was still blood of their blood. Faced with the scandal, Haichao lost his composure and threw himself at the grandmother's feet, swearing innocence while his father desperately begged the matriarch not to destroy him, promising to discipline his son at home. The grandmother, maintaining her cold posture, ignored the pleas. She turned to Lin Yong, thanking him for helping resolve this internal problem, and asked what the price for the service would be. With an enigmatic smile, Lin Yong replied that since she was a respectable woman, he would return to collect only when everything was 100% settled, walking away and leaving the bomb in the family's hands. In a strategic move, the grandmother passed the ball to Yingxia, asking how she would like to punish her cousin. Yingxia hesitated. She knew that if she went too hard, the grandmother might see her as cruel, so she chose to remain diplomatic and handed the decision back to the matriarch. The sentence was lenient. Haichao would be removed from the company for an indefinite period to reflect on his mistakes. As soon as they left the room, Haichao's mask of regret fell apart. He began mocking Yingxia in the hallway, laughing at the light punishment. He declared that no matter what he did, he would still be the favorite grandson, and she was nothing more than a disposable tool for business. According to him, without the contract with the real estate giant, she would probably end up in the hospital. That night, the mood in the bedroom felt like a turning point. While Han stepped out to handle some business, Yingxia reflected on their 3 years of marriage. In the beginning, her fear had been so intense that she used to sleep with a pair of scissors under her pillow to protect herself. Over time, Han's respectful behavior made her lower her guard, but the weapon had stayed there out of habit. Staring at the ceiling, it became crystal clear that the old woman's favoritism was an unbreakable barrier and that her scumbag cousin still felt untouchable. Grandma's injustice left Yingxia boiling. In the car, she vented to Han Sanqian, outraged at being treated like she was nothing, while the cousin who betrayed the family walked away almost untouched. Han listened in silence, but inside, his fury kept rising. He decided that the matriarch would one day feel the weight of every humiliation forced upon his wife. Yingxia shifted the focus and confronted Han about Lin Yong's miraculous appearance. With no way out, he made up a story, saying he had shelled out 100,000 yuan to hire the big shot's services. She nearly had a heart attack, remembering that amount was equal to an entire year of her salary. Han simply gave an awkward smile, thinking that if she ever saw the real balance on his card, she wouldn't even have the right to breathe the same air as him in that room. Yingxia stormed into the car, fuming with rage. When Han Sanqian asked whether Grandma had finally given her the recognition she deserved, the answer came out as a bitter outburst. She explained that even with living proof of Haichao's betrayal, Grandma had simply sent him home to rest. To Yingxia, she finally decided that it was time to put the scissors away for good. Meanwhile, in a dark office, Han Sanqian and Lin Yong walked in without knocking. The owner of the place, an arrogant man named Shang Bin, trembled at the sight of Lin Yong but scoffed when he heard Han's name. He couldn't believe that the famous trash son-in-law of the Su family had shown up to negotiate. Han got straight to the point. He wanted Mo Yang's freedom since he was being held by Shang Bin. The villain laughed, asking what a failure could possibly offer to convince him. Shang Bin made it clear he had zero respect for the Su family and that money alone wouldn't be enough to change his mind. He underestimated Han Sanqian, thinking he was dealing with nothing more than one of Lin Yong's subordinates, never imagining he was facing the man who truly pulled the strings in the city. Han Sanqian's patience with arrogant big shots had limits. Inside Shang Bin's office, the tension spiked when the villain ordered his goons to finish off the useless son-in-law. He thought Han would be an easy target, but in the blink of an eye, the situation flipped. Han took down every brute with brutal efficiency. Shang Bin, now trembling and cornered, was lifted by the throat. Under the pressure of a precise punch and Han's icy stare, he had no choice but to release Mo Yang. Freedom came at a high price. As they walked out, they realized they were surrounded by a fleet of enemy cars. While the trap tightened outside, back at home, Yingxia couldn't sleep. The clock showed 11 p.m., and jealousy began to creep in. She wondered whether Han might be with another woman. When he finally walked through the door, she pretended to be fast asleep, too stubborn to admit how worried she had been. The next day brought a different kind of headache. Yingxia's uncles arrived from their trip. At the airport, the shock was immediate when they spotted the shiny Audi A8. Greedy as ever, they instantly concluded that Yingxia must be skimming money from the new project to fund luxury purchases. The spoiled son of the couple didn't even wait for introductions. He shoved Han aside and grabbed the keys, shouting that a loser had no business driving a machine like that. Han didn't bother arguing. He simply said he was going to pick up his wife from work and that they could figure out how to get to the apartment on their own. The aunt, wearing a fake smile dripping with venom, said that was no problem. But the moment Han walked away, she promised her husband that that piece of trash would pay dearly for his boldness. When they arrived at the apartment door, Zhang Lan, Yingxia's mother, rushed out to welcome her brother, completely unaware that her sister-in-law was already plotting a plan to humiliate her family and grab whatever she could. The relative's arrival turned into a full display of arrogance. As soon as Han Sanqian stepped away, the aunt unleashed all her venom on Han's mother-in-law, Zhang Lan, questioning how she could dare let a servant drive a car like that. The spoiled cousin joined in, mocking that Han's proper place was riding an old scooter, not driving an Audi. The tension escalated so badly that Jiang Lan, consumed by fury and embarrassment, swore that Han would pay dearly the moment he set foot back home. While waiting for Yingxia to leave the office, Han was surrounded by a group of thugs eager to test his patience. They laughed, calling him a disgrace to men and questioning how a woman as beautiful as Yingxia could end up with trash. Han's patience ran out in seconds. He sent the group packing with a few precise blows, leaving them limping away before things could get worse. When Yingxia finally showed up, she immediately noticed a dent on the front of the car. Han didn't hesitate. He explained that her cousin had tried to seize the wheel by force at the airport and ended up crashing the vehicle. The scene when they arrived home looked like a battlefield. The entire family was outside, and Jiang Lan charged forward like a wild animal, snatching the key from Han's hand. Shouting at the top of her lungs, she forbade her son-in-law from touching the car again, claiming that fixing an Audi would cost a fortune he could never afford. Inside the house, the yelling continued. Her mother-in-law accused Han of crashing the car out of pure incompetence, ignoring every explanation. Yingxia felt the full weight of the injustice. She tried to speak up and say that the car actually belonged to Han, but when she glanced toward the corner of the room and saw the scheming smiles of her uncles and cousin, she realized the trap. Her mother, blinded by anger, delivered the ultimatum. If Yingxia defended her husband one more time, she would personally file for divorce that very night. Yingxia's cousin didn't miss the chance to rub salt in the wound, doubling down on the lie that Han Sanqian was a dangerous driver and that she should never trust her own life to him on the road. The aunt, with razor-sharp cynicism, added that now that Yingxia was swimming in money, a dent in the Audi was nothing. The real crime was letting a nobody sit behind the wheel. Yingxia, burning with indignation, tried to speak, but her voice got stuck in her throat from sheer rage. Before she could react, her mother yanked her back roughly, declaring that from that moment on, Han was forbidden from picking her up at work. To make the humiliation even worse, Zhang Lan ordered her daughter to invite her uncle to dinner that night, making it crystal clear that Han was not welcome. Sensing his wife's discomfort, Han Sang-kyan stayed calm and made up an excuse, saying he already had important commitments and suggesting that she go with her relatives to avoid more arguments. The uncle, thinking he had won by wearing him down, mocked Han's strategic exit, saying he was clever for coming up with a stupid excuse to avoid embarrassing himself at the party. Meanwhile, the cousin celebrated his own mother's audacity, proud that she had managed to blame Han for a crash he himself had caused, without the coward saying a single word to defend himself. The aunt simply advised her son to be careful, since now he wouldn't have anyone else to blame if he messed up on the road again. On the way to the restaurant, the mask of loving relatives completely fell off. Believing that Yingxia's family had bought 2 Audis and was swimming in money, the uncle and aunt plotted a scheme. They would ask for 200 yuan on loan during dinner. The plan was dirty. They had already decided they would never pay the money back, justifying it by saying that since Jianglan was rich and he was the older brother, she had an obligation to support them without asking for anything in return. With their script of malice ready, they arrived at the banquet, where the old man began staging a performance of financial hardship to deliver the final blow. The dinner had barely started when Yingxia's uncle cast the bait, acting out a financial crisis to set up his move. When Jianglan asked how much he needed, he held up 2 fingers. She, thinking it was a symbolic amount of 2,000 won, almost agreed, but the man cut her off with a disgusting smirk. 2,000 wouldn't even cover coffee. What he wanted was 200,000. The shock was immediate. Yingxia's parents nearly choked, but the opportunistic relatives didn't let up. They argued that for someone who had 2 luxury cars in the garage worth millions, 200,000 was pocket change. The aunt even played the emotional card, reminding Jianglan that in the past they had defended her honor when people claimed she had married a fake rich man, and that now it was time for her to repay the favor. Pressured by her ego and her desire to keep up appearances, Jianglan eventually gave in, leaving Yingxia and her father in total panic. The conversation, however, was suddenly interrupted by a loud crash. Yingxia's cousin, who had stepped out to use the bathroom, was thrown back into the dining hall, covered in blood. His mother ran over in desperation, screaming at a group of thugs who came in right behind him. The leader of the group got straight to the point. The kid had harassed his wife, and that was why he got what he deserved. Instead of apologizing, Yingxia's aunt reacted with unbelievable arrogance. She pointed her finger at the giant's wife and blamed her for the assault, saying that the way she dressed was an invitation for her innocent son to make a mistake. The brute didn't tolerate the insult. In one swift motion, he slapped the aunt hard across the face, making Yingxia's uncle shrink back in fear, too scared to defend his own wife. The attacker warned that although he was a fair man, he would not tolerate disrespect, and that the price of that humiliation had just gone up. The tension in the restaurant escalated to another level. The gang leader refused any apologies. He demanded a fortune in cash for the disrespect shown to his wife, or Yingxia's cousin's life as payment. In total panic, the cowardly kid tried to hand over the key to the Audi A8 to the giant, begging them to take the car and leave him alone. Han's mother-in-law, Jianglan, jumped up from her chair in fury. She made it clear that the car belonged to her, and that her nephew should solve his own problems without dragging the family's property into it. The big man, ignoring the vehicle, turned his malicious gaze toward Yingxia, saying that he already had plenty of money, and that now his interest was something else. Yingxia shouted for him to stay back, but the man cornered her, claiming that no woman ever escaped him. In a rare moment of courage, Jianglan tried to intervene with a slap, yelling that the name of the Su family should be respected. The giant simply laughed, striking back and mocking that the Su family's prestige meant nothing on the streets. Even cornered, Yingxia issued one final warning. If he insisted on making that mistake, the regret would be bitter. The thug, bored, assigned 2 henchmen to guard the door, forbidding anyone from leaving while he went to receive other guests, promising to return later to pick up Yingxia. Desperation took over the table. Jiang Lan suggested calling the family matriarch, but Yingxia's father was realistic. Grandma would never risk herself against criminals of that caliber for them. While her mother cursed her husband for his passivity, Yingxia tried to stay calm, knowing that the only person capable of turning that situation around was not sitting at that table, but was probably already on his way. Grandma Su was nothing more than a paper tiger. Her authority died at the mansion gates. Yingxia spoke honestly to her parents. The matriarch would never have the courage to face real criminals. When her father asked who was left, she spoke the name no one expected, Han Sang-kyan. Jianglan nearly lost her mind, shouting that her daughter had gone crazy for trusting a useless man. The aggressive cousin even tried to make a joke, but Yingxia lost her patience, telling him to shut up and reminding him that it was his stupidity that had put them in the crosshairs. On the other side of the city, Han Sanqian was enjoying a cup of instant noodles when his phone rang. Yingxia's voice was tense as she asked for help. Without asking for details, he dropped everything and said he would arrive within minutes. Yingxia let out her first sigh of relief that night, ignoring her mother, who kept insisting that she call grandma. For the first time, the young woman faced Jianglan directly and spoke with certainty. She was betting her life on Han because he was the only one who had never let her down. In the main hall, the atmosphere was festive for the criminals. The brute was flattering a man known as Brother Wong, claiming that he was the new ruler of the city and that even powerful tycoons couldn't compare to him. Wong, however, was distracted, still dwelling on the scolding he had received from Han Sanqian the last time because of his incompetence. He tried to look important, but the fear of disappointing the true master continued to haunt him. The flattery was cut short by a loud bang that made the glasses tremble. Without asking permission, and with a look that promised chaos, Han Sanqian kicked the main door open, stepping into the place as if he owned it. Silence fell over the restaurant. The useless son-in-law had arrived to settle the score. The door to the VIP room nearly flew off its hinges. When Wong saw who had barged in, the color drained from his face. He rushed toward Han Sanqian, stuttering and calling him brother, with a respect that bordered on fear. The brute, not understanding a thing, still tried to mock him, asking if Wong was really showing respect to that guy. The answer came in the form of a shout. Wong ordered the fat man to shut his mouth before something worse happened. Han Sanqian, with an icy stare, pointed at the attacker and demanded to know if Wong was part of that mess. Trembling, Wong swore it was just a casual business meeting. That was when Han dropped the bomb. The fat man's business had been harassing his wife. Wong's world collapsed. Without hesitation, he lunged at his own ally with blind fury, asking if the idiot had shit for brains to lay a hand on Han Sanqian's woman. While Wong's guards beat the fat man senseless, Han simply turned his back and left the command of the cleanup in his subordinate's hands. In the hall where the family was being held, the mood was pure cynicism. Han's mother-in-law was screaming at the top of her lungs, saying the son-in-law was a coward who was probably hiding under a bed right now, since there wasn't even a taxi available for him to get there. The aggressive cousin, groaning in pain between breaths, shouted that Yingxia was the only idiot who believed in that loser. The aunt, desperate, begged Jianglan to call grandma, claiming her son needed a hospital immediately. The shouting was interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Everyone shrank back, expecting the thugs to return, but the one who stepped through the doorway was Han Sanqian, wearing a calm smile. He walked up to Yingxia and said, in the calmest voice possible, that it was time for them to go home. The cousin, still not realizing the danger had been neutralized, started yelling that Han was a fool for coming there, since the guards outside would never let them leave alive. Han didn't even bother to respond. He simply took his wife's hand, ready to walk over anyone who dared to stand in his way. Han Sanqian ignored the cousin's screams and kept moving forward, clearing the path for Yingxia. As they passed through the hallway of VIP rooms, the scene was surreal. The massive brute and his entire crew were on their knees, their foreheads pressed against the floor, trembling like leaves. Yingxia froze in place, shocked, and asked what the hell had happened there. With that familiar, I don't know anything attitude that had become his trademark, Han gave a faint smile and suggested that maybe the floor had been too slippery and everyone had slipped at the same time. The gang leader, noticing Han's deadly glare, quickly confirmed it, stuttering that the floor was dangerous and that they had simply fallen by accident. Yingxia raised an eyebrow, clearly not believing a single word, but decided not to push further. Deep down, she knew Han had moved the world for her that night, and that was what truly mattered. The relief of freedom didn't last long. The moment they stepped into the house, the chaos began. Yingxia's father, finally losing his patience, confronted Jianglan for promising 200,000 wen to her scammer brother without having a single cent in her pocket. The mother-in-law, without a hint of remorse, fired back that her daughter worked at a huge company and that diverting that amount would be easy. When her husband accused her of putting Yingxia's safety at risk for money, Jianglan resorted to theatrics. She threw herself onto the floor, kicking and screaming like a spoiled child. Between screams and fake sobs, she claimed her life was miserable for having married a failure, and that everything she did was to maintain the family's reputation in front of jealous relatives. Yingxia, exhausted and with her eyes burning from so much anger, finally snapped. To shut her mother up and end the spectacle, she shouted that she would find a way to get the money. When she entered the bedroom, weighed down by exhaustion, she found Han Sanqian waiting for her. With a calm voice that contrasted with the chaos in the living room, he asked if all that drama was just because of the debt to her uncle. Inside the bedroom, silence finally took over, but Yingxia's face was soaked with tears. Without saying a word, she collapsed into Han Sanqian's arms, begging for help. Han held her gently and asked if all that trouble was really about the 200,000 her uncle wanted. Yingxia confirmed, sobbing, and swore on her honor that she would sign a loan receipt and pay back every cent as soon as she could. Han couldn't hold back a small chuckle, which made the girl even more nervous. She insisted she was serious about paying him back, but he silenced her with a tight embrace. Han explained that what was his also belonged to her, and that it didn't matter whether the amount was 200,000 or 2 million. If it was to solve her problems, he would pay without blinking. With a kiss on her forehead, he joked that the word loan didn't exist in their vocabulary. Yingxia, a little more encouraged but still stubborn, gently pushed him away and ran to grab paper and pen, intrigued by how naturally her husband talked about millions. When she questioned him about the real balance in his account, Han simply gave an enigmatic smile, saying he had a little more than the 2 million he had mentioned. The next morning, Han Sanqian went to the bank, but ran straight into the bureaucracy and arrogance of a teller. The employee, wearing an air of superiority, mocked his request for an immediate withdrawal of 200,000, demanding prior notice. She looked at Han's special card with contempt, stating that in all her years at the bank, she had never seen anything like it and that he had no privileges there. Han kept his composure and warned that if the bank owner saw him, he would personally count the bills. The woman lost her patience, shouting that her counter was not a stage for performances and threatening to call security if he didn't step aside. The commotion was only interrupted when the branch manager appeared, drawn by the noise, wanting to understand why an employee was losing control with a client who, although he looked simple, carried in his pocket the key to that institution's vault. The chaos at the bank escalated quickly. The employee, pointing her finger aggressively, explained to the manager that Han Sanqian was making a scene over the prior notice required to withdraw the 200,000. The manager, trying to keep her composure, started with the same bureaucratic speech. But everything changed when Han slid the card across the counter. The moment her eyes landed on it, the woman nearly stumbled over her own feet. Her rigid posture turned into a deep bow and desperate apologies. The VIP treatment was immediate. The withdrawal that had been impossible suddenly became top priority, and Han was escorted to a private room while the manager ordered the arrogant employee to humbly apologize if she didn't want to be fired on the spot. In the lobby, the other customers watched everything with their mouths open, commenting on how the snobby teller had finally met someone powerful enough to put her in her place. On the way out, the manager and her staff made a point of walking Han all the way to his car, wearing wide smiles and promising flawless service in the future. The boss remained standing there, watching Han drive away, frustrated that she hadn't managed to get even a single look of interest from the young billionaire. The moment she went back inside, the hammer dropped. The employee was suspended indefinitely. The explanation was blunt and simple. Anyone who couldn't recognize the exclusive card reserved for clients with more than 10 billion in their account had no business working in that bank. Later, Han arrived home with the package of cash in his hands. The moment Jianglan saw the money, she lunged forward like a starving rat, snatching the bag from her son-in-law without the slightest sign of gratitude. She didn't even care where the money had come from. Her only concern was making sure her scammer brother received his share to maintain the image of a rich family in front of their relatives. Han Sanqian's mother-in-law barely waited for him to step through the door before making her move. Like a rat eyeing a piece of cheese, she ripped the briefcase of cash from his hands, complaining about the delay without showing a single ounce of appreciation. The uncle and aunt, desperate to run off with the loot, invented an urgent excuse and demanded that Han drive them immediately, while Yingxia's father burned with anger at seeing the relatives leave without even saying a thank you for the 200,000. Han kept the expressionless face of someone who already had all the pieces on the board. On the way to the bus station, the spectacle of greed continued in the back seat. The aunt and the cousin nearly started fighting over who got to hold the briefcase. When Han glanced at them through the rearview mirror, the spoiled brat snarled, asking if the trash was impressed, since he had probably never seen that much money in his life. Han simply agreed with an enigmatic smile, innocently commenting that public transportation had become dangerous lately and that they could get robbed at any moment. The aunt almost exploded, accusing her son-in-law of jinxing their trip. The moment he dropped them off, Han pulled out his phone and gave the order to Wang. The plan was in motion. Meanwhile, inside the bus, The relatives complained about the smell and the crowd, clutching the cash tightly. In the middle of the ride, a clumsy passenger stumbled onto the ant, causing a loud commotion. Another man showed up to help the guy back to his feet, and the confusion quickly faded. The shock came kilometers later. When they opened the bag to check their treasure, they found nothing but emptiness. The money had vanished. Wang called Han to confirm that the package was already in his hands and would be returned to the boss the next day. Han Sanqian was not a charity bank. Anyone who tried to extort his family would learn that his money might come easily, but it left with interest paid in humiliation. At the end of the day, Han showed up at Yingxia's workplace looking the same as always. To his surprise, she suggested going out for dinner. When he asked the reason for the sudden celebration, she looked straight at him, wanting to thank him for being the only pillar holding that chaotic family together without ever asking for anything in return. Yingxia decided to repay the loan of 200,000 in style, reserving a private room at the trendy restaurant in the UFO building. The problem started at the reception. Even with a reservation for 5:30 p.m., the mustached receptionist with a hostile expression blocked their entry at 5:20 p.m., claiming the place was full. With unbearable sarcasm, he told the couple to wait in the back or get lost, saying he had no patience for people like them. Yingxia refused to swallow the insult and stood her ground, demanding that the reservation be honored. In response, the man snapped his fingers and called security to throw them out by force. Han Sanqian stepped forward, shielding his wife, and asked if the employee really thought they were the problem there. The mustached man confirmed rudely, ordering the attack. What followed was a shock for Yingxia. She stood frozen as her husband, the man everyone called useless, dodged a punch and drove a brutal elbow straight into the first guard's stomach. When the other two rushed him together, Han dispatched them with a single motion, tossing them aside as if they were made of paper. The receptionist, now stuttering in fear, backed away while Han demanded to see the general manager. The owner of the establishment appeared right on cue, drawn by the noise. The mustached man rushed to play the victim, shouting that the couple had stormed the place and knocked out the security team for no reason. The boss, however, ignored the employees ranting and stood frozen, shifting his gaze between the three guards lying on the floor and Han Sanqian's unshakable stance, realizing that this ordinary customer was actually someone he should never have allowed his employee to insult. The restaurant owner, Lei Xuan, instead of apologizing, chose arrogance. He admitted that Han Sanqian had talent and even offered him a security job paying 30,000 a month, thinking he was doing him a favor. Han didn't even blink and fired back in the same tone, demanding that the owner himself kneel if he wanted forgiveness for insulting his wife. Yingxia, watching her husband confront danger like a true alpha, felt a mix of pride and fear, trying to pull him away before things got worse. Han simply reassured her, guaranteeing that no one would lay a hand on her while he was there. Furious at being ignored, Lei Xuan called in his secret weapon, Ahu, a former Special Forces fighting champion and a true giant. The brute stepped forward, cracking his knuckles, mocking Han's courage, and promising to show him what a real iron fist looked like. Lei Xuan watched confidently, certain he was about to see the Su family's son-in-law crushed on the restaurant floor, but the fight lasted only a heartbeat. Ah Hu charged with everything he had, throwing a punch that could have knocked down a wall, but Han Sanqian moved like a shadow. He dodged flawlessly and delivered an explosive knee straight to the giant's jaw. The Special Forces champion collapsed like a sack of sand, dropping unconscious right at Lei Xuan's feet. The smile vanished instantly from the UFO owner's face, replaced by absolute terror as he realized his invincible bodyguard had been humiliated with a single move. The warning has been given, and now the man can call whatever army he wants, because he will crush every single one of them. Li Xuan, foaming with rage, calls Sanqian arrogant and promises that payback will be brutal. He warns that the help on the way is on another level, and that the protagonist will end the day begging for the beating to stop. Li Xuan wastes no time and makes the call, while Qi watches the scene fascinated by Sanqian's strength. Downstairs, the atmosphere heats up with the arrival of several cars. Yang shows up in the area asking what the urgency is, since the boss seemed to be losing patience. Irritated, Li Xuan points at Sanqian and explains that punk beat up the security guards and caused huge losses. He summoned Yang precisely because he knows Yang can't stand people who act like tough guys. The tables turn the moment Yang locks eyes on the target. The shock is immediate when he realizes the problem was actually Brother San. Yang's henchmen storm into the restaurant ready to attack, and Li Xuan prepares to watch the massacre from the front row, convinced he would see Sanqian destroyed. But instead of striking, the men stop in front of San and kneel as a sign of total respect. greeting their boss. Li Xuan freezes, unable to understand how the plan went so wrong. Sanqian, keeping his composure, asks if Yang was called there unexpectedly. Still in a respectful position, Yang confirms the situation. With an ironic tone, the protagonist asks if he already knows how to clean up the mess. Without hesitation, Yang points at Li Xuan and gives the order to his men. It's time to open that idiot's eyes and show him who really runs those streets. Yang begins the beating and lays into Li Xuan without mercy. In the middle of the blows, the man, completely confused, asks why he's being beaten. Sanqian orders the group to stop the beating and asks if Li Xuan is satisfied with the trouble he caused. Completely battered and in shock, the man replies that he is more than satisfied. With a mocking look, the protagonist faces the restaurant owner and asks if a table has finally appeared for him and his wife to sit at. Trembling with fear, the mustached man immediately guarantees that there is a reserved place for them. As Sanqian leaves with Qi, Li Xuan remains lying on the floor, trying to process what just happened and who that mysterious man is. On his knees and completely wrecked, he asks Yang who that man is. The answer is direct. He was playing with death. Upon hearing that, Li Xuan panics, realizing he provokes someone that even Yang's gang leader deeply fears. Yang warns that if he wants to stay alive, he needs to admit his mistake and pray for Sanqian's mercy. Desperate, Li Xuan kneels and begins banging his head against the floor, begging forgiveness for his stupidity. The butler, watching everything, realizes he got himself into a situation with no way out when he sees his own boss humiliated like that. Curious, Qi asks who Sanqian really is, since he knocked out a giant guard with one blow and made everyone bow, including the feared Yang. The protagonist simply replies that in the future, she will discover who he truly is. Qi also asks if he isn't spending too much money to keep all those people around, assuming Yang's support must have been expensive. Sanqian explains that Li Xuan simply realized it was impossible to defeat him and chose the path of forgiveness. Still shocked, the girl comments that the man went as far as smashing his head on the floor just to avoid dying. Qi comments that she never imagined Sanqian had such a dominant side. Taking advantage of the moment, he whispers in her ear that he has an even more intense side and asks if she wants to find out. Embarrassed, the girl pushes him away and calls him a pervert, complaining that she can't give him a compliment without him coming back with ulterior motives. Shortly after, she hugs him and asks why he decided to cause all that trouble at the restaurant. The protagonist answers coldly. Since they said his wife was causing problems for no reason, he decided to show them what a real problem looks like. Qi then asks if he would continue being her protector, even if she became a difficult person, and Sanqian assures her, looking straight into her eyes, that no matter what happens, he will always be there to protect her. The next day, the couple shows up accompanied by Qi's parents. The mother immediately starts complaining, asking what is so special about that house besides its size. The father explains that the owner, Lao Tang, is an old school friend, and that they needed to attend the mansion's grand opening. The woman fires back, saying the houses in that neighborhood cost a fortune, and that the friend just wants to show off. She also remembers that Tang's son once made a move on Qi in the past, and complains about Sanqian's presence, claiming that bringing that trash would only lead to embarrassment. As soon as the group enters, Tang announces the family's arrival to all the guests. Qi's father tries to be polite, and comments that his friend's life seems to be going great. Tang, full of swagger, replies that he has been blessed, since his son now works at a company with an annual salary of 1 million. Upon noticing Sanqian nearby, the old man frowns with disdain and tells Qi's father that if he had made the right choice in the past, they would be in-laws now, and the girl would be living in luxury. The other people at the gathering jump on the bandwagon and begin humiliating Qi's father, saying his daughter lives an unhappy life because of his decisions. The mockery runs wild when the group discovers that Sanqian is still a house husband, washing dishes and cooking. Everyone laughs as if it were the joke of the year, pushing the protagonist's patience to the limit. Qi watches the scene with contempt, thinking about how childish it is to see grown adults trying to humiliate others just to feel superior. In the middle of that ridiculous situation, Sanqian interrupts Tang and drops the bomb. Their house is under renovation, and once it is finished, the old man will be the first guest invited for a visit. The news catches Qi off guard, making her suspect he really has an ace up his sleeve. The mother-in-law, furious, loses control and shouts for Sanqian to shut up, assuming he is just embarrassing himself. Maintaining his composure, he calmly replies that he bought the property a long time ago, but kept it a secret to make it a surprise. He reinforces that on the 15th of next month, everyone should show up to see the new home. Tang accepts the invitation with a cynical smile, believing Sankian is just bluffing to show off, since he supposedly wouldn't have the money for something high-end. The rest of the guests jump on the bandwagon, asking if the place is truly luxurious, and the protagonist guarantees that no one will be disappointed. Sometime later, Sankian walks with Chi until they catch sight of the imposing mountain mansion. She comments that the property had been sitting empty for a long time and thoughtfully questions why they decided to renovate the place right now. The protagonist dodges the question, suggesting that maybe the owner is just eager to move in. Still bothered by what happened at the party, the girl apologizes for her mother's aggressive behavior and admits that she knows how badly he was disrespected in front of Tang. She understands that San acted only to protect them, but she regrets that her mother keeps humiliating him for no reason. With a gentle gesture, San reassures his wife, making it clear that his mother-in-law's attacks mean nothing to him after 3 years of putting up with it. He looks straight at her and guarantees that the story about the house is real. Pointing to the highest spot on the mountain, he shows the mansion where they will have the best view of nature and complete privacy. Chi is stunned, but simply can't believe it. To her, that sounds like a blatant lie, and she even slaps him, saying that not even the dumbest ghost would believe something that absurd. Even though he has already proven he has money by buying luxury cars, a mansion like that still seems impossible in her mind. She pulls him along to go to the mall, ignoring the subject, while San calmly warns that on the 15th, the mystery will end and the surprise will finally be revealed. A short time later, Sankian shows up at the entrance of the luxury condominium with his car. The security guard immediately blocks the way, claiming the vehicle is not registered in the residence system. While San tries to sort things out, an arrogant man pulls up right behind them and starts honking non-stop. The guy begins shouting insults, calling San's car garbage and complaining that a poor nobody shouldn't be driving around in a high-end neighborhood. San tries to keep his cool and ignore the noise, but the bully has no intention of backing off and keeps provoking him to humiliate the protagonist in front of everyone. The tension rises at the condominium entrance. Sankian and his wife step out of the vehicle, coming face to face with Shao Kong's arrogance. The guard, shaking with nerves, tries to put out the fire by apologizing to the rich man and promising to remove that junk car from the way immediately. Kong doesn't hold back on the insults. He yells that Sankian's car is trash and demands that he disappear, threatening to handle the problem by force. Calmly, Sankian fires back at the mockery. He points out that Kong hit his car, and, because of that, he will have to open his wallet and pay for the repairs. The villain bursts out laughing, points a finger in the protagonist's face, and humiliates him, guessing that he must be nothing more than the owner of some low-level decoration company. Kong finishes his display of arrogance by saying that if Sankian doesn't shut up, he will finish destroying the car. That's when the mask finally drops. Sankian denies being a businessman and reveals the bombshell. He is the owner of that entire property. Kong, blinded by arrogance, mocks him, saying that if Sankian runs the place, then he himself must be the king of the city. The guard, without official orders, reinforces the blockade and tells Sankian to leave. To make matters worse, once the path is clear, Kong even shows the middle finger and tells the protagonist to behave like a good little dog. The turning point comes over the radio. The head of security calls in shouting, giving the immediate order to let Sankian through. The guard is stunned. He runs to the protagonist's car, bowing and begging for forgiveness for any disrespect. Sankian, without losing his composure, reassures the man, saying he was only doing his job. As reality sinks in for everyone watching, the guard confesses his fear. He was standing before the mysterious buyer who shelled out 100 million to secure the mountain villa. The tables had completely turned. Kong's wife was enchanted, praising every detail of the place, while he desperately tried to convince her that their house was just as good. The romantic mood was cut short by a sharp shout. It was Sankian. With a look of superiority, he blocked the couple's path and questioned how Kong dared to trespass on his private property. Kong was confused and tried to stand up to the protagonist, asking what he was doing there. Sankian was direct. He had already warned that he owned everything. The villain burst into laughter, mocking the idea that someone who drives a beat-up car could be the buyer of a 100 million mansion. Ignoring the joke, Sankian delivered a lesson about the condominium rules, warning that the areas around the villas are private and that trespassers face serious penalties. Irritated and convinced that Sankian was bluffing, Kong stepped out of the car ready to get physical. He grabbed the protagonist by the collar, calling him a barking dog and asking if he wanted trouble. But the bravado didn't last long. A loud shout of "enough" echoed, and 3 security guards showed up immediately. Kong, thinking he still had the upper hand, ordered Captain Yan to remove the imposter. The move backfired badly. As soon as the officer saw Sankyan, he ignored Kong and asked the real boss whether that man was trespassing on his property or threatening his safety. The captain made it clear. Anyone who tried to bypass the security of Mountain Villa would pay a heavy price. Shocked and completely shaken, Kong pointed one last time, stuttering. He simply couldn't accept that the owner of a damaged car had the money and status to live there. Looking straight into his eyes, Sankyan prepared to deliver the final blow to his rival's arrogance. Sankyan left no room for doubt. If he wasn't the owner, then who else would have authority there? The atmosphere shifted completely when Captain Yan turned toward Kong. The guard, who knew the rich man's family, delivered a harsh lecture, saying that despite living there for years, they seemed to know nothing about basic rules of respect and privacy. With an authoritative gesture, the guards began escorting the man out. At that moment, reality finally hit Kong. He realized the size of the mess he had gotten himself into. The Yunjing district belonged to the richest man in the city, and any trouble there would cost a fortune he didn't have. Looking at Sankyan, he understood that he had humiliated the wrong person. Someone who spends 100 million on a house can crush a rival with the snap of a finger. Desperate, he threw himself to the ground, kneeling and begging for forgiveness for treating the protagonist like an animal. As the guards dragged him away, Sankyan decided to act with diplomacy. He told the captain that, since he was new to the neighborhood, he didn't want to start off on the wrong foot with the neighbors. He said it was all just a misunderstanding and asked them to release the man. The captain obeyed but left one final warning. This should serve as a lesson. Kong, now completely humbled, walked away thanking him and even offered to return the favor in the future. The scene shifts to family tension. Sia's mother was already on Sankyan's case, warning that the Su family dinner would be that night and that he shouldn't embarrass them. At the event, the atmosphere wasn't any better. The jealous Su Haichao tried to downplay Xia's success in the partnership with the construction company, saying he didn't believe in her ability. Xia stood her ground and fired back immediately. Without his interference, the work was finally moving forward. Even so, the toxic cousin insisted that her efforts would be useless in the end. The tension at the Su family dinner escalated quickly. Haichao, burning with jealousy, began spreading venom, claiming that no matter how hard Xia worked, the future presidency already had an owner, him. The arrogant cousin also threw in that she must be making a lot of money on the side, since only a few days after taking the position, her family suddenly showed up with brand new cars. He didn't stop there and suggested that Xia had dirty hands, questioning whether she wasn't afraid of an investigation from their grandmother. Xia refused to back down. She shot back that she would welcome an audit, because then everyone would see who was truly stealing from the company. But when dinner was served, the pressure intensified. In front of the entire table, Haichao exposed the purchase of the two vehicles, and the jealous cousin added that Xia's position must be extremely profitable to allow such luxury in such a short time. The family matriarch, visibly irritated, demanded an explanation. Xia confirmed the purchases, explaining that one car was for her father and the other was for Sankyan to drive her to work. The accusation of embezzlement became serious when they mentioned that the cars cost more than 1 million each. The relatives launched into a full verbal attack, calling the girl a criminal. To deliver the final blow, Haichao dropped another bomb. He had discovered that Xia's family was moving into a new house that was under renovation, with a move-in date set for the 15th. The table erupted into chaos, with everyone asking how much she had stolen from her own family to afford all of that. The grandmother, losing her temper, slammed the table in anger and demanded an immediate explanation. Fed up with the cousin's theatrics, Xia declared that if the matriarch truly believed those lies, the matter would be settled right then and there. Xia did not run from the confrontation. Standing firm, she challenged her grandmother to conduct a full audit of all the company's accounts, stating that the numbers would reveal the truth. Without wasting time, she announced that she would personally bring the bank statements and receipts immediately to prove her innocence in front of everyone. Looking directly at Haichao, she questioned whether he would still have the courage to maintain those accusations. The cousin, completely losing his temper, slammed his hand on the table and insisted that her family's sudden change in lifestyle was impossible. In his mind, money couldn't just appear out of nowhere. That's when Sankyan, tired of the whole circus, stood up and delivered checkmate. He announced that he had personally paid for the cars and the house with his own money. The table exploded in laughter. Haichao and the relatives mocked him, saying Sankyan was a comedian and that besides being treated like trash, he was now also a stupid liar. Even Sia's mother, embarrassed, told her son-in-law to shut up and stop humiliating himself. Taking advantage of the moment, Haichao kept provoking him, asking why the fake millionaire wanted to ruin everyone's fun. Sanqian didn't flinch. He stared the blonde straight in the eyes and said he was nothing more than an irrelevant joke. Furious, Haichao lunged forward with a punch ready, but the protagonist dodged it with ease. Sanqian mocked his lack of skill, asking if he really wanted to get beaten again. The tension only stopped when Grandma shouted, ordering Haichao to sit down. Even against his will, he kept yelling that Xia was embezzling huge amounts of money and that if no one stopped her, she would end up controlling the entire family with stolen cash. But the matriarch had already reached her limit with the screaming. Her patience finally snapped. She ordered Haichao to shut up, making it clear she wasn't foolish and knew very well about the schemes he had been running behind everyone's backs while trying to frame others. Disgusted by the level of pettiness, Grandma left the table, abandoning everyone and sarcastically wishing them a pleasant dinner. As soon as she walked out, the funeral-like silence turned into a direct attack. Sia's cousin started spewing venom, claiming the girl had dug her own grave and pushed their grandmother away with her manipulations. Haichao, foaming with rage, promised that next month when he returned to power in the company, he would make Xia pay dearly for every single cent. To make things worse, Haichao's father decided to target Xia's father. With a sarcastic tone, he pretended to be happy about the new house and pressured him to reveal the location, wanting to see if his brother had finally escaped poverty. Cornered and embarrassed, Xia's father stuttered, but Sanqian stepped in to protect his father-in-law. The protagonist calmly stated that, at the right time, a car would come pick everyone up, and the location would be revealed naturally. He added a touch of mystery, saying the neighborhood was so exclusive that ordinary cars couldn't even enter. The group burst into laughter, assuming it was just another bluff. Haichao's father mocked him, reminding everyone that Sanqian had been in the family for 3 years and still hadn't learned that only the elite had access to Mountain Villa. Xia's mother, panicking at her son-in-law's boldness, shouted for him to stop talking before things got even worse. Sanqian spoke plainly. He warned that the old lady would deeply regret ignoring the invitation. The fraud didn't even bother listening and blocked the idea right there, guaranteeing that the grandmother would never set foot in that place. Meanwhile, tension exploded back at the in-laws' house. Jianglan was completely furious, smashing things around the house and taking all her anger out on Sanqian. To her son-in-law was nothing but a loudmouth who constantly embarrassed the family, and because of his claims about living on the mountainside, the entire family was now drowning in shame. Her rage reached its peak, and she delivered an ultimatum. Either Ying Xie divorced Sanqian immediately, or the two of them would no longer be mother and daughter. But Ying Xie refused to back down. She stood up to her mother, stood firm in her marriage, and made it clear there would be no divorce. Seeing the couple united, Zhanglan completely lost control, screaming for Sanqian to get out and declaring that he was no longer part of the family. That's when Ying Xie dropped the truth. She confirmed everything was real and revealed that even the money loaned to her uncle had come straight from Sanqian's pocket. Jianglan was left speechless, stuttering in disbelief, but quickly changed tactics and began accusing her own daughter of lying to protect her husband. She challenged Sanqian to fulfill every promise he had made, swearing that if he failed, the marriage would be over for good. The next day, the atmosphere shifted. Sanqian invited Ying Xie to a special dinner, and she, completely confused, asked what they were celebrating. He simply reminded her that the 15th had arrived and that after dinner, he would finally take her to see their new home. Ying Jie felt uneasy, since her parents were going crazy over all the mystery, but Sanqian just smiled and said the place had always been right in front of her eyes. As they walked, doubt still consumed Ying Jie. She asked again if the story about the mansion on the mountainside was real, but soon lost patience. She crossed her arms, frustrated, and told Sanqian to stop fooling around, convinced it was just another bad joke. He stayed calm and reaffirmed that he was telling the truth, but she simply couldn't bring herself to believe him. The peaceful mood of dinner ended when Tang Long suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ying Jie immediately frowned, warning Sanqian that this man meant trouble. He didn't come alone. He was accompanied by a shallow woman who wasted no time throwing a jab, sarcastically thanking Ying Kanya for walking away from Tang Long, since now she had such an amazing boyfriend. Tang Long himself decided to brag, pretending to be humble while saying that his annual salary of 1 million wen was still too little. When he noticed Sanqian, the mockery intensified. He asked if that was the famous useless son-in-law of the city. Sanqian, unfazed, joked that he should have brought a pen to give an autograph, which made his rival laugh loudly. Tang Long said he didn't want the signature of a failure, and that he admired the courage it took for him to walk around in public while being the region's biggest joke. Ying Zie exploded and told the man to get lost before he ruined their meal. Annoyed by her defense, Tang Long asked how she wasn't ashamed to be with trash like that. Ying Xia answered directly. She would rather dine with the man she loved, and it was none of his business. Before leaving, the jerk played his final card. He revealed that he now worked for one of the properties belonging to the first emperor, and that the future of the Su family was in his hands. If she kept that attitude, he would cut off any chance of business between the companies. Ying Gadore froze, realizing the threat was real. Tang Long acted like he owned the world, demanding that Ying Yagraye humble herself and beg for his forgiveness. Fed up with his arrogance, she finally snapped and told him to get out. He stormed off in anger, but not before mocking them one last time, promising that he and his father would visit Ying Thai's new residence just to see whether it was truly better than theirs. He even joked, asking if the place had an elevator, since his girlfriend couldn't stand climbing stairs. The couple walked away laughing, convinced that the next day would be a complete disaster for Ying Cheminxie. Ying Zia was a bundle of nerves after the threat that Tang Long could sabotage the Su family's business using his new position. Sanqian tried to calm her down, assuring her that the rival wouldn't have the power to cause trouble while he was around. Even so, she was on the verge of tears, desperately asking whether the new house was truly good or if they would end up being humiliated in front of everyone. Sanqian wiped her face and promised that, right after dinner, he would take her to their new home, guaranteeing that those who mocked them today would be defeated tomorrow. Not long after, Sanqian's car sped toward the luxury condominium. Ying Gui panicked when she recognized the route, begging him to stop the vehicle before they were blocked and arrested by security. When she saw the guards approaching, she completely lost control, convinced that Sanqian was forcing his way in just to be thrown out and humiliated again. Inside the car, she vented, saying she had already endured enough insults and didn't need another embarrassment added to the list. The atmosphere was filled with tension, but everything changed when the condominium guard not only opened the gate for Sanqian, but also saluted him with full respect. Chia was stunned. Without understanding anything, she fired off questions, suspicious that her husband had bribed the guard to get inside. Sanqian simply ignored her doubts and parked in front of a spectacular mansion. Chia froze in place. She knew that was the most exclusive area in the entire complex, where no one entered without the owner's permission. Then came the bombshell. Sanqian looked at her and announced that this was their new home. Even with her jaw practically on the floor, Chia couldn't process the information. Seeing that she still thought it was all a fantasy, the protagonist placed the key in her hand and told her to test it herself. Trembling with fear, she warned that if they were trespassing, the punishment would be severe. Sanqian just smiled, assuring her that the owner was standing right in front of her and wouldn't complain about anything. The key turned, and the door opened. Reality hit Chia with full force. As they stepped inside, Sanqian officially welcomed her to their new life. The biggest shock, however, came moments later. On the main wall hung their wedding portrait. Chia broke down. She remembered that photo had been taken 3 years earlier only because her grandmother forced them to do it, and she had looked miserable, clearly unhappy. She believed that picture had long since been thrown away, but Sanqian confessed that he had kept it all this time because it marked the moment they became husband and wife. Through tears, she asked him to remove the picture, claiming that her expression of disdain in the photo was obvious. With her eyes overflowing, she confronted her husband, wanting to understand why, after so much time and so much rejection visible in that image, he still insisted on treating it like a treasure. Chia couldn't hold back anymore. Between sobs, she poured everything out, asking why he treated her like a queen after so many years of neglect and humiliation on her part. Sanqian's answer was short and straight to the point. He took care of her simply because she was his wife. Without defenses left, Chia threw herself into his arms and begged him to get rid of that old, bitter photo. The plan now was different, to get married again and capture a moment of genuine happiness. Caught in the heat of the moment, she took the initiative and kissed him. The mood shifted instantly, and reality hit both of them. Radiant with joy, Sanqian confessed that it was his first kiss. Blushing with embarrassment, Chia admitted that it was her first time as well. Taking advantage of the opening, the protagonist teased that since they were going to renew their vows, they should also have a real first night. Embarrassment hit hard. Chia froze and ran off, locking herself in the bathroom, while Sanqian tried to figure out her sudden escape, teasing her from behind the door and inviting her to explore the rest of the mansion. Inside, the girl stared at herself in the mirror, panicking, convinced she had ruined her image as a serious woman by kissing him first. To make matters even worse and increase her embarrassment, Sankian delivered one final comment through the crack of the door, saying that the taste of her lipstick was addictive. Chia just wanted a hole to crawl into while he amused himself with her reaction. Sankian kept joking around, leaving Chia completely flustered until her phone suddenly exploded with calls. It was her mother, hysterical, shouting that the 15th had arrived and they still hadn't shown up. Screaming at the top of her lungs, the woman demanded to know where the new house was and ordered them to come back home immediately. To avoid trouble, Chia made up an excuse, saying she was working overtime and that Sankian was simply waiting for her. Deep down, she was already planning her move. She wouldn't reveal anything yet, ensuring that the surprise the next day would hit everyone like a punch to the gut. With the smile of someone holding a winning card, she thought about how all those who planned to humiliate them would soon be exposed. The next morning, a crowd gathered in front of the company, all invited to the so-called grand opening. The atmosphere was filled with pure mockery. Relatives and acquaintances, including Rao's father, tried to figure out what so many people were doing there. The Su family didn't miss the chance to spread their usual venom, doubting that Sankian had enough money to live in the same neighborhood as Tang. The grumpy old man of the family insisted it was impossible, calling Sankian and his father-in-law trash and claiming that poor people like them would never set foot in that condominium. His son, Long, went even further, making a dramatic scene and declaring that if Sankian really lived there, he would move out the very same day because he refused to be neighbors with an idiot. Tang tried to calm things down, reminding him that a house there cost millions and that it would be wiser to save his money. Meanwhile, the neighborhood women flattered Tang, saying he was lucky to have such a successful son, while he bragged confidently, certain that the humiliation show against Sankian was about to begin. The pretender kept up his arrogant performance, revealing that he was already packing his bags for a multinational company. The gossiping crowd was stunned. If he was already earning $1 million a year, the new offer sounded out of this world. With a smug smile, Long explained that his new destination was a subsidiary of the powerful Han family, the ones who basically owned everything in Yusheng. According to him, working there was the same as holding a passport to unlimited success. While he was bragging, the sound of an engine suddenly cut him off mid-speech. A luxury bus, accompanied by an impeccably dressed butler, pulled up right in front of the group. With perfect manners, the staff member politely invited everyone to board and visit Mr. Han's new residence. The shock hit instantly. Long and his father exchanged panicked glances. Renting transportation at that level wasn't something just anyone could afford. Whispers quickly spread. Some remembered that Chia was now leading major projects, but the math still didn't add up. There was no way she had enough time to stack that kind of money. Tang, sweating nervously, asked his son whether Sankian's house could possibly be better than theirs. Trying to keep his composure, Long insisted that the property he had given his father was top tier, located in the prestigious City of Clouds, and that it would be impossible for his rival to surpass that standard. The tension reached its peak when the bus finally came to a stop. Standing before the grand mansion of the Su villa, Chia's family fell into collective denial. No one believed she would dare siphon off that much company money to fund such luxury, and they were already starting to scheme about how they would demand answers in this new and unbelievable situation. Rao was boiling with jealousy, repeating like a broken record that it was impossible for that useless guy in Chia to be living in Mountain Villa. Beside him, the envious cousin was already plotting how to set Chia straight, claiming she was burning through the Su family's money. The villain declared that the party was over. Now that he was back in charge, she wouldn't be touching another cent. The woman added one final warning. If the family didn't stand with him, they would all be dragged down together. The tension climbed even higher when the group realized the bus was continuing toward the top of the mountain. People started whispering that the driver must be lost, because there was no way someone like Sankian could afford property in that area. That was when the butler calmly stepped in, confirming that the destination was correct and that Mr. Han was indeed waiting for them there. The shock was paralyzing. That location had the most expensive real estate per square foot in the entire city, where the land alone had sold for 100 million at auction, not even counting the astronomical renovation done by a mysterious figure known as the Master of Gold, whose identity remained unknown. Rao and his cousin panicked, convinced this was a trap set by Chia to frame them for trespassing. Desperate, Rao reminded everyone that security in that area was ruthless and that anyone who entered without an invitation would be in serious trouble. The Su family was already preparing to turn around and run before the police showed up, fully aware that not even their real estate company would have the power to save them. But before they could make a move, an Audi suddenly pulled up. Sankian and his family stepped out of the car as calm as could be. With a faint, ironic smile, the protagonist delivered the checkmate. He told them that since everyone had already made it there was no need to rush off. Sankian stepped forward with a relaxed smile, inviting everyone to come inside and make themselves at home. The atmosphere, already tense, exploded. Rao lunged at him, grabbing his collar and shouting that he had gone insane. In the villain's mind, this was a deadly trap. Sankian and Chia were leading the entire family straight to disaster by trespassing on private property. Chia's cousin jumped in as well, yelling that their plan was dirty and that they just wanted to see the family punished. With complete confidence, Sankian brushed Rao's hand away and spoke bluntly, asking whether the panic came from realizing the mansion was infinitely bigger than his, or from fear of losing their bet. Shaken and nearly in tears, Rao lashed out, screaming that if the family matriarch found out about this so-called invasion, Sankian would be finished. The rest of the group then turned their anger toward Chia's parents, accusing them of dragging everyone down into the mud with them. Annoyed by the chaos, Chia finally stepped in and put an end to it, stating firmly that she was simply entering her own home and saw no reason for such a dramatic scene. The jealous cousin burst into mocking laughter, claiming that Chia was nothing but a fraud, and that this level of luxury was not meant for people like her. To close the show once and for all, Chia pulled out the key and asked a simple question. If the house didn't belong to her and Sankian, then who else could it possibly belong to? Still convinced it was all a bluff, the rival challenged her to open the door. Chia didn't hesitate. She told everyone to keep their eyes wide open so they wouldn't come up with excuses later, then turned the key. The door opened. With a tone of absolute victory, she welcomed the guests inside. The silence that followed was deafening. Chia's cousin froze, stammering that even as a company executive, it was mathematically impossible for her to afford a place like that. The group, completely stunned, was finally forced to accept reality. They had not been lying, and the so-called family trash was now living at the very top of the world. The shock spread through everyone. The same gossipers who had been throwing insults just moments earlier were now drooling with envy, admitting that Sankian's once pitiful father-in-law had become the richest and luckiest man around. Even Long's girlfriend lost her patience and demanded answers, questioning how he could have the nerve to call Chia poor while standing in front of a mansion like that, trying to salvage what little pride he had left. Long stuttered that they must have borrowed the house from someone just to put on a show. His girlfriend fired back immediately, asking who in their right mind would lend a palace like that to people like them. Watching Sankian's calm smile, Long began to sweat. He wondered if the protagonist might actually be the mysterious master of gold everyone had been talking about, but quickly pushed the thought aside. In his mind, there was no way a so-called trash son-in-law could spend billions on a single property. The villain silently chewed on his anger. He had planned to use his new position in the company to corner Chia and force her into his bed, but that plan had completely fallen apart. How could he bargain with a woman who lived in a place worth more than the entire Su family fortune combined? Seizing the moment of triumph, Chia's mother told everyone to shut their mouths and stop drooling on the carpet, then invited the group inside for a full tour. Curious and humiliated, they all agreed, eager to see the forbidden luxury up close. Off to the side, Rao and his cousin tried to figure out what had gone wrong. Rao admitted he had no idea where all that money had come from. If it had been just a regular apartment, he could have accused her of embezzling company funds, but that villa was so outrageously expensive that even if Chia sold the entire Su family on the black market, the money still wouldn't come anywhere close to covering the cost of that front gate. It was then that Rao's cousin raised the possibility no one wanted to accept. What if Sankian was actually filthy rich? She reminded everyone that, at the engagement dinner years ago, nobody had taken the Han surname seriously. As panic spread among the jealous relatives, the guests suddenly changed their tone, rushing to congratulate Chia's parents on their extraordinary achievement. The mansion's decor became the highlight of the moment, a minimalist style that radiated pure class, proving that true luxury doesn't need flashy excess. In the center of the hall, Chia's parents, once humiliated, were now surrounded by flatterers. One guest even claimed that Sankian's father-in-law had always been low-key, but had finally revealed his true power by buying such a palace. Riding the wave of attention, Chia's mother decided to poke at her brother-in-law's sore spot. With sharp sarcasm, she remarked how unfortunate it was that the family matriarch wasn't present, especially since he himself had forbidden the old woman from accepting the invitation. The man fumed with rage, but Rao's father, just as jealous as his son, played his final card. He questioned whether the purchase was even real, reminding everyone that the property had been won at auction for an astronomical price they could never possibly afford. Chia's mother stood her ground immediately, confirming ownership and asking if he had a problem with their success. Rao jumped into the argument, spewing venom as he declared that that side of the family had always been broke and that no one there was stupid enough to believe billions had magically appeared out of nowhere. The tension snapped. Rao's father shoved his sister-in-law aside and lunged at his brother, demanding to know what illegal scheme they were hiding. Chia's mother refused to back down and told the relative to calm himself, warning that in her house no one would throw their weight around or try to humiliate them. That was when Rao and his cousin, wearing cynical smiles, demanded a logical explanation. Either the money had fallen from the sky, or Chia had been getting financial support in some shady way from powerful men behind the scenes. With a crooked grin, Rao decided to sink even lower. He suggested that Chia had earned that fortune by selling her own body to wealthy elites. The room instantly grew heavy with tension. Sankian, who had been quietly observing until then, shot the blonde man a deadly glare, while Chia's mother exploded in anger, ordering him to shut his mouth and stop spreading disgusting lies about their own family. The villain refused to back down. He challenged his aunt to prove where the money came from if it wasn't from some illegal deal. Cornered and unwilling to reveal the truth about Sankian, Chia's mother blurted out the first excuse that came to mind. She claimed everything came from a secret inheritance left by the late family patriarch to compensate them for all their suffering. Chia tried to step in, shocked by her mother's lie, but Sankian simply watched the scene unfold with a subtle smile. The crowd immediately started buzzing. How could a man who had been dead for so long leave behind a fortune of that size? The pressure intensified as everyone demanded to know how they had paid for luxury cars in that cinematic mansion. Tang and his son Long watched the chaos unfold with satisfaction, clearly enjoying the embarrassment. Losing her patience, Chia's mother shouted that the money was none of anyone's business. She made up another detail, claiming the grandfather had felt so sorry for Chia being forced to marry a useless man like Sankian that he had left her a massive sum as compensation, but with one condition: the money could only be accessed after 3 years. That, according to her, was why they had struggled through hardship all that time. Chia's uncle began to bite the bait, recalling that their father really had favored his younger son. He demanded to know the exact amount of the so-called inheritance. Without blinking, Chia's mother raised her hand and declared, 100 million. The hall fell silent. Everyone stood there in shock at the staggering figure, while she wrapped up her performance by saying that was the only reason they were now living at the top of Mountain Villa. Her lie fit perfectly. The guests now believed that the couple had endured 3 years of absolute poverty just to honor the rule of a secret inheritance and finally buy luxury cars in the mansion. While Sanchian's mother-in-law mocked her brother-in-law, laughing in his face and bragging about living in luxury with those 100 million, Chia watched her husband with a heavy heart. She couldn't understand how Sankian could stand there silently, letting her mother take all the credit for the fortune he had earned himself. When Lin, humiliated and boiling with jealousy, stormed off toward the restroom, Sankian's mother-in-law immediately saw through the move. He was rushing to call the family matriarch to try to turn the situation around. Left alone for a moment, Chia confronted the protagonist. She was furious that he allowed her mother to brag at his expense. Sankian, as calm as ever, simply shrugged and explained that his mother-in-law's lie was actually helping them. No one would believe a useless son-in-law had that kind of wealth, so the inheritance story prevented dangerous questions and solved the problem. Feeling ashamed of her family's behavior, Chia apologized on her mother's behalf. Sankian took the opportunity and, while hugging her, suggested there was a better way for her to make it up to him. He could finally stop sleeping on the floor. Catching her breath and regaining her composure, Chia quickly shut the moment down with a playful remark, saying the living room in their new mansion was huge and he would be perfectly comfortable sleeping there. The brief peace ended when Lin returned from the restroom wearing a vengeful smile. He announced that Grandma was already on her way and wanted immediate answers about what was going on. Without losing her confidence, Sankian's mother-in-law fired back that the money didn't belong to the old woman and that she wasn't afraid of anyone's glare, keeping her mocking tone as the final confrontation with the matriarch drew closer. Tang Lao was in full panic mode. He knew he had zero authority in that mansion, and if he tried to push past the security guards to bring the matriarch inside, he would be thrown out along with her. Seeing his desperation, Jianglan wasted no time and unleashed her anger on Han Sanqian, ordering the trash to go fix the situation. Xia and Sanqian hurried to the entrance. Both tried to be polite, but the old woman, arrogant as ever, didn't even look at them. The only thing that mattered to her was knowing where Guiyao was. She was furious because her son had not personally escorted her to the grand opening of Mountain Villa. Xia tried to come up with an excuse, saying that her father was busy welcoming important guests, but the grandmother refused to listen. In her mind, that house existed only because of the money left by her late husband, and everything that belonged to the Su family rightfully belonged to her. Hearing that absurd claim, Sanqian immediately figured out the old woman's plan. She wanted to seize the property. Rage boiled inside him. He had given that palace to He Xia, and he wasn't about to let anyone lay their hands on it. But before he could react, the grandmother looked at him with contempt and complained about the steep climb. Without the slightest shame, she demanded that he carry her on his back up the hill. She had tried to stop the humiliation, but Sanqian, keeping up the image of the submissive son-in-law, accepted the burden. As they climbed, the old woman kept shouting threats, warning him not to take a wrong step or slow down before reaching the top. Jia watched the scene with a knot in her stomach. Realizing that her grandmother was fully convinced the money used to buy the mansion belonged to her, completely ignoring the fact that Sanqian was the real investor. When they reached the door, Tang Lao and his father were already waiting, ready to kiss the matriarch's boots. The old woman stepped into the mansion in awe, admiring the luxury while silently speaking to her late husband in her thoughts. She thanked him for the fortune, but still carried a trace of resentment. She couldn't understand why he had trusted so much money to Guiyao instead of placing it directly in her hands. Grandma settled onto the couch as if she owned the place and, without any hesitation, ordered Jia's father to throw all the guests out. The atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Embarrassed, Guiyao's friends quickly made excuses and left, realizing the celebration had turned into a full-blown family showdown. Outside, the bitterness kept flowing. Tang Lao and his son Tang Long stormed out in frustration. The young man, furious at the old woman's arrogance, swore he would make her life difficult once he rose higher in his new influential company. His father, however, could only grumble about the family's luck, convinced that the late grandfather had left them a hidden fortune. For long, what hurt the most was seeing Han Sanqian living in luxury like a freeloader, but he comforted himself with the thought that, now working for the powerful Han family, he would use that prestige to humiliate his rival across the entire city. Back inside, the interrogation began. The matriarch, eyes burning with anger, demanded that Guoyao explain the origin of the mansion. When Jianglan tried to step in, she was immediately shut down. The old woman snapped that she didn't speak to people of her level. Pressured and cornered, Xia's father stuck to the lie, claiming that the late patriarch had secretly given him 100 million to compensate for having a useless son-in-law and to balance things out. Grandma, however, didn't buy the story about generosity. In her mind, if the money came from her late husband, then the house didn't belong to Guoyao, it belonged to the family estate, or more precisely, to her. Jianglan lost her temper and shouted that the money had been a direct gift and that the villa was their property. The old woman then made a cynical proposal. If the house belonged to the family, it should be divided among all relatives. Jianglan fired back at the top of her lungs, making it clear that the mansion was not a cake to be sliced up, which pushed the matriarch's fury to its limit. Jianglan went straight to the point and declared that the old woman had no authority there. That was when Han Sanqian decided to step in, his calm tone carrying a hint of provocation. He said he wouldn't stop the family from moving into the mansion, but he set one condition: the grandmother would have to formally ask permission from He Xia. The old woman felt the blow and, seething with rage, demanded to know whether her son-in-law was trying to lecture her. Sanqian didn't even blink. He calmly replied that he was simply trying to prevent her from embarrassing herself, because if Xia's family refused to cooperate with the matriarch, things could get ugly. He also reminded her that the rules at Mountain Villa were strict and that any mistake would come with serious consequences. With a challenging stare, he asked whether she could guarantee that none of her useless relatives would cause trouble. The living room erupted into chaos. The obnoxious cousin jumped forward, pointing a finger and yelling for the trash to shut up. The rest of the relatives joined in, reminding Sanqian that his place was at the very bottom of the Su family hierarchy. The grandmother, banging her cane against the floor, spat out her verdict. She had never planned to share the house with anyone, and since the money came from her late husband, the villa belonged to her. End of discussion. As Zia's parents exchanged desperate glances, realizing their inheritance lie had spiraled out of control, Sanghyun finally lost his patience. He pointed straight at the old woman and asked the question that stunned everyone in the room. "What authority do you think you have to live here?" The silence that followed was deafening. No one could believe his audacity. The uncle and cousin rushed forward, grabbing Sanghyun by the collar and demanding to know if he had lost his mind, since the money belonged to Grandma. Even the cousin joined the attack, ordering him to get out immediately. In the middle of the chaos, the old woman told them to release him and, in a dark tone, demanded an answer. Why wouldn't she be qualified to live in that house? Straightening his posture, the protagonist spoke without mercy. He called out the old woman's hypocrisy, reminding her how she had ignored her own granddaughter for the past 3 years. He threw it in her face that during all that time, she had protected Rao's worthless behavior while treating Xia like a complete stranger. His voice echoed through the room, heavy with conviction. He exposed how the matriarch had covered for that scoundrel even after he plotted something that nearly cost Xia her life. To her granddaughter's feelings had never mattered. His conclusion was blunt. She had no moral right to be there, let alone to rule the house. Grandma exploded with rage, trying to fire back while the cousins watched in shock. Xia, on the other hand, felt her heart warm as she saw her husband standing up for her without hesitation, completely out of control. The old woman shouted that he should not confuse freedom with respect and threatened to expel him from the Su family lineage on the spot. The rest of the family, acting like background noise, began mocking him, saying that in his place they would have disappeared out of shame long ago. The jealous cousin piled on, immediately suggesting divorce, claiming he would never respect the family. Xia couldn't take it anymore and stepped forward to defend her partner. She made it crystal clear that the marriage belonged to her and that no one else would dictate the rules. The grandmother then delivered her ultimatum. She demanded an immediate separation and challenged her granddaughter to defy her. Without backing down even an inch, Xia shouted that she would not obey. The tension became so intense that the old woman jumped to her feet, knocking over her own cane. She lost control, screaming that the two of them had become rebellious now that they had grown bold. Trembling with rage, she stormed off and called for Rao to follow her. The loyal lackey hurried after her, spewing venom and insisting that Xia had lost her mind, doubling down on the lie that the protagonist only wanted to steal their family fortune. The old woman looks at Xia with contempt and delivers the final blow, making it clear that under her roof, her granddaughter would never become the president of the company. Without wasting a second, she orders them to contact Zhongyang immediately to close new deals. Rao rushes off, thrilled inside because his plan to take down his rival was finally working. As the dust settles, Xia's mother shows up with unlimited audacity, announcing that she has already chosen the best room in the mansion for herself and her husband. Xia is outraged and reminds her that it is the master suite, questioning where she and the protagonist are supposed to stay. With shocking cynicism, her mother suggests that they find any other corner of the house, since the place is huge. The father, another fool, jumps right in and starts carrying the luggage, telling his daughter to stop being selfish. He uses the most ridiculous argument in the world, saying that since they are old, they need a giant bedroom so they will not bump into each other. The protagonist simply watches the scene with a faint smirk, while Xia fires back, pointing out that in their old house, the bedroom was tiny and they never had that problem. After her parents leave, Xia tries to smooth things over and excuse their behavior, but her husband cuts the conversation short. He says he does not care about the location as long as he can share the same bed with her. He tries to act playful, joking that even the maid's room would be perfect if they were together, but Xia immediately shuts him down, telling him to go live there alone if he is so excited. Moments later, she changes her tone and seriously asks how much money he still has in his account, worried about the future. When questioned about how he managed to buy that mansion, the protagonist smiles and jokes that the price of the property was nothing more than pocket change to him. Xia does not buy the story and calls him ridiculous, arguing that no one in the world receives millions as an allowance. He simply shrugs, saying it is unfortunate that the truth sounds like a lie, but he does not push the topic any further. Seeing that her husband spent a fortune on the house, she becomes concerned about his financial future, and promises that if he ever goes broke, she will step up and support him. Completely touched, he thanks her and reminds her that since she is the key figure in the company's project, his livelihood is basically secured in her hands. Xia, however, snaps back to reality and shows fear. She knows her grandmother is vindictive and that her position at work might be hanging by a thread. The protagonist reassures his wife with total confidence, insisting that the partnership exists because of her and that no one will be able to remove her. The next day, the matriarch goes on the offensive and meets with the investor, Mr. Zhang, showering him with compliments to gain his trust. When the businessman asks the reason for the visit, she gets straight to the point. She wants to change the management of the partnership. She tries to undermine her granddaughter, claiming that Xia is too limited and could end up slowing down the business. Zhang attempts to stay diplomatic and remarks that although Xia was not a genius at the beginning, she learns quickly and is extremely dedicated. The old woman refuses to give up and insists that effort has its limits and that, for the good of the project, the ideal move would be to put someone more capable in charge. Seizing the opportunity, the jealous cousin jumps into the conversation, assuring everyone that even though he was not part of the project from the start, he knows every detail and is the perfect choice to take her place. The cousin launches into an arrogant speech, trying to sell himself to the investor. He guarantees that he would absorb the project quickly, using the argument that he holds a high level of influence within the corporation. In his mind, that supposed superiority made him the ideal option to replace the girl and speed up development. The businessman taps his fingers on the table, carefully weighing every word. Without showing any emotion, he completely flips the situation. He states out loud that if the protagonist does not have real authority to make final decisions in the company, then the partnership is seriously at risk. He stands up and announces that he will reconsider the agreement, explaining that he believed the girl had genuine authority, not that she was merely a powerless figurehead. The matriarch freezes on the spot. Desperate not to lose the contract, she tries to patch things up, claiming she was only concerned about her granddaughter's limitations and begging him not to look for other suppliers. The investor does not buy the excuse and remains ruthless. He cuts her off, revealing that keeping the protagonist in her position is a direct and absolute order from the top executive of his company. No one would change the leadership under any circumstances. To make matters worse, the businessman points directly at the cousin and verbally tears him apart. He declares that he has already investigated the young man's entire background and publicly exposes him, labeling him as useless and pathetic. Panic takes over the old woman, who completely loses control and starts screaming for her grandson to fix the disaster immediately. The young man collapses to his knees on the spot, banging his head on the floor while begging for mercy, promising that they would never again interfere with the project's leadership. Cold and unshaken, the investor questions what benefit there would be in not canceling everything, since the girl's lack of autonomy had been dragging the schedule down. Totally cornered, the matriarch finally gives up. She screams in desperation that she will hand over full authority of the project to her granddaughter, and that from now on, the girl will have complete control to make any decision without consulting anyone. Even with that promise of surrender, the man declares that her words have no value, turns his back, and walks away, leaving the two of them completely humiliated. Before throwing them out of his office, the investor warns that the final verdict is now in the hands of his superior and orders them to get out. The shock hits instantly. The cousin falls into total despair, demanding a solution from the matriarch, since losing the contract would mean the complete collapse of the Sioux Corporation. With no options left, the old woman explodes and shifts the responsibility onto the girl's shoulders, claiming that their only hope now is to pray that she can fix the disaster. She also takes the chance to lash out at her grandson, warning that if he does not learn to be useful, his dream of inheriting the presidency will end right there. While chaos consumes the two of them, upstairs, the protagonist watches everything unfold. The investor approaches and reports the humiliation, confirming that the young man crawled on his knees and that the matriarch finally surrendered full control of the project to the granddaughter. Satisfied, the protagonist simply remarks that it is a shame the old woman did not kiss the floor as well, then gives a new order. The businessman must keep pressuring the family so they truly feel that the girl is the only piece holding that entire empire together. Later on, the atmosphere at the Sioux family headquarters turns into a full-blown tribunal. Relatives surround the matriarch, demanding explanations for her failure in trying to replace the project leader when the business partner's position had been clear from the very beginning. With no authority left, the old woman swallows her pride, admits her miscalculation, and declares that everyone's fate now depends entirely on her granddaughter. The tension reaches its peak when the young woman walks into the meeting room with a defeated expression. The entire family rushes toward her, desperate for good news. However, she throws cold water on everyone, revealing that she spent the entire day trying to reach the investor, calling non-stop and even going to his company, only to be completely ignored. Instead of offering support, the old woman loses control again, screaming and accusing her granddaughter of not putting in enough effort. Exhausted from being unfairly blamed, the girl slams her briefcase onto the floor, ready for a confrontation. The protagonist can no longer tolerate the hypocrisy and explodes in front of everyone. She throws it back in her grandmother's face, saying she spent the day being humiliated, stuck in the reception area of the partner company, and kicked out like she was nothing. Boiling with anger, she makes it crystal clear, if the situation has reached this critical point, the blame lies entirely with the old woman and Rao's schemes. She ends the argument by saying that since they ruined everything, they should fix the mess themselves. Shock spreads through the room. The entire family falls silent, and the matriarch, feeling the weight of the potential losses, lowers her guard. She changes her tone and appeals to emotion, claiming that the survival of the Su family line now rests entirely in her granddaughter's hands. Jia, still furious, keeps her composure and assures them that because she also carries the family name, she will do everything in her power to keep the empire from collapsing. Sensing that her granddaughter has softened, the old woman officially declares the decision. From that moment on, Jia has full authority over the project, and everyone there must obey her without question. With no other choice, even her biggest rivals, the cousin and his father, pretend to accept defeat, hoping only that she can save the multi-million-dollar contract. But the truce is nothing more than a facade. Later, at home, the cousin is boiling with rage. He refuses to accept that Sia now lives in a luxury mansion and still holds power within the company. His father fuels the resentment, complaining that they have lost their influence within the family. The young man begs for a plan to regain control, but his father shuts him down with a harsh warning. He did not come there to help with reckless schemes, but to deliver a serious message. If the son causes any trouble now and the deal collapses, all of them will end up broke. The blonde man remains furious, but the jealous cousin suddenly appears with a sinister look in her eyes. She interrupts the atmosphere of defeat and assures them that there is still a way to bring the protagonist down. The scheming cousin drops a bombshell. The mysterious suitor who sent that extremely expensive bridal gift could be their salvation. She convinces him that if they find this wealthy magnate, the Su family will gain such a powerful ally that their current partnership will become worthless. That way, they would no longer have to bow to anyone, especially not to Xia. The young man takes the bait immediately. He begins plotting, remembering that Xia is the only married woman in the family, which means the gift must have been intended for another single woman in the lineage. He decides to mobilize his contacts to track down the rich man, thinking that if this investor puts money directly into his hands, he can reclaim the top position in the company and push his rival aside. Inside the car, the protagonist notices the heavy mood and asks who the fool of the day was that left his wife in such a state. Xia vents her frustration, explaining that her grandmother and cousin ruined everything with the investor and that now the man refuses to answer her calls, completely freezing the project. Her husband pretends to be concerned, commenting that his so-called old classmate, the contact who made everything possible, is out of town, which makes any help impossible at the moment. Desperate under the pressure, Xia begs for a solution. That is when she plays her final card. She promises that if he manages to fix this mess, she will finally allow him to sleep in the same bed with her. The reaction is instant. The man slams on the brakes, almost causing an accident, and immediately changes his tone. Suddenly energized, he guarantees that he will find a way to solve the problem right away. She quickly realizes the trick and smacks him on the head, questioning the blatant lie about his so-called friend being out of town. With a wide grin from ear to ear, he admits that for the chance to sleep beside his wife, he would move heaven and earth. Xia, still annoyed, realizes that he staged the entire situation just to get what he wanted. The welcome at home turns into a complete disaster. The living room is packed with tacky and cheap-looking vases, creating a shocking visual mess. Her mother-in-law, extremely proud, struts around the room bragging about her so-called good taste and how the mansion had finally come to life. Xia cannot hold back and explodes on the spot. She demands to know where all that junk came from, but her mother, completely clueless, fires back that she paid for everything out of her own pocket. The tension rises when the daughter shouts that the woman is turning a luxury property worth a fortune into a storage room full of useless trinkets. The old woman responds with sarcasm, saying that if Xia finds everything so ugly, she should just open her wallet and give her more money to buy designer items. Furious at her mother's lack of sense, the young woman storms off, stomping away while listening to complaints that the house belonged to her and she could decorate it however she wanted. That leaves San to deal with the situation. His mother-in-law corners him, demanding his opinion about the new look of the living room. Trying to avoid trouble, he gives a neutral answer, saying that the most important thing is that she feels satisfied. It does not help. The woman explodes in anger, throwing it in his face that she endured 3 years of humiliation because of his poverty and that now she demands compensation. Shia's father, sensing danger, tries to step in. He reminds his wife that the mansion cost a staggering $100 million, an enormous amount of money, and that she should calm down. Instead, it only pours fuel on the fire. She screams that she does not care where the money came from, but from now on, San will have a mandatory allowance to pay, $10,000 every month, deposited directly into her account to fund her comfortable lifestyle. San, no longer the passive man he used to be, delivers a decisive response. He makes it clear that out of respect for Xia, she can continue living under the same roof, but the days of controlling him are over. With a cold and direct tone, he warns that she can dream about his fortune all she wants, but she will never see a single cent of it. Sanqian's stance leaves his in-laws completely stunned. They have never seen their son-in-law stand up to anyone like that. As he walks upstairs, Zhanglan is boiling with rage, whispering to her husband that the young man is getting out of line and that she will deal with him soon enough. Her plan for revenge is suddenly interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. A group of stern-looking men storms into the living room. They are staff members from the management of the luxury condominium. Without hesitation, they issue a direct order. Everything that is cheap and tacky must be removed immediately. Zhanglan completely loses control. She screams that the house belongs to her and that no one will touch her vases. As the security staff move forward, she notices Sanqian watching the scene and desperately begs him to intervene, calling it daylight robbery since she had spent her own money on those items. With an icy stare, Sanqian dropped the bomb. He was the one who had called the staff to clear everything out. The old woman nearly had a heart attack. She demanded to know if he really had the nerve to disrespect her effort like that. With a faint smirk, he confirmed that yes, he despised every single cent spent on that tacky mess. Completely out of control, she ordered him to tell the men to put everything back. Sanqian did not even blink. He challenged his mother-in-law, asking what she would do if he refused to obey. The warning was short and blunt. If she tried to move a single piece of furniture without permission, the consequences would be severe. Even Xia's father was dragged into the situation as he tried to hide quietly in a corner. Sanqian ordered him to control his wife and delivered his final message before walking away. The house had an owner, and no one would move a finger there without his authorization. Zhanglan, furious, tried to shout something back, but the atmosphere had already completely shifted. Zhanglan refused to accept the reality check. In her mind, Sanqian was only acting like an arrogant snob because he now owned a mansion. Boiling with rage, she ordered her husband to put the bastard back in his place and show who was truly in charge of the family. But to her surprise, the old man finally lost his patience. He told her to stop being irrational before she created an even bigger problem. The woman snapped, lunging at him with slaps, screaming that she was older and deserved respect. While taking the hits, Shia's father stated the obvious. The house belonged to Sanqian, purchased with his own money. When she tried to strike again, he grabbed her arm firmly. He called her by name and asked if she had gone blind. The warning was clear. The Sanqian of today was not the same doormat he used to be. Zhanglan, stubborn as ever, fired back that he was still a useless piece of trash. Her husband delivered the checkmate. That so-called useless man was the legal owner on the title. If he wanted, he could throw her out onto the street at that very moment, and she would have no rights to anything. Reality finally hit her, but in the worst possible way. Instead of waking up, she immediately began plotting a way to transfer the property into her daughter's name. She stormed off, stomping her feet, swearing she would never be evicted and that the final word in that house would always be hers. Her husband could only sigh, wondering why he still wasted time defending someone so unreasonable. The next day, Sanqian was in a completely different mood. With such a massive mansion, he realized he needed professional help to keep everything in order. As he considered hiring someone for cleaning and cooking, chaos suddenly erupted outside. Shouting echoed through the neighborhood. A blonde woman was screaming at the top of her lungs, accusing one of the cleaners of being a filthy thief. The accusation was serious. The worker had supposedly cleaned the house and taken gold and silver jewelry, and now the cleaning company was washing its hands of the situation. The tension rose quickly, and a full-blown scene was unfolding in the street. The commotion continued. Ignoring the blonde woman's yelling, Sanqian bent down to help the cleaner who was being humiliated on the ground. The furious blonde started screaming, demanding to know if he had any idea who she was, proudly flaunting her status as the so-called old lady Dino Chung, claiming that lowly people like him should not even dare to look at her. Sanqian did not react. He completely ignored the woman and calmly told the cleaner not to be afraid and to explain what had happened. Enraged at being ignored, the blonde woman lashed out and tried to kick him in the back. With a quick reflex, Sankian simply deflected her foot with a light motion, causing her to lose balance and fall onto the ground, dramatically crying about how he dared to attack her. The cleaner, terrified, begged Sankian to leave before he got hurt. Calmly, he revealed that he was actually looking for a housekeeper, and that if she could prove her innocence, the job would be hers. Meanwhile, the blonde woman on the ground kept screaming threats of revenge, promising she would make him kneel and beg for forgiveness. With a faint smile, Sankian replied that he was in a good mood and would wait to see how she planned to do that. 10 minutes later, the tension intensified. The blonde woman's husband arrived, pushing people aside, accompanied by 2 bulky security guards. She ran straight to him, shamelessly lying that Sankian had slapped her across the face. Furious, the man called the protagonist trash and demanded to know if he had a death wish. The neighbors froze when they recognized him. He was Lil Gang, a well-known gangster in the area, which explained his wife's arrogance. Feeling victorious, the blonde woman demanded that Sankian kneel down and lick her shoes as an apology. Lil Gang stepped forward, ready to settle the score. Lil Gang loomed over Sankian, repeating his wife's order. He was to lick her shoes until they shined if he wanted to walk away alive. With that cold, mocking tone, Sankian simply asked if that was all he wanted. The cleaner, desperate, kept begging him to run before he got seriously hurt. Ignoring the warnings, Sankian went straight to the point. With a swift movement, he kicked the blonde woman's shoe right in front of her husband. She collapsed onto the ground, screaming in pain, while Lil Gang, stunned by the audacity, charged forward. The fight lasted less than 2 seconds. Sankian delivered a precise kick that sent the gangster crashing to the ground. The entire neighborhood froze. No one could believe that the so-called feared Lil Gang had been taken down so easily. The gangster's men were about to rush in and attack when 3 figures suddenly pushed through the crowd. It was Yang and his crew. The moment Yang saw Sankian, he smiled, amused by the coincidence. He explained that he had been passing by to handle some business, heard the noise of the fight, and decided to join the fun, never expecting to find the boss there. Lil Gang, crawling and crying, begged Yang to teach the arrogant man a lesson. The twist came instantly. Yang gave the order, and his men started beating Lil Gang mercilessly on the spot. The gangster took blow after blow without understanding what was happening, screaming for forgiveness and asking what he had done wrong. Yang stepped closer and delivered the truth. Sankian was like a brother to him. Who did Lil Gang think he was to mess with someone of that level? With his face swollen and on his knees, the gangster crawled to Sankian's feet, begging for his life and swearing he had no idea about his connection with Yang. Calm and composed, Sankian turned to the cleaner and commented that his friends were far more efficient than that second-rate gang. He assured her that she no longer needed to fear anyone. The street turned into a public courtroom. With Lil Gang beaten and humiliated, the arrogant blonde woman completely lost her confidence. Desperate, she tried to maintain her lie, shouting that the cleaner was the only one to blame and that she herself was innocent. Sankian, with a gaze sharp enough to cut through the air, ordered her to be quiet and gave the worker space to speak. Without fear, the older woman revealed the truth. She had seen the blonde lady secretly bringing a young man into the house. That lover was the one who took the opportunity to steal the jewelry and run away in panic when he realized he might be caught. The blonde woman completely lost control, desperately denying the affair while panicking inside, realizing that she had indeed paid the man, but never imagined he would end up robbing her. Upon hearing that he was being cheated on and financially supporting a lover, Lil Gang jumped to his feet. He forgot all about the pain from the beating and unleashed his anger on his wife with a hard slap. He shouted that she was ungrateful, using his money to go out with other men, and threatened to end her right there on the spot. Before the mobster could completely lose control, Sankian stepped in. With authority, he stopped the fight and reminded Lil Gang that he still owed a debt of respect to the cleaning lady, who had been the only one to tell the truth. The protagonist then gave the final order. The blonde woman would have to kneel and beg the lady for forgiveness before he himself lost his patience. Humiliated and with no way out, the woman threw herself at the cleaning lady's feet, apologizing for making false accusations without any proof. Relieved and with tears welling up in her eyes, the lady thanked Sankian, acknowledging that without his intervention, her name would have been stained forever by a crime she did not commit. The situation was settled. Sankian brushed off the gratitude, saying the lady was not at fault for anything, but he took the opportunity to make an offer. He needed a trustworthy housekeeper for his new mansion, and if she was willing, the job was hers. The woman could hardly believe her luck and accepted on the spot, beaming with joy. Before they left, Yang pointed out that there was still the matter of deciding Lil Gang's fate. The mobster, who was already pale with fear, breathed a sigh of relief when Sankian closed the case, saying there was no need to lay a hand on him anymore. When they arrived at the gates of the mountain villa, Aunt Ray was in shock. She had never imagined that her new boss lived in the most luxurious place in the city. Sankian, with a calm smile, asked her not to call him boss, just by his name. When he introduced himself, her reaction was pure astonishment. She asked if he was really the famous Han Sankian. Feeling a bit awkward, he joked that he did not realize his reputation in Yuncheng was so big that even a stranger would recognize him. Embarrassed, the lady apologized repeatedly for the surprise, but Sankian reassured her, saying he was already used to the gossip. His final warning came lightly. If she called him boss again, he would cancel the job offer. As soon as they stepped inside the house, the welcome committee was already waiting. Zhang Lan, with her usual sour expression, immediately went on the attack. She demanded to know where he had been, why he took so long, and most importantly, who that strange woman was that he had brought in from the street. Without even bothering to look at his mother-in-law, Sankian went straight to the point. That was Ms. Ri, the new person responsible for keeping the house clean and food on the table. That was enough to make the old woman start yelling, complaining that he was becoming too arrogant and making decisions on his own. Zhang Lan's patience had limits, and she immediately started her interrogation, shouting at the top of her lungs. Furious, she was outraged that Sankian had not consulted the lady of the house before hiring someone. According to her, if her son-in-law was too lazy to cook, she could take over the kitchen herself. Anything to avoid having a stranger walking around the house. Sankian, not wanting to waste his breath, simply agreed. He turned to Aunt Ray and explained that since his mother-in-law was so willing to cook, the housekeeper's duty would be only to keep the mansion spotless. The lady stood there confused, caught in the middle of the crossfire. Zhang Lan, dripping with spite, looked the employee up and down, questioning whether she even had the qualifications to eat food in the house of a lady like her. The financial interrogation came right after. The old woman demanded to know the salary amount and whether the family's money was being wasted on people like her. With a look that would make anyone back down, Sankian cut the conversation short. He guaranteed that she would not spend a single cent of her own money to pay the employee. Ignoring the grumbling, he led Aunt Ray to one of the guest rooms and announced that it would be her new bedroom. That was the spark for another outburst. Jiang Lan shouted that a maid should stay in the servants' quarters and that the guest room was far too luxurious. Sankian did not back down an inch. Looking straight at the housekeeper, he reaffirmed that he was the owner of that mansion and that as long as he was there, she would stay in that room. He made it clear, if anyone bothered her, she should call him immediately. As soon as Sankian left, the witch showed her claws. To mark her territory, Zhang Lan began spitting watermelon seeds all over the living room floor. In an authoritarian tone, she ordered Aunt Ray to clean the mess immediately, humiliating the woman by saying she must have had terrible luck in her past life to end up there. The final warning came with a threat. Any mistake, no matter how small, would be grounds for immediate dismissal. The Cold War inside the mountain villa was just beginning. The tension in the mansion only got worse. Furious over Sankian's boldness, Zhang Lan acted as if the property deed were in her name. Aunt Ray, trying to keep the peace, assured her that she would do her best and that the lady of the house could point out any dirt and it would be cleaned right away. That only gave the wicked woman another chance to show her arrogance, questioning whether the housekeeper was blind for not seeing the trash she herself had just thrown on the floor. Before leaving, she even threatened to cut the lady's salary in half if she found a single speck of dust when she returned. Far from home, the scene shifted. Jinglan was at the peak of her narcissism, showing off in front of her friends and being pampered for living in the mountain villa. With an air of superiority, she complained about the hard work of taking care of such a large mansion, shamelessly lying that she had hired a housekeeper and was paying 1,000 Ries per month out of her own pocket. While the group of ladies melted with envy, an imposing figure appeared on the horizon. A blonde woman, surrounded by an army of burly bodyguards, walked straight toward them. Jianglan's friends were stunned by such a display of wealth, commenting that this was the true level of luxury they dreamed of having. The surprise turned into panic when the stranger stopped right in front of them. With an icy stare, the blonde asked who among them was Jiang Lan. The moment the witch identified herself, the response came without warning, a sharp slap that left everyone frozen in shock. Dazed and unable to understand why she had just been attacked by a stranger, Jiang Lan tried to stammer out a question, but she was silenced by a second strike, even stronger, that sent her straight to the ground. Her friends watched everything, paralyzed with fear. The attacker, in a voice that allowed no argument, delivered the ultimatum. Her name was Shishu, and the message was simple. From now on, Zhang Lan needed to stay in her place and stop trying to stand out, or the consequences would be far worse. The public humiliation scene ended with a final warning. Shishu shouted that if Jiang Lan ever bothered the wrong people again, the regret would be bitter. As soon as the blonde woman and her army of bodyguards walked away, Jiang Lan's so-called friends started interrogating her, shocked by the violence. They questioned whether her family had gotten involved with people far too powerful, since that woman was clearly not someone ordinary. Foaming with rage and with her face still burning, the wicked woman muttered that if she ever got the chance, she would rip the attacker's jaw off with a counterattack. When she returned to the mansion, Jiang Lan unleashed all her hatred on the housekeeper. Even though Aunt Ray insisted that she had already cleaned the living room 3 times, the witch started yelling about invisible dirt. She shoved the woman violently, ordering her to get out of the house immediately. While the poor housekeeper begged for a second chance, Zia's father showed up, completely confused by the commotion. Noticing his wife's swollen face, he demanded to know who had hit her. With outrageous cynicism, Jiang Lan pointed at Aunt Ray, claiming that the employee hired by her son-in-law was the culprit. The coward, without questioning the blatant lie, rushed toward the woman and slapped her across the face, demanding that she leave for having dared to lay hands on the lady of the house. In tears, Aunt Ray tried to defend herself, asking why Jiang Lan was inventing such a terrible accusation. But the husband, acting like a complete fool, shouted that he was not stupid and that the bruises on his wife's face had not appeared on their own. To him, the easiest explanation was to blame the defenseless maid. The atmosphere in the mansion was pure hypocrisy. Sitting on the couch with an air of superiority, the mother-in-law delivered her ultimatum. If the housekeeper could not handle the pressure, then she should leave, because nobody there needed her. To complete the humiliation, her husband shoved the woman hard, telling her to get out right away. Shaken, Aunt Ri simply apologized for the trouble and began gathering her belongings, while hearing the father-in-law grumble that it was outrageous for a maid to attack her employer. Sankian arrived with his wife and immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he saw his in-laws relaxing on the couch and Aunt Ri coming down the stairs with her bags and a marked face, he demanded an explanation. The father-in-law, trying to maintain the lie, claimed that the woman hired by Sankian was dangerous and had attacked the mother-in-law. The housekeeper, wanting to avoid further conflict, thanked Sankian for his help and said it would be better for her to leave, but he grabbed her arm. The protagonist was direct. If she did not tell the truth, he would not be able to protect her. He reminded her of the hardships she would face outside, unemployed and with a daughter to support, especially with a false accusation hanging over her head. Shaken, the woman gave in and revealed that she had nothing to do with it. When her employer arrived home that afternoon, her face was already like that. With an ironic smile, Sankian looked at his mother-in-law and solved the mystery out loud. He suggested that either she had hurt herself or she had been beaten by someone on the street and decided to blame an innocent person to avoid embarrassment. The old woman exploded with rage at his boldness. For the first time, Sankian lost his composure, shouted her name, and warned that his patience had reached its limit. The mother-in-law jumped to her feet, outraged at being called by her name and demanding the respect she had never given. In the middle of the chaos, Sankian's wife tried to figure out who had really hit her mother and why she was lying about the employee. Even the husband, seeing the situation closing in on them, began pressuring her to reveal who had truly left that mark on her face. The scene turned into a cheap theater performance. Realizing the lie was falling apart, the mother-in-law threw herself onto the couch and started throwing a tantrum, whining that her own husband preferred to believe a servant over her. Sankian did not fall for the drama and delivered checkmate. He announced that he would request the security camera footage from the condominium. There, the truth would be revealed, whether she had been hid inside the house or out on the street. Cornered by technology, she finally admitted that it was not Aunt Ri, but she kept up the act, asking whether her son-in-law was going to hit her too. The husband, who had just slapped the housekeeper for nothing, began stuttering, not knowing where to hide his shame. The old woman, still dripping with venom, provoked him further, asking whether he was man enough to go after the person who had really attacked her. Sankian completely lost his patience. With a shout that silenced the entire room, he ordered both of them to stop the theatrics and demanded that they apologize immediately to Aunt Ri. The mother-in-law tried to stand her ground, questioning whether he had no respect left for her, but his answer was blunt. Either she apologized, or she packed her bags and left his house at that very moment. Silence filled the room. Afraid of being thrown out and ending up on the street, the in-laws felt the blow. Sankian then threw them a lifeline, saying that if she apologized, he would consider dealing with the person who had attacked her outside. Thinking she had nothing to lose and needed the roof over her head, the wicked woman swallowed her pride. She approached Aunt Ri, gave a dry apology, and asked whether the woman was happy now. Her husband quickly followed, admitting that he had acted impulsively. Aunt Ri, humble as always, tried to ease the tension, saying it had all been a misunderstanding, and then withdrew to her room. As things settled down, Sankian sat in front of his mother-in-law. His expression was serious. He demanded to know, without any hesitation, the name of the person who had dared to raise a hand against her. Jianglan collapsed onto the couch. Trembling, she revealed the attacker's name, Shi Shu. The moment he heard that name, Sankian froze. The shock was obvious. Inside, he boiled with anger as he realized that the arrogance of the Han family had no limits. He had suffered for years as the so-called useless son-in-law of the Su family, and now that woman had appeared thinking he was still a failure who needed handouts or lessons. The mother-in-law, noticing his reaction, tried to bargain. She promised that if he managed to get revenge on the blonde woman, she would finally treat him with the respect he had never received. However, Sankian lowered his voice and delivered cold reality. This time, there was nothing he could do to help her. That was the trigger for the old woman to snap back to her usual self, insulting him as useless and saying he only bragged but disappeared when a real problem showed up. Sankian ignored the insults and explained how deep the situation really was. He revealed that Shishu never traveled alone. She was always escorted by 12 elite bodyguards, former Special Forces soldiers. No one in their right mind would go head-to-head with that kind of private army. The entire Su family turned pale. Xia, frightened, asked who that woman really was, and Sankian answered firmly, not even the most powerful figures in the city would dare cross her path. The father-in-law lost his temper with his wife, asking how she could have been foolish enough to pick a fight with someone of that caliber. Between sobs, Zhanglan swore that she had never seen the woman before and had no idea what she had done wrong. Sankian delivered the final verdict. They were lucky the attack had stopped there. If Shishu had wanted to, she could have wiped the Su family name off the map in a single night. He reminded them that the blonde woman's order for Jianglan to stop standing out was a clear warning of submission. Feeling suffocated by the heavy atmosphere, Sankian decided to step out to clear his head. Xia, sensing danger, begged him to be careful. He went straight to the Peninsula Hotel, the blonde woman's headquarters. However, when he tried to go upstairs, he was stopped at the entrance. The security guards, despite recognizing the young master, stood firm. Without direct orders from their boss, no one was getting through. The barrier was set. Sankian was not in the mood to talk. Facing the blockade at the hotel, he stared at the guards with a defiant look, making it clear that no one would stop him from going up. The guards, even reluctant because they knew the young master, warned that if he insisted, they would be forced to use force. That was the trigger. Sankian released all the fury he had built up over the years and challenged the brutes to a fight. What followed was a one-sided massacre. The guards, trained and experienced, charged forward while apologizing for the aggression, but they could not even touch the protagonist. With unbelievably fast movements, Sankian dodged their attacks and took down the first few with sharp counterstrikes. Panic spread through the rest of the group. They could not understand how the former useless member of the Han family was now knocking down elite fighters with a single punch. The private army rushed in together to try to restrain him, but Sankian swept through the hallway effortlessly, leaving a trail of unconscious guards before kicking open the door to the main suite. Inside, the reception was cynical. The woman, sitting calmly, commented that old man Yan had always praised Sankian's hidden talent. She admitted that she had her doubts, but after seeing him take down her personal guards alone, she was convinced the old man had been right all along. Without ceremony, Sankian sat down in front of her and demanded to know the reason behind the attack on Jianglan. The answer was direct. She knew that the mother-in-law constantly humiliated him, so she decided to teach the old woman a lesson she would never forget about her place. Sankian exploded. Furious, he made it clear that he did not want outside interference in his personal affairs and issued an ultimatum for her to stop creating problems. However, the woman pushed back with disdain. To her, no matter how much Sankian was improving, he would continue to be seen as a failure by that family unless he acted with real force. The conversation in the hotel escalated. She refused to back down, insisting that if Sankian was truly strong, he should show that power to the world and earn respect for real. In her view, keeping a low profile was a waste of time. Sankian, however, was not interested in the lecture at all. In a sharp tone, he fired back that he did not need her advice and suggested that she pack her bags and return to Yanjing as soon as possible. His argument was straightforward. Someone as grand and powerful as her did not belong in a small place like Yuncheng. Reluctantly, she agreed to leave, but she left one final warning. She said he could continue playing his games in the city, but hiding his true strength forever would be impossible. Before walking out, Sanqian delivered the last word. A wise man keeps his best weapon hidden until the exact moment to use it, striking with surgical precision instead of wasting it. Alone, the woman remained deep in thought. She wondered where such confidence came from, since even the Han family did not show that level of certainty. She questioned whether Sanqian was simply arrogant or whether he truly believed the family would protect him from any trouble. In her eyes, he was oversimplifying things. After all, without her intervention, he might have been rotting in prison in place of his twin brother, since no one could tell the two apart. Meanwhile, back at the mansion, peace did not last long. As night fell, Zhang Lan went straight for the weak point. She demanded to know whether Zia's name was already on the deed to the house. When she heard the answer was no, the old woman nearly had a meltdown. She called her daughter foolish and careless, demanding that she pressure Sanqian to transfer the mansion into her name immediately. Zia, exhausted from her heavy workload at the company and the family drama, tried to resist. She explained that doing so would only create more problems and that she did not have the energy to start another dispute over property. The atmosphere in the mountain villa, instead of calming down, continued to boil because of the mother-in-law's greed. Zhang Lan's greed would not rest. She launched a psychological attack, questioning her daughter about what would happen if the marriage ended. To the old woman, Sanqian's firm stance that day was proof that he was starting to see himself as the boss, simply because the deed was only in his name. Sia did not fall for the manipulation. She stood up and spoke the truth. All the chaos that day had been her mother's fault. The young woman made it clear that she would not pressure her husband to change the mansion documents, emphasizing that since he paid for everything himself, it was only fair that the property remained in his name. Zhang Lan was outraged. She called her daughter naive for believing in Sanqian's eternal loyalty and accused her of not thinking about the future. That was when Zia figured it out. She realized her mother's plan was to secure the house under her daughter's name and later force a divorce to keep the property. In a firm tone, she declared that would never happen. Before slamming the door in her mother's face, Xia fired back that if the old woman expected her to leave Sanqian, she could forget about it. Alone and furious, the mother-in-law began muttering about her daughter's lack of respect, deciding that if Xia would not act, she would find a way to solve the situation herself. In the bedroom, the focus shifted to business. Xia asked Sanqian whether he had managed to contact that former classmate who could help the company. The problem was urgent. The logistics trucks were being stopped repeatedly, and the losses would be fatal if the blockade continued. Watching his wife closely, Sanqian promised that he would handle the situation as soon as possible, even though he had not yet made contact. Xia collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, hoping the project would finally get back on track. Seeing how drained she was, Sanqian realized just how much the relentless routine had been taking a toll on the woman he loved. The atmosphere in the bedroom was one of pure exhaustion, and Sanqian realized that Xia was at her limit. Trying to help her relax, he began massaging her feet. Her reaction was immediate. A compliment slipped out louder than she intended, leaving her completely embarrassed. The comfort was so intense that she let out a few involuntary sounds, creating an awkward moment of shock and shyness for both of them. Desperate to hide her embarrassment, Xia ended up giving him a light kick, breaking the mood and saying it was better to go to sleep since the next day would be busy. Sanqian simply smiled, finding her reaction adorable. The next morning, the scene shifted to their exercise routine. While walking along the mountain trail, Xia commented that fulfilling her wish to run outdoors felt like a dream come true. Sanqian, clearly charmed, confessed that seeing the happiness on her face was his greatest satisfaction. He could not resist and gave her a direct compliment, calling her beautiful. Embarrassed, Xia joked, asking since when he had become such a smooth talker. He assured her it was not flattery, it was simply the truth. Curious and with an innocent look, she challenged him to measure just how beautiful she was. Sanqian put real effort into his answer, saying she surpassed any natural landscape or even the brightness of the stars. The declaration was far too poetic for Xia's shy personality. She felt goosebumps of embarrassment and begged him to stop with the dramatic lines, claiming it was too awkward to handle. Without waiting for his response, she picked up the pace and started running again, trying to leave the over-the-top romance and her blushing face behind. As he ran, Sanqian drifted into his own thoughts, He briefly considered abandoning the pursuit of power and wealth, living a simple and peaceful life by his wife's side. But reality hit him quickly. Without strength, he would become nothing more than a stepping stone for his enemies, and that would put Xia in danger. He understood that. To guarantee her safety against what was coming, he needed to become stronger than anyone else. The following day, the mood at the Su group was toxic. Haichao, with his usual sarcasm, confronted Xia about the problems with the project, throwing it in her face that their grandmother was losing hope. Xia was not intimidated and fired back, reminding her cousin that the current mess was entirely the result of his own schemes. The other cousin, Han, jumped into the conversation to stir up some sexism. She suggested that if the project was stalled, it was due to Xia's incompetence, and hinted that the only reason Xia had secured the contract before was by seducing the owner of the partner company. Furious, Xia did not hold back. She mocked her cousin, saying Han was wasting too much time fantasizing about the so-called mysterious suitor behind the engagement gift instead of actually working. Arrogant as ever, Han declared that once she married into the powerful Han family, she would not even bother looking back at the Su family. Xia shut that down immediately. She reminded her that, for now, Han was still her assistant and needed to lower her attitude. She sarcastically added that Han should pray for that man to show up soon and rescue her from her current life. Fed up with the gossip, Xia ended the argument. She ordered both of them to stop wasting time and head to the meeting room, because in 15 minutes she would make an announcement that would change the course of the game. Haichao could not hide his disgust at taking orders from Xia. He complained to Han, questioning who she thought she was to command someone of his status. Annoyed, Han asked whether he had finished investigating the mysterious admirer so they could finally stop obeying Xia. The blonde man admitted the task was difficult, but revealed his suspicion. The person behind the luxurious gift was likely an heir from the powerful Han family of Yanjing. The news went straight to Han's head. Convinced, she declared that it made perfect sense, since her beauty deserved nothing less than a billionaire. Lost in fantasies of grandeur, she began plotting how, after the marriage, she would make sure to step on Xia and humiliate her completely. Later, in the meeting room, the mood was full of mockery. Haichao opened the meeting with an attack, saying that if the gathering was only for Xia to complain about the crisis, she should just hand over her position immediately. Han echoed the sentiment, washing her hands of responsibility and stating that fixing the company's problems was solely Xia's and the grandmother's duty. Maintaining her composure, Xia dropped the bomb. The problem had already been solved, and the meeting was simply for the official announcement. Haichao froze in his chair, stunned, reminding her that just the night before she had said she saw no solution. Han even stood up in anger, accusing her of making jokes at a serious moment. Without losing control, Xia picked up her phone and silenced everyone. She revealed that Mr. Zhang had called early that morning confirming the continuation of the project. Defiantly, she suggested that if they doubted her word, they could call him personally. Xia closed the matter by making it clear that she did not owe them explanations about her methods, and that she had already reported their lack of support to their grandmother, exposing how they seemed to be rooting against their own company. The atmosphere in the meeting room changed instantly. As soon as Xia confirmed the project was saved, the board members who had criticized her began changing their tone, pretending they had always trusted her abilities. Haichao, seething with anger, muttered that she had scheduled the meeting just to humiliate them publicly, saving the news for the end to strike dramatically. But Xia's counterattack was even better. In a professional tone, she announced that she needed 2 supervisors to closely monitor the construction site, working under the scorching sun. Without hesitation, she assigned Haichao and Han to the role. The blonde man exploded, shouting that he was a senior executive and that such manual labor was beneath his status. Han also jumped up in outrage, yelling that she would never step into the mud and that if Xia wanted someone there, she should go herself. Xia did not flinch. She simply warned that if they refused the assignment, she would take the matter directly to their grandmother to decide their future in the company. The threat hit hard. Haichao, terrified of losing his position, immediately backed down and asked whether things really needed to escalate that far. Xia remained cold. If he was unhappy, he was free to complain to the matriarch. Defeated, the cousin accepted the humiliation and turned to Han, demanding her decision. With no way out, she also gave in, but left with a threat, telling Xia not to feel too victorious because the world always turns. With top-tier sarcasm, Xia replied that she would wait sitting down so she would not get tired, then ended the meeting with authority. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the mood was much darker. At Zhang's mansion, a subordinate presented a briefcase containing 3 million in cash, preparing the group's next financial move. The tension at Yang's mansion rose sharply when a man arrived carrying a briefcase stuffed with $3 million. His objective was dirty. He wanted to pay to have the legs of the man who supposedly stole his wife broken. While the blonde man explained the details of his revenge plan, Sankian suddenly walked into the room, catching Yang completely off guard. The reception was fit for a king. Everyone present immediately bowed, greeting Sankian as he walked in calmly. The contractor, thinking he'd hit the jackpot, pointed at the protagonist and shouted that he was the target. He doubled down on the offer, saying the $3 million would be Yang's if he took care of it right there. Yang's response was ice cold. He called the blonde an idiot, told him to shut up, and to take that money elsewhere, making it crystal clear that no one would lay a finger on Sankian. The protagonist, with that chilling smirk, sat down and asked who exactly would end up with broken legs over that pittance. With a look that left no doubt, he indicated that the real culprit was right in front of them. Yang got the message immediately. Desperate to impress Sankian, he ordered his men to act. The blonde panicked, screaming that he'd paid a fortune to hit Sankian, not to become the victim. The beating was unavoidable. As the guy groaned on the ground, Sankian delivered the final warning. The pain would make sure he never forgot to stay away from Yingxia. Even bruised and beaten, the guy tried to threaten, swearing he'd come back to double the punishment. Sankian didn't flinch. He told him that the blonde still had plenty of bones intact, and if he dared get near his wife again, it wouldn't just be him suffering. The whole family would be buried with him. After kicking out the troublemaker, attention shifted to a more serious matter. Sankian asked Yang about Moyang's whereabouts. The mood turned tense when Yang revealed that the master had recently been spotted at a bar with suspicious company, hinting that new problems were on the horizon. Things in the underground boxing arena were spiraling out of control. Moyang had been ambushed and carried out seriously injured. Processing the news, Sankian asked if Fa was still running the underground circuit. Yang confirmed that he owned 3 arenas and was not happy to see Moyang stepping out of the shadows to reclaim territory, solving disputes with violence. With unnerving calm, Sankian suggested that if that was the only problem, he could handle it himself. When Moyang appeared, still recovering, the protagonist got straight to the point, asking if he needed a right-hand man to storm the ring. The veteran, underestimating the Su family's son-in-law, asked if he could really hire real fighters, considering half his men were in the hospital and the losses were significant. Sankian smiled and offered himself as the master, promising his help would be free. Moyang laughed, mocking the young man's physique. He joked that Sankian's arms were too short for boxing and that the arena's brutes would shred him in seconds. Not losing his composure, Sankian stood up and issued an ultimatum. Since trust was zero, he'd take Moyang to the arena himself to show hands-on what he was capable of. Meanwhile, at Ifei's headquarters, the mood was one of early victory. The goons reported that Moyang's army had been decimated and that the city now belonged to them. Efe, with disdain, remarked that dinosaurs like Moyang didn't know when to retire and ended up digging their own graves, unable to understand the new era. The celebration was interrupted by a scream at the door. A subordinate panicked, announcing that Moyang was back. And this time, he wasn't alone. The invasion of the underground boxing arena was about to begin. Efe lost it. Hearing that Moyang had returned, he slammed his fist on the table, asking if the veteran really wanted to see the rest of his men in the morgue. The surprise came when one of the goons said the mood was odd. Moyang wasn't armed, just sitting in the crowd like a regular spectator. Laughing, Efe mocked him, saying that if he was there to try copying his elite fighter's techniques, he could watch all he wanted. He'd never come close to them. In the stands, Moyang grew impatient. He nudged Yang, asking where Sankian had gone, since he went to the bathroom and disappeared. The veteran even suggested the guy had chickened out and run. Yang, loyal to his friend, shot that down immediately. Sankian wasn't the type to back down from a fight. Moyang just had to wait. In the center of the ring, the announcer fired up the crowd. He announced a special challenge. Anyone brave enough could step up and test their skills against a professional boxer. To encourage volunteers, he promised the fighter would take it easy for safety. The crowd hesitated. No one in their right mind would face that wall of muscle with years of experience. Suddenly, a hand went up in the crowd. A masked man, completely disguised, accepted the challenge. The announcer called him to the stage, but shock spread as the stranger, instead of using the stairs, leapt over the ring's barriers with superhuman agility, landing as light as a feather. Even the master of ceremonies went pale. He whispered into the boxer's ear, warning that someone with that kind of explosiveness wasn't an amateur. The message was clear: stay sharp, because the masked man was a real threat. The tension in the ring thickened. The announcer, suspicious of the masked man's speed, ordered the boxer, "No mercy," because this guy clearly came to cause trouble. The brute didn't care, dismissing Sankian's physique and confident that one punch would send the chicken straight to the hospital. In the stands, Yang and Moyang watched closely. It didn't take long for Yang to realize who it was. He recognized the posture and fighting style. It was Sankian up there. Moyang, still skeptical, asked if the guy wasn't basically committing suicide facing a professional of that caliber. Inside the ropes, the boxer started mocking him, warning that his punches were lethal and that the masked man should have drafted a will. Sankian, annoyingly calm, cut him off and called the big guy to action, telling him to stop barking and start biting. Furious, the fighter charged with everything he had, throwing a punch that could have demolished a wall. Sankian's dodge was cinematic. He slipped the blow with absurd ease, hands behind his back, and countered with a strike that sent the giant flying to the other side of the ring. The impact left the gym in absolute silence. Nobody could understand how someone so skinny could generate that kind of raw power. Yang, even knowing his friend was something else, couldn't help but be shocked by the perfection, muttering that it wasn't fair to be rich, good-looking, and an elite martial artist all at once. Sankian didn't even break a sweat. He turned to the announcer and said that fighter was already scrap, demanding the next one. A second professional stormed in, foaming with rage, but fate was the same. One clean hit and he went out cold on the mat. The underground arena had just met its worst nightmare. Back in the locker room, the tension was thick. A trembling staffer tried to explain that a masked man was mowing everyone down and that the arena needed Blade 12 to restore order. The brute didn't want excuses. He grabbed the poor guy by the collar and made it clear that money ran the show. No extra pay, no fight. He only let go when he heard the night's pay would be double the usual. Blade 12 marched toward the ring with a dark aura. Stepping onto the mat, he received direct orders from the referee, "Put that cocky green guy in his place." The giant stared at Sankian, threatening that the city's hospital was excellent and that the masked man would soon be their newest patient. Sankian, with his usual mockery, shot back. He pointed to the ring floor and warned that this wouldn't be a stage. It would be the big guy's grave. Blade 12 roared, declaring that no one, no matter how strong, would make him back down a single inch. The protagonist just smiled, calling him a cheap Hulk knockoff and telling him to stop barking. The clash was brutal. They charged at each other at the same time, locking in a pure strength battle that had the crowd going wild. For the first time that night, an opponent didn't go down from Sankian's first punch. The giant started to panic. How could such a skinny guy take all those hits without being crushed? The brute went all in, unloading a series of hammering strikes. Sankian blocked each attack with surgical precision, not budging an inch. Blade 12, impressed by the masked man's resilience, shouted that he was pretty good, but he wanted to see how many deadly hits he could take before finally breaking. The real underground fight had just begun. The crowd watched in shock as Moyang tried to understand the brutal gap in power. He questioned whether the monster known as Blade 12 was really twice as strong as Han Sankian, since the difference seemed absurd. Yang, frozen in place, explained that the fighter standing there was the real Han Sankian, and that he was taking a heavy beating, having managed to strike back only once up to that moment. Despair took over the allies. Afraid that the protagonist wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure, Yang decided to ignore any rules or morality involving Ye Fei and ran in to try to intervene, determined to save his friend at any cost. Meanwhile, in the ring, the big guy mocked the situation. He admitted that he had never seen anyone take so many punches without going down, calling the feat unprecedented. Han Sankian, staying calm, replied that a talented guy like Blade 12 shouldn't be there just for a few bucks, because he was wasting all of his potential. The giant fired back, saying that after accepting the arena's money, he became a prisoner of the system and had to follow orders. Even while respecting Sankian's endurance, he launched a decisive attack. The defense came with a direct kick. Blade 12 shouted that he would break the hero's leg like it was a twig, but what happened next silenced the entire gym. With a sharp movement and no visible effort, Sankian struck the brute's jugular. The hit was surgical. The protagonist's allies couldn't believe what they saw. The giant who seemed invincible was forced to step back with a single touch. With a sinister look, Han Sankian simply mocked the situation, showing who was really in control of the fight. The atmosphere in the ring changed completely when Han Sankian questioned whether the big guy still thought he could handle the job. Without thinking twice, Blade 12 turned to the audience and announced that he was quitting the fight and that he didn't want the money anymore, leaving even the referee in shock. The referee, furious over the breach of protocol, tried to confront the fighter, stating that the arena's rules were strict and nobody walked out like that. The brute's response was violent. He threw the referee aside and asked if he really wanted the promise not to hurt him to be broken, ordering the man to get out of his sight immediately. After the fight ended, the protagonist's physical condition was worrying. Han Sang-kyan's arms were wrecked from blocking the opponent's heavy blows. When he noticed the injuries, Mo-young suggested taking the hero straight to a hospital, but he was surprised. Calmly taking a drag from his cigarette, Sang-kyan refused medical help, saying that he just wanted to go back home and that Yang would handle the ride. Mo-young still tried to argue, commenting that Blade 12 seemed like someone trustworthy, but that he clearly still had a thirst for battle. He questioned whether Han Sang-kyan didn't plan to finish that fight. With the sigh of someone who knew his own limits, the protagonist was honest. If the fight had continued at that pace, he would have ended up dying miserably. The revelation left everyone around speechless, while the hero simply stared at the horizon with an ironic smile on his face. Still with the cigarette in his mouth, the protagonist threw out a heavy jab of sarcasm, saying that Blade 12 would have ended the day physically disabled if the fight hadn't stopped right there. Later, already in the comfort of his home, reality hit. Han Sang-kyan grumbled to himself while feeling his body throbbing. The opponent really was an anomaly with snake-like skin and bones of steel, leaving the hero's hands completely destroyed. When he walked into the bedroom, he looked confused after realizing that his faithful mattress on the floor had disappeared. Anishi, seeing her husband's confusion, explained that a promise is a promise. Since he solved the situation, they could finally share the same bed. Excited, Sang-kyan tried to move forward, but he was stopped by a well-placed foot. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, pointed to a red line dividing the mattress, warning that he was already crossing the established boundary. Embarrassed, the protagonist asked when that barrier would be removed, and she replied that everything would depend on his behavior. Wanting to tease her, he asked what would happen if she were the one to cross the line. Anishi told him to stop joking, claiming that she would never cross her own mark. The hero simply agreed, keeping to himself the thought that nobody controls their movements while sleeping. The tables turned early the next morning. Upon waking up, Anishi realized that she had completely rolled over to her husband's side, ignoring her own red line. Shocked and dying of embarrassment, she silently thanked fate that he was still knocked out, avoiding an awkward moment right at breakfast. While getting ready, she nudged the sleepy hero, asking whether he wasn't going to go for a run, since exhaustion seemed to have defeated the warrior that morning in Mountain Village. The hero didn't waste time and begged for a day off, claiming that the fatigue had taken its toll. Showing no mercy, the girl grabbed precisely his injured arm to pull him, stating that she wouldn't accept going alone, since she had already gotten used to his company during their morning runs. Even grinding his teeth in pain and complaining internally, he hid the suffering and got up to go with her. During the run, the strain was obvious. The protagonist wondered why his arms were still throbbing so badly, as if he had forgotten that he had nearly been crushed the night before. When they reached the bridge, a key point along the route, the young woman opened up. She thanked him for making her dream of living in Mountain Village come true, and for allowing her to enjoy that incredible view. With a distant look, he commented that that place still wasn't beautiful enough for her. Confused, the girl asked what he meant. The hero explained that that city was too small for their potential and pointed toward the horizon, mentioning the capital, a place far more imposing and luxurious. She laughed, calling him ambitious, since even the powerful Su family dreamed of entering the capital but never had the ability to do so. With total confidence, he guaranteed that one day he would take her and the entire family there, so they could witness a true first-world setting. For the first time, she didn't doubt him. She looked into his eyes and said that she believed in his promise. Before the moment could get deeper, she pulled him back, warning that time was running short. Shortly afterward, already changed and ready for their routine, the two met in the village parking lot to continue their day. Suspicion arose in the parking lot when the young woman questioned why her husband wouldn't take the wheel since he always drove. With no way out, the protagonist finally showed his hands, explaining that the injuries prevented him from driving safely. The shock was immediate. She shouted in disbelief, remembering that she had just squeezed those hands during their run, and asked if his condition was serious. He tried to downplay it, saying that he could probably still drive, but that the discomfort might cause an accident. With no patience for excuses, she pushed him into the passenger seat and announced that their destination was the hospital. The hero still tried to protest, saying that he was already on leave and didn't need all that fuss. but he was silenced by an authoritative shout. She made it clear that, at that moment, she was the one in charge, leaving even the fearless fighter intimidated. Inside the office, the doctor's reaction was no different. After reviewing the exams, the physician was horrified, asking what the hell he had done to shatter every bone in his hand like that. Upon hearing the diagnosis, the young woman burst into tears. Desperate, she questioned why he hadn't said anything while she was squeezing his hands, since the pain must have been unbearable. With a calm smile, Sankian delivered his final card. That had been the first time she held his hand willingly, so physical pain meant nothing compared to that moment. Annoyed by her husband's stubbornness and ridiculous romantic logic, she shot back, saying he only needed to say the word because she could hold his hand any time after he recovered. Taking advantage of the mood, the protagonist gave her a charming look, claiming that every touch from her made him feel capable of conquering the world. Meanwhile, the doctor simply watched the scene, unsure how to react to such a surreal situation. The forced romantic mood in the office was cut short by the doctor, who, clearly out of patience, asked whether they were going to keep flirting or if he could finally treat the young man's hands. Visibly embarrassed, the couple fell silent while the doctor delivered the verdict. The damage was severe. It required immediate casting and total rest from any physical effort. He emphasized that the process would take at least 40 days, and that during that time, the wife would have to act as the official caregiver. The protagonist, trying to act tough, argued that he didn't need that much time. He claimed that he had suffered worse injuries before and recovered in a week, insisting that the cast was an exaggeration. The doctor couldn't stand the arrogance and asked whether he thought he was Superman, guaranteeing that in his entire career, no one had ever challenged biology like that. Before the hero could keep arguing, the young woman put an end to it with a shout, ordering him to shut up and follow the medical instructions. With no way out, he simply obeyed. Later, already in her office, the hero complained about the absolute boredom. The young woman was straightforward. During his recovery, he would have to accompany her to work every single day, since that was the only way she could keep an eye on him. The conversation was interrupted by an employee who brought lunch for the couple. Taking advantage of the situation, the young woman began feeding her husband by hand, since he couldn't use his own hands. Receiving that special treatment, the protagonist started to change his mind. He thought that spending 40 days being pampered like that wouldn't be so bad. However, reality hit quickly when nature called. He rushed to the bathroom in distress, but once he got there, panic set in. With his hands immobilized, he realized he couldn't even open the zipper of his own pants. The plan for a perfect recovery had just run into its first major obstacle. Desperation hit hard inside the bathroom. Unable to use his hands, the protagonist found himself at a dead end, even dropping to his knees while desperately searching for a solution. He grumbled to himself, outraged at the possibility of a warrior of his level being defeated by such a basic physical need. With no success, he returned to the room wearing a defeated expression. Seeing him come back, the young woman realized something was wrong and asked whether he had managed to take care of business. He tried to brush it off, saying it wasn't urgent, but she didn't buy it. Noticing her husband's discomfort, she pulled him down the hallway toward the bathroom, stating that it was the perfect moment because the corridor was empty. The hero still tried to argue, claiming it would be absurd for him to enter a women's restroom, but he was silenced when she asked whether he preferred to keep suffering. With no defense left, he was guided inside. That was when it finally hit him. She was there to provide full assistance for the mission. The man who always had an answer ready and total control of the situation was left completely speechless. The scene was marked by overwhelming embarrassment on both sides, with her providing the necessary help while carefully avoiding direct eye contact. After the awkward moment passed, the setting shifted to the Su family's meeting room. Standing before the matriarch, the young woman presented a bold condition that left the atmosphere tense. Ignoring the hateful stares from Su Haichao, she announced that from that moment on, she would take full control of the finances of all the companies in the group. The statement caused immediate outrage. Haichao and his father began shouting, calling her greedy, and sarcastically suggesting that she might as well take control of everything since she had clearly lost her mind. They never expected that woman, once submissive, to display such ambition and authority in front of the entire family. The tension in the meeting grew heavier when the relatives accused the young woman of trying to stage a takeover to dominate everything. Irritated, she fired back at Haichao's criticism, asking how he had the nerve to talk about greed when she had never spent a single cent beyond what was necessary. She went even further and laid the truth on the table. He was the one who had spent years siphoning company funds for his own benefit. The argument was about to spiral out of control when the matriarch stepped in. demanding silence. She focused on what truly mattered and asked whether her granddaughter would be able to secure the loan the company desperately needed. Hai Chao started laughing, saying that even if she managed to get $1 or $2 million, it wouldn't change anything, and that the whole thing was nothing more than a strategy to seize power. Ignoring the noise, the elderly woman insisted on the question about how much money she could bring in. That was when Han Sang-kyan decided to speak up and dropped a bomb that froze the entire room. The amount would be 1 billion. The silence was absolute for a second before chaos erupted again. Hai Chao pointed his finger at the protagonist, furious, saying that some nobody who only bragged about living in a fancy place had no right to interfere in the family's business. Even the old matriarch lost her patience and told the hero to shut up, stating that he was a nobody at that table. However, his wife didn't back down. She stepped forward and stood by her husband's words, confirming that she would secure the billion, but with one non-negotiable condition: total and absolute control over the company's finances. The other relatives began shouting, calling it a joke and saying that she was mocking everyone. However, realizing that it was their only chance to avoid bankruptcy, the matriarch made a decision that shocked the clan. She promised that if the billion hit the account, the key to the vault would be hers. Outside the company, reality hit hard and panic set in. The young woman, trembling with worry, asked her husband whether he truly believed that $1 billion would just fall from the sky. To make matters worse, her mother-in-law showed up yelling, attacking the protagonist. She screamed that if the plan failed, they would lose the mansion on the mountain, accusing him of being a dangerous liar who had no understanding of the value of money. Inside the car, maintaining an irritating calm, Han Sang-kyan simply asked her to relax, guaranteeing with total confidence that everything would work out. Meanwhile, at the bank, an employee brought the Su family's proposal to the president of the institution, mentioning that the request came from a very special client. The banker, acting arrogantly, dismissed it immediately. Upon learning that it involved the group responsible for the real estate project, he ordered them to say that he had disappeared, calling the Su family worms who didn't deserve his time. The situation changed completely when the employee, clearly intimidated, delivered the final warning. If the loan were denied, the mysterious client would immediately withdraw all of his assets from that bank. The president still tried to brush it off, asking who the man thought he was and how much money he really had to feel so important. The answer landed like a punch. The client had $10 billion in his account. The shock was instant. The banker, who had been full of arrogance just moments earlier, went into a nervous breakdown and began shouting desperate orders. He instructed them to prepare all the paperwork, contracts, and formalities for the next day without wasting a single second. As the secretary rushed out to carry out the orders, the executive muttered to himself, torn between fear and greed. As night fell, the atmosphere in Han Sang-kyan's house was filled with disbelief. He calmly informed everyone that the meeting with the bank president had already been scheduled for the following morning, leaving his wife speechless. The young woman couldn't believe it. She asked if he was serious, and the hero simply confirmed, saying he had no reason to deceive her. In a quick move, she stepped closer to him, wanting to know how she could repay the favor. The protagonist, losing his tough guy composure, turned red and started stuttering, trying to brush it off by saying that since they were married, he didn't need any reward to help her. His reaction irritated the young woman. She slapped him, calling him an idiot while grumbling internally. Deep down, she had expected him to show a little more initiative and make some bold demand. She turned her back, furious, wondering how long that fool would keep respecting the invisible barrier between them, considering they had been married for more than 3 years. Meanwhile, Sang-kyan was overthinking, trying to figure out why she suddenly got angry, eventually concluding that women were the greatest mystery in the universe. The next day, the setting shifted to the office. While waiting for the meeting time, the young woman fed her husband by hand, ignoring her mother's presence. The mother-in-law, watching the affection between the two, was nearly exploding with anger. Being as intrusive as ever, the older woman snapped that if he was that disabled, he should have stayed locked at home instead of going out. Without backing down, the daughter immediately defended the hero, making it clear that he needed to accompany her because no one would take care of him if he stayed alone. The mother, unconvinced, tried to push back by questioning the need for so much protection. She continued the attack, arguing that bringing an injured husband to a business meeting at the bank was completely inappropriate. She pointed out that with the maid he had hired, he wouldn't go hungry if he stayed home alone. Seeing the discouragement on his wife's face, the protagonist decided to give in. He said that she could handle the business without worry because he would take the opportunity to rest on the couch. The problem was that the mother-in-law didn't leave him alone and followed him back to the residence. As soon as they arrived, she started pressuring him about the paperwork for the mansion, wanting to know when he would finally transfer the property into her daughter's name. With patience, the hero replied that if it was her wish, transferring the house wouldn't be a problem at all. Internally, he had already figured out that the old woman only wanted to be alone with him to talk about inheritance and assets. The woman insisted that they should resolve the bureaucracy as soon as possible. With an ironic smile, the protagonist delivered a real warning. If she kept trying to push him out of the family, she would end up regretting it bitterly. The mother-in-law exploded, saying that his bank account must be running dry, and questioning how long he would keep pretending to be rich. Mocking the situation, he confessed that his money was indeed running out, but that his current balance was still enough to buy about 100 mansions identical to that one. The older woman fired back immediately, claiming that the only thing he knew how to do well was brag, and shamelessly lied by saying that she didn't care at all about his fortune. The hero didn't miss the chance to jab back, asking whether someone as greedy as her truly didn't care about millions. Offended by the truth, the mother-in-law lost control and lunged at him. The mother-in-law charged forward in fury, demanding explanations for being called greedy. Losing patience, the protagonist raised his voice and delivered a lethal warning. If she kept trying to sabotage his marriage, he would make her regret ever being born. As he stood up and walked out, he left the old woman frozen in place. She began having flashes of that mysterious woman who had slapped her some time ago, remembering that the threat had been delivered with the exact same words, tone, and look. For a second, she found the coincidence bizarre, but quickly dismissed the idea, believing it was impossible for a failure like him to be connected to someone so powerful. In her twisted mind, she swore that as soon as the mansion deed was in her daughter's name, she would kick the young man out for good. While the tension grew heavy in the villa, the young woman was already at the bank. The president and his assistant found it strange that she had arrived alone, but she stood her ground, stating that, as the new manager of the project in the west side of the city, she spoke on behalf of the entire company. The banker, trying to maintain his composure, commented that she must know no other bank was willing to grant credit to the Su family at that moment. With determination, she pushed back, saying that their ability to repay was real and that the value of the project spoke for itself. The man pretended to give in, claiming that lending $1 billion was an enormous risk, but that he would do it only to maintain a good relationship with her friend, who had arranged everything. He also showed great interest in meeting this influential figure in person. The young woman agreed immediately, while realization slowly hit her. Since Han Sang-kyan had scheduled the meeting, he was the powerful friend pulling the strings behind the scenes. She was stunned as she began to grasp the level of influence her husband had been hiding. Su Yingxia's mind was racing. The amount of 1 billion Ries sounded unbelievable, but the weight of Han Sang-kyan's name in the market was a crushing reality. She realized that ever since that incident at the restaurant, the man living by her side was not just an ordinary face. He had been carrying an entire chessboard under his sleeve. Curious, she confronted the bank president. The question was direct. Did Sang-kyan's reputation really back that fortune? The veteran simply smiled. To him, 1 billion was a small sum, but the secret was not his to share. If Yingxia wanted the raw truth, she would have to get it from her own husband, because the bank was forbidden from saying a word. With the loan contract signed, she left the room, leaving behind a trail of tension. The president knew that favoring the Su family would put the bank in the crosshairs of many powerful sharks in the city, but the risk had been calculated. Back in the office, the blonde assistant reinforced that the move had been a masterstroke. After all, the Su family was now working hand in hand with the powerful Han family on the new city project. Growth was guaranteed. The boss, still processing the size of the fish he had just caught, questioned who the real owner of that colossal fortune truly was. The employee's answer landed like a punch: Han Sang-kyan. The banker's jaw dropped. The name was the same as the so-called useless son-in-law who had become a laughingstock in the region. The assistant tried to soften the situation, suggesting it might be a mistake or simply someone with the same name, since the Sang-kyan everyone knew was a complete failure. The mustached man, however, grew uneasy. He doubted that the same man humiliated by the Su family would lift a finger to save them, but the mystery had been planted. Who, after all, was the true owner behind that name? The idea of Han Sang-kyan saving the Su family seemed absurd. The natural assumption would be that he would speed up the downfall of those who had always humiliated him. As soon as Yingxia stepped into the house, she was met with her mother's desperation. The matriarch, anxious, wanted to know why she had returned so early, but the daughter only wanted to find her husband. With a victorious smile, the mother revealed her big move. She had already pressured Sankian to transfer the deed of the mansion into her daughter's name. She insisted that Yingxia should hurry to finalize the paperwork. The young woman, realizing that her husband had been cornered at home out of pure self-interest, exploded with anger. Yingxia made it clear that she didn't care about properties or deeds and that she would not accept that house under those conditions. As she climbed the stairs, she heard her mother shouting, accusing her of being ungrateful. The older woman went so far as to claim that everything was for the family's future and threatened to cut ties as mother and daughter if her wishes were not fulfilled. This time, Sankian's wife did not back down. She fired back, stating that if her mother continued with that greedy behavior, she would be the one forced to leave the house. The shock was so intense that the woman lost her breath, left speechless by her daughter's firm stance. In the bedroom, Yingxia found Sankian relaxing. He immediately asked how the meeting at the bank had gone, but her priority was something else. She wanted to know how much her mother had bothered him. With an irritating calm, he downplayed the situation, saying everything was fine and that she only wanted the villa transferred into his wife's name. His calmness only increased Yingxia's distress. Through tears, she asked whether he was blind or truly didn't understand the hidden intentions behind all that pressure. She couldn't accept that he allowed himself to be manipulated so passively. Yingxia couldn't stomach her husband's passivity in the face of her mother's schemes. But Sanqian responded with precision. He knew exactly what his mother-in-law intended, yet he emphasized that the final decision would always belong to his wife. He admitted that he didn't trust Jiang Lan's intentions, but then asked a question that shifted the mood entirely. Couldn't he trust Yingxia herself? Before any logical explanation could follow, the young woman took an unexpected action. She stepped closer and sealed the protagonist's lips with a kiss that left him completely stunned. The man who usually faced any problem head-on became totally disoriented, stuttering and asking for a moment to process what had just happened. Still blushing with embarrassment, Yingxia quickly changed the subject to focus on business. She revealed that the loan had been approved and that the banker had confessed that Sanqian's name was the guarantee behind the 1 billion raise. Curious, she asked whether he truly carried that much weight in the market. In a smooth move, he answered with charm. Her kiss was worth far more than any billion. Even slightly flustered by the flirtation, she delivered the message. The bank president demanded a meeting with the man behind such prestige. Sanqian accepted the invitation, understanding that for the Su family to truly grow, alliances at the top were essential. But Yingxia didn't let the gentle talk slide and demanded the real answer about his fortune. With complete naturalness, she ended the conversation convinced it was just a bad joke meant to impress her. The next day, the doctor was shocked while analyzing Sanqian's X-ray. A full recovery in just 1 week seemed impossible, to the point that the physician asked whether he had superpowers. Not wanting to draw attention, the protagonist simply took the medical clearance and ignored the warnings not to lift heavy objects for a month. He was thrilled to get the cast removed, although he admitted to himself that he would miss being fed by his wife every day. Without wasting time, he called the bank to confirm that he accepted the president's invitation. Minutes later, Sanqian was already in the executive office. In a firm tone, he made it clear that he expected the bank to provide all the necessary support for Yingxia in the city development project. The banker, trying to connect the dots, noticed the familiarity with which the man spoke about the Su family heiress. Doubt gnawed at him. Was that billionaire really the so-called useless son-in-law everyone mocked? Sensing the man's hesitation, Sanqian was direct and confirmed his identity as the Su family's son-in-law, warning that beyond that, he would reveal nothing more. The president and his assistant were left speechless. They couldn't understand how someone with a 10-digit fortune could accept being humiliated and trampled by a middle-class family. The protagonist simply smiled, keeping the mystery around his true motives. Sanqian got straight to the point. The banker should focus only on supporting Yingxia, and in return, he would earn the gratitude and a future favor from a man capable of moving mountains. The president, feeling the weight of that promise, guaranteed that he would do the impossible for the young woman. Sanqian also didn't forget the blonde employee, praising her efficiency and deciding purely on a whim that she would manage his new investments. Flattered and nervous, the assistant presented the market options. After a quick glance, Sanqian chose a 100 million fund as casually as if he were buying bread. The amount left both professionals in shock, but the protagonist didn't even wait for their reaction to settle. He stood up in a hurry, saying that picking up his wife from work was sacred and he couldn't be late. The moment he stepped outside, the atmosphere changed. A pink-haired woman came running barefoot, screaming his name with the desperation of someone fleeing for her life. Sanqian found the scene strange and asked whether someone was chasing her. When the stranger tried to throw herself into his arms, he simply stepped aside, causing the woman to crash straight into a tree. While the girl cried from embarrassment and drew the attention of curious bystanders, the situation escalated. Another woman appeared, surrounded by armed security guards. In a threatening tone, she demanded to know whether Sanqian was the idiot protecting Pinky and ordered him to leave immediately if he didn't want to face consequences. Completely caught in the middle of that chaotic confrontation, Sanqian simply observed, trying to understand what mess he had just walked into. Sanqian remained calm and made it clear that he didn't even know who the pink-haired woman was. Desperate, the girl shouted that she was a close friend of his wife, Yingxia, and begged him not to let her be killed right there. The blonde woman leading the guards, losing patience, gave him an ultimatum. If he had nothing to do with the situation, he should step aside and stop interfering. The protagonist, who never backs down from threats, asked what would happen if he decided not to move. The answer was blunt, a one-way trip to the hospital. On their boss's command, the burly guards advanced, mocking Sanqian's physique and saying he wouldn't even be able to defend himself, let alone protect someone else. Even Pinky, seeing the danger, was already apologizing and promising to pay for the best doctor to treat the injuries he was certain to suffer. Sanqian, however, remained silent with the confidence of someone who knew exactly what he was doing. He simply told the girl to hide and warned that the ones needing urgent medical care would be the thugs. When the first guard launched his attack, the protagonist moved like lightning. With precise dodges and brutal counterattacks, he knocked them down one by one without the slightest effort. Yingxia's friend stood there in disbelief, wondering where all that combat skill came from, but his focus was elsewhere. After clearing the area and leaving the guards sprawled on the ground, Sanqian demanded that the woman explain the reason for the entire commotion. Before she could speak, the arrogant blonde interrupted, furious, accusing Pinky of entering her store to try on clothes and then running away with the items without paying. She even shifted the blame to Sanqian, asking whether he thought it was right to cover up theft. The revelation of the theft left Yingxia's friend deeply embarrassed and placed Sanqian in a ridiculous situation. He had already beaten everyone up and now discovered the cause was an unpaid shopping bill. With no patience for drama, he apologized to the store owner and offered to cover the cost of the clothes as well as the medical expenses of the guards he had knocked out. The pink-haired woman tried to thank him and promised to pay him back later, but he cut her off firmly. Sanqian warned that she wouldn't be so lucky next time she got into trouble. Changing the subject, she asked whether he planned to attend the college alumni reunion. The protagonist found it strange, since Yingxia had never mentioned the event. The girl explained that his wife had once been the star of the university, admired by every guy on campus, but everything changed after her marriage. Since marrying Sanqian, Yingxia had become the favorite target of cruel jokes among former classmates, especially from rejected suitors. The bullying had become so intense that she began avoiding any gatherings to keep from being publicly humiliated because of her husband's reputation. The conversation then shifted to someone named Hong Momo, a longtime rival who had held a grudge since their school days, and who, now married as well, could hardly wait to step on Yingxia at the event. Sanqian found the nickname bizarre and laughed, but the friend clarified that her real name was Hong Liu, an unbearable and confrontational woman. With a serious expression, Pinky looked straight at the protagonist and laid it out bluntly. Yingxia had swallowed her pride countless times and endured endless humiliation because of him. The message was clear. It was long past time for him to take responsibility and protect his wife's honor in front of those idiots. Sanqian admitted that the girl's lecture made sense. He acknowledged that Yingxia had been through a lot and promised he would handle it. Not wanting to drag the conversation out, he cut it short, saying time was tight and he needed to pick up his wife. As he walked away, Pinky kept watching him, murmuring to herself that Yingxia had no idea how lucky she was or what kind of man she had by her side. When he arrived at his beloved's workplace, the mood was far from pleasant. Yingxia stormed out immediately, demanding to know what he was doing there when he had been ordered to stay home and rest. Sanqian, acting completely shameless, started rotating his hand to show that he was fully healed. The girl nearly had a meltdown. She shouted, asking who had authorized the removal of the cast, reminding him that the doctor had predicted weeks of recovery. In her eyes, he was being careless and putting his own health at risk. Trying to calm the storm, Sankian swore that the doctor had given him the green light after seeing his miraculous recovery, and even suggested she call the hospital to confirm. Still suspicious, she asked if this was just another one of his lies. He assured her he had no reason to deceive her, and, to prove he was 100% fine, demanded the car keys so he could drive them home. During the drive, Yingxia couldn't take her eyes off her husband's hand. She commented that the speed of his recovery had left even the specialists without an explanation. Full of confidence, Sankian joked that the hospital staff had been completely stunned by his regeneration. His wife played along and mocked the way he was driving, saying his slowness was cute, but still far too slow for her taste. The protagonist, however, fired back with a cheeky, double-meaning remark that earned him an embarrassed smack from his wife right there in the car. Sankian tried to brush off the suggestive comment, but after receiving a few light slaps, he decided to come clean. He explained that after leaving the hospital, he had run into Lin Guyao. Yingxia's expression darkened instantly, remembering that this friend hadn't shown up in ages, and she demanded to know what the woman wanted with her husband. Awkwardly, he explained the situation. The girl had skipped out on paying at a clothing store and was being chased by security guards in the middle of the street. Sankian admitted that he got caught in the middle of the fight and knocked the guards out to resolve the problem. Yingxia reacted immediately. She grabbed his ear and scolded him, forbidding her husband from going around hitting people without permission, afraid he might get hurt. Surrendering, he joked that from now on, he would only fight people she told him to fight. Seizing the opportunity, Sankian mentioned the invitation to the class reunion. Yingxia shut the topic down right away, saying she wouldn't waste her time on that nonsense. The protagonist revealed that he had already promised Lin Guyao that the two of them would attend, which instantly sparked jealousy in his wife. Irritated, she suggested he go alone and even hold hands with that so-called friend, since Yahello had always flirted with him. Faced with his wife's deadly glare, Sankian firmly stated that he was a married and faithful man. The atmosphere grew heavy when Yingxia sadly confessed that she avoided the event because she knew she was the butt of jokes among her former classmates. That was when Sankian's tone changed. He declared that this was exactly the reason they needed to show up at the party. Sankian refused to accept her refusal. He reminded her that she was now the central figure in the city project and lived in the most prestigious area of the region. Nobody had the right to laugh at a woman in that position. Even so, insecurity still weighed on her, and she tried to come up with one last excuse, but her husband stood firm. There would be no argument. The only condition was that she would never treat him like a useless man again, because he would no longer tolerate that kind of disrespect from anyone. Seeing the seriousness and commanding presence of her husband, Yingxia backed down. With her face flushed, she promised she would never repeat the mistakes of the past, and that she regretted every humiliation he had endured. With the agreement sealed, Sankian smiled and confirmed their attendance. He had never gone to an event like that before, and was eager to see the look on those jerks' faces when they realized who Yingxia had become. While the couple settled things in the car, the atmosphere at the Su family company felt like a funeral. Su Hai, the jealous cousin, was slumped in his chair, counting the days until his cousin's failure. He was certain the loan would be denied, and that buying the mansion would drive the girl into total bankruptcy. His world collapsed when the other cousin, Su Yihan, burst into the room shouting. The news hit like a punch to the gut. The bank money had already been deposited into the company's account. Hai went into a frenzy, banging his head on the desk and yelling that it was impossible, that no financial institution would extend that much credit to someone with a debt like hers. The concern grew when Yihan revealed that the news had already spread, and that now all the employees were looking at Yingxia as the company's savior, leaving the two villains with no idea how to stop the protagonist's success. The confirmation of the loan amount dropped like a bomb, 1 billion rias, exactly what Yingxia had promised. Su Hai was furious, unable to accept that the cousin he despised so much had achieved the impossible. His jealousy was so intense that he couldn't even see that her success would also save his own finances. Disoriented, Hai considered going to the finance department to check the numbers with his own eyes, but Su Yihan stopped him. She warned that there was no time for investigations, because the family matriarch had called an emergency meeting with all members. The tension was overwhelming. A sudden summons like that was never about trivial matters. In the auditorium, the grandmother didn't hide her satisfaction. She officially announced that the billion-dollar investment had pulled the company out of the hole and, keeping her word, declared that Yingxia would now take sole control of all the group's finances. As the news went down bitterly for the opposition, Hai panicked, imagining that the old woman's next step would be to hand the presidency to his rival on a silver platter. Hai's father couldn't hold back and interrupted the announcement, pleading with the matriarch not to make hasty decisions. He argued that the future of the company was sacred and that power could not be handed over to outsiders, a clear jab at Yingxia's side of the family. Hai backed him up, trying to convince his grandmother that leadership should remain in trustworthy hands. However, the elderly woman had a card up her sleeve. She stated that Yingxia's workload was now too heavy for one person alone, and that she would need someone to share the burden. Before the tension could escalate further, she revealed the surprise. To balance the situation, Su Hai would be appointed the company's new vice president. The blonde man, who had been expecting total defeat, was left frozen by the unexpected twist. Grandma dropped the bomb. Su Hai would be the new vice president to help Yingxia with the city project. The blonde guy, who definitely didn't see that coming, almost did a backflip out of excitement. He thanked her on the spot, already plotting that he now had half the company's power in his hands and could go head-to-head with his cousin. Yingxia saw through the move instantly. She realized that no matter how many billions she brought to the table, the matriarch would never fully trust her. The old woman was simply using the girl while keeping her favorite grandson as a watchdog. The frustration was huge, but the protagonist was already used to the family's favoritism. Before leaving, the elderly woman reinforced that the two of them should work together and that any problems should be brought directly to her. She dumped the responsibility in their hands to decide the next steps and walked out of the room. As soon as the door closed, Su Hai started mocking her. He rubbed it in Yingxia's face that no matter how hard she tried, in Grandma's eyes he would always be superior. But the response came like a punch. The girl slammed her hand on the table and warned that from that very second on, she would review every single cent in the accounts. If Hai spent even $1 out of place, he would have to answer directly to her. She walked out of the room, leaving the atmosphere tense. Hai's father, however, downplayed the threat. He laughed at the situation, saying that even Grandma didn't care about those details and that Yingxia was delusional if she thought anyone would take her seriously. In his view, with his son in the vice director position, control was still in their hands, and the girl was nothing more than a luxury employee. The mockery ran wild in the meeting room. Hai Chao's father was laughing carelessly, assuring everyone that his son, now the vice director, held the reins of the situation and that Yingxia was just a nuisance with no real power. Hai Chao, already eyeing the company's cash, went even further. With $1 billion in the company's account, he swore he would change his name if he couldn't siphon off a generous slice for himself. He positioned himself as the protector of the rest of the family against his cousin's strict oversight, while the other relatives applauded him, treating Yingxia as someone insignificant who would never measure up to the favorite heir. Later, in the car, the mood was heavy. Yingxia mentioned that her friend, Lin Guiyao, wanted to thank them for the rescue with a dinner and started giving directions to the place. But San Qian noticed that the spark in her eyes was gone. He found it strange. How could someone who had just secured $1 billion loan and saved the company be so discouraged? The girl finally opened up. She explained that her grandmother had used the excuse of easing the pressure to place Hai Chao as vice president, forcing her to share every decision with her jealous cousin. It was a low and shameless move. San Qian wasn't surprised by the matriarch's attempt to corner his wife, but he admitted that the old woman was even more ridiculous than he had imagined. Yingxia exploded in frustration. She couldn't understand why her grandmother refused to see Hai Chao's questionable character, even after she had achieved every impossible target. San Qian stayed realistic. The old woman knew exactly who was who, but her plan was to protect her favorite grandson so he could take over the presidency in the future, without allowing Yingxia to shine too brightly and overshadow the chosen successor. Bitter, she wondered if her grandmother wasn't afraid that she might simply resign, considering the company was only still standing because of her efforts. She knew that without her leadership, the business wouldn't last long. San Qian just looked at her calmly, confirming that she already had all the answers. Grandma was simply using her talent to sustain her grandson's legacy. Silence filled the car as the couple headed to dinner, carrying the weight of a family war that was far from over. When they finally arrived at the venue, Yingxia was impressed by the level of the establishment and asked her pink-haired friend who had managed to secure such a hard-to-get reservation. Pinky explained that the credit went to Hong Momo's husband. The man's uncle was the owner of the resort, which made things much easier. San Qian, observing the structure, commented that the owner, Yang Qi, was an influential man in the city, the kind who attracted powerful figures looking for favors. Yingxia's friend didn't miss the chance to tease him, asking why he was praising the guy so much. To her, Yang Qi was nothing more than a lucky man who had hit the jackpot in the lottery 3 years earlier, since before that he had been just a broke construction worker. Sanqian held back a laugh when he heard the lottery story. He knew the truth. Yang Qi had never won any prize. In fact, the capital came from a tough job that Sanqian himself had hired him to do in the past. The protagonist just never imagined that the former construction worker would use the entire payment to build an empire and create such powerful connections. Meanwhile, in another part of the resort, Hong Lu's husband was showing off a Ferrari, telling his wife that he had borrowed the luxury car from his uncle just to humiliate her friends who were about to arrive. The red-haired woman, dazzled, showered him with praise. When the group of former classmates showed up, the flattery was immediate. They were all shocked by the luxury and by the perfect husband who supposedly bought Ferraris. With an air of superiority, Hong Lu pretended to be humble, saying that her husband wasn't all that impressive and that she had suffered a lot before accepting the relationship. She made a point of showing off an expensive ring, claiming that she only gave him a chance because of the jewelry, keeping up the image of a powerful woman in front of her envious classmates. The former classmates were practically drooling over the ring, while the redhead, Hong Lu, brushed it off casually, saying the jewelry had cost only 100,000 and that she would demand something much bigger for their wedding anniversary. Her husband, eager to maintain his rich man image in front of the group, seized the moment to announce a surprise. He had already ordered an exclusive ring from a world-famous luxury brand. The girls were stunned, commenting that the brand was the most expensive in the world and only allowed one purchase per customer in a lifetime, sealing the man's status as the perfect husband. However, Hong Lu's shine faded the moment Yingxia appeared. The buzz in the room instantly shifted direction. The girls began whispering that the class princess still looked flawless even after all this time, keeping the beauty that had always set her apart. One of the former classmates rushed over to hug Yingxia, saying how much she had missed her and that the event finally felt complete now that she had arrived. Boiling with jealousy, Hong Lu started muttering to herself. She couldn't stand seeing that, just like back in school, Yingxia was still the center of attention. Annoyed that no one seemed to notice that she was now the superior one, the villain decided to strike. She approached Yingxia with a fake smile, commenting that the men in the room could barely hide their desire to kiss her. But the provocation quickly escalated. With a look of disgust, the redhead asked what that awful smell was that Yingxia was giving off, hinting that her rival must be wearing some cheap perfume, or that the odor came from something even worse. Yingxia kept her composure, her eyes filled with quiet disdain, but Pinky exploded. She shouted that her friend didn't need charity and that the villain could keep that trash to herself. Hong Lu fired back by humiliating Pinky, showing off her outrageously expensive handbag and pointing toward the Ferrari she had received from Yang Wei, questioning why someone who drove a supercar would ever use something ordinary. The perfect fiancé tried to play humble, wrapping his arm around the redhead and asking her not to be so cruel to people who didn't share their financial status. In the middle of the chaos, Lin Guiyao noticed something strange. She realized that Yang Wei's suit looked identical to the one worn by the mysterious pianist in the viral video. The question hung in the air. Was it just a coincidence, or was the big shot trying to copy the style of someone far superior? Ignoring the passive-aggressive remarks, Yingxia officially introduced San Qian to the group. The protagonist kept his charismatic smile, calmly observing every face in the room. The former classmates experienced a mental short-circuit. They couldn't understand how the biggest loser in the city could be so handsome and carry himself with such presence, concluding that he must be spending all of his wife's money on his appearance. Yang Wei, eager to mark his territory, mocked Sanqian's quiet posture and burst into laughter, treating the young man's presence as the biggest joke of the night. Sanqian didn't let it slide and delivered a direct checkmate to Yang Wei's ego. With total calm, he asked whether the man's uncle hadn't given him strict orders to stop trying so hard to attract attention. The comment hit a nerve, but the rich kid tried to recover with a forced smile, saying he never expected a useless man to know his uncle. He added that someone of his high status had no reason to be discreet. After all, what would be the point of being rich and powerful if you had to live hidden like some ordinary failure? With a friendly smile and sharp eyes, Sanqian replied that if that was the case, he would personally do him the favor of teaching Yang Wei the true meaning of discretion, acting as a mentor on behalf of the man's uncle. Sensing the tension rising, Yingxia pulled her husband away, deciding it was better to enter the party and wait for the rest of the guests instead of arguing with shallow people. As the couple walked off, Yang Wei reassured his wife. saying the night was still long and there would be plenty of chances to crush Yingxia and her husband. In his mind, their public humiliation was only a matter of time. Inside the hall, the main topic among the women was the mysterious piano prince who had gone viral online. They talked about the overwhelming success of the video and how thousands of followers had become obsessed with the anonymous musician. Some believed it was just a marketing stunt, while others thought he was a genius who had simply passed through, left behind a masterpiece, and disappeared. Hearing the chatter and knowing the truth, Lin Guiyao moved closer to Sanqian and made a suggestion. Why didn't he step onto the stage right now and show everyone who truly owned that talent? Lin Guiyao was excited. She pushed Sanqian to get on stage and deliver a performance, revealing to everyone that the so-called piano prince was actually Yingxia's husband. In her eyes, it would be the final move to silence the jealous crowd. However, the protagonist refused immediately, making it clear that his only intention there was to relax and enjoy the party without any spotlight. Frustrated by his calm attitude, the friend questioned how he could just stand there while Hong Lu trampled on his wife's reputation. But the situation shifted when Yang Wei confidently walked toward the piano. The murmuring started at once. The guests began to believe he was the mysterious musician from the internet, the god who had enchanted everyone. The flattery directed at Hong Lu was immediate. The former classmates, amazed, asked whether her husband was truly the legendary pianist who had gone viral. Seeing a golden opportunity, the villain didn't hesitate to lie. She claimed that Yang Wei had practiced since childhood and that on the day of the video at the mall, he simply couldn't resist the urge to play, never imagining he would gain so much fame. Lin Guiyao and Yingxia were stunned by the sheer nerve. Sanqian simply watched the ridiculous scene without showing any reaction. Meanwhile, the other women lamented the fact that the piano prince was already married, treating Hong Lu as the luckiest woman in the world. Basking in the glory of the lie, the redhead pretended to be humble, saying she always asked her husband to be more discreet about his talents, but that he was too much of an artist to hold back. The fraud completed the performance, striking the pose of a misunderstood genius, and claiming that any piano he came across was an irresistible invitation to his talent, even though he had no idea how to play like the real master. Lin Guiao's patience finally hit its limit. Without thinking twice, she went on the offensive and shouted for everyone to hear that the whole thing was a sham. The man standing at the piano was nothing but an imposter. Hong Lu felt the blow immediately. She had carefully crafted that lie to be the center of attention, and she refused to let her night be ruined. The villain reacted aggressively, accusing Rosie of slander and demanding solid proof that her husband was not the internet genius everyone believed him to be. The answer came at lightning speed. Guiyao pulled out her phone, hit play on the viral video, and called the crowd to make a technical comparison. She pointed out that even though the musician's face was hidden, his profile and body structure didn't match Yang Wei's build at all. The atmosphere in the hall shifted instantly. The guests began to notice that the figure in the video looked far more refined and imposing. The lie was starting to crumble, but Hong Lu made one last desperate move. She blamed the camera quality and lens distortion, suggesting that Guiyao was simply acting out of jealousy for not having a talented husband. That was the redhead's fatal mistake. Without holding back, Yingxia's friend fired back that this wasn't a guess. It was a fact, because she personally knew the real piano prince. Hong Lu burst into a mocking laugh, challenging the girl. She argued that if millions of internet detectives couldn't uncover the musician's identity, there was no way someone like Guiyao could know. The challenge was set. The villain demanded that the real master be revealed right then and there, confident she would win the bluff. The pressure in the hall intensified when other guests sided with Hong Lu. They accused Rosie of being blinded by envy, arguing that if wealthy tycoons and online investigators couldn't find the musician, an ordinary girl would never have that information. The insults turned personal. Hong Lu mocked Guiyao's loyalty, calling her a lapdog who had defended Yingxia for free for years. Yingxia couldn't tolerate the insults against her friend. She snapped, pointing her finger at her rival and making it clear that Guiyao was like a sister to her and that she would never allow anyone to insult her honor. In the middle of the chaos, Rosie, determined to end the farce once and for all, gave the final order. She called on Sanqian to step onto the stage and prove who the real genius truly was. Hong Lu's laughter echoed throughout the resort. To her, the idea that the Su family's so-called useless son-in-law could be the internet idol was the joke of the century. Her fraud of a husband joined in, sneering that if Sanqian were the piano prince, then he himself must be the reincarnation of Mozart. He even added, in a threatening tone, that if the protagonist damaged the luxurious instrument, he wouldn't have enough money in 1,000 lifetimes to pay for it. Sankian remained completely silent. He walked toward the piano and, without saying a word, let his fingers glide across the keys. The melody filled the room with overwhelming perfection. The shock was immediate. People began comparing his posture, profile, and hand movements to the viral video. It was a perfect match. The chatter and mocking whispers died instantly, replaced by a reverent silence. The women stood there in disbelief, unable to process that the man they had been humiliating was actually the legend they admired so much. Hong Liu's house of lies had just collapsed. The hall erupted into a frenzy. Sankian's talent mesmerized everyone, and the title of Piano Prince now had an official and undeniable owner. While the crowd melted into praise, Hong Liu and her fraudulent husband burned with pure rage. Seeing her scheme turn to dust, the villain demanded that Yang Wei do something to salvage what remained of their honor. Cornered, the man promised he would use his uncle's influence to put a definitive end to the protagonist. The audience didn't hold back their comparisons. Sankian's touch was refined, smooth, and infinitely superior to Yang Wei's mediocre attempt. Seizing the moment, Lin Guiyao stepped toward Hong Liu. With a mocking smile, she asked how it felt to be hit with reality in front of everyone, and whether that slap of humiliation had hurt. With no way out, Hong Liu tried a pathetic excuse, claiming that anyone could imitate the movements from the video, and that Sankian could also be an imposter. But Rosie was faster and pointed out the contradiction. By saying Sankian was faking it, the redhead had just admitted that her own husband was a fraud. Before walking away, Guiyao delivered one last insult, calling her rival a shallow woman worthy of pity. Consumed by resentment, Hong Liu ordered her husband to make Sankian regret everything on his knees. She refused to be humiliated by a so-called loser and by a woman the Su family themselves despised. Yang Wei assured her that his uncle would send men to beat the protagonist and avenge his wife. To him, Sankian and Yingxia's moment of happiness had an expiration date, and the reckoning would be bloody. Yang Wei rushed off to poison his uncle's ear. With his usual shamelessness, he lied, claiming that Sankian and Yingxia knew exactly who they were dealing with, yet deliberately chose to insult Yang Qi's name in front of everyone. The businessman, blinded by anger and with his pride wounded, slammed his hand on the table and declared that their audacity would not go unpunished. He told his nephew to go home and promised to send men to handle the problem that very night. Meanwhile, in a private moment, Sankian reflected on the situation. He knew Yang Qi would never forget their past, but the timing was delicate. With powerful people investigating his life, he couldn't afford to get involved in public conflicts or attract unnecessary attention. Years earlier, he had strategically placed pieces on the board, including Yang Qi himself as a networking contact, as part of a safety plan for risky situations. The festive atmosphere was brutally interrupted when a group of thugs stormed into the VIP lounge, forcing everyone out and demanding the room for themselves. Seeing the criminals arrive, Hong Liu believed it was the perfect opportunity and begged her husband to order them to attack Yingxia. Oh, the villain's surprise, Yang Wei hesitated. Afraid things might spiral out of control, he argued that, despite everything, Yingxia was still a member of the Su family. The response enraged Hong Liu, who began shouting and calling her husband a coward, demanding that he use his uncle's name to crush their rival right then and there, regardless of the consequences. She refused to leave that night without seeing the protagonists humiliated. Pressured by his wife's insults, Yang Wei didn't want to look like a loser like Sankian. To prove his masculinity, he decided to confront the intruders. He approached the gang leader with an air of superiority, offering his help in an attempt to intimidate them with his presence. The giant leading the group didn't even listen. With a look of contempt, he asked who that idiot was and ordered him to get out of the way. Ignoring the danger, Yang Wei tried to give commands, demanding that the thugs beat up Yingxia and her friend to avenge Hong Liu's honor. The response was brutal. The big man grabbed him by the arm and tossed him aside like garbage, making it clear that no one there was in charge of anything. With the path cleared, the criminals turned their attention to the women. One of them, speaking in a disgusting tone, began complimenting Yingxia's skin and asked if he could touch her, while others made abusive invitations for them to drink with the group. When one of their former classmates tried to step in, he was hit with a violent kick to the stomach and thrown to the ground. Desperate, the young man begged Hong Liu to do something, reminding her that this was her husband's uncle's territory. Instead of helping, the redhead washed her hands of the situation. She claimed that if even her own husband had been attacked, Then the chaos must be Yingxia and Guyao's fault, since they must have provoked the men. Yingxia exploded with anger, but Hong Liu continued her insults, suggesting that her cousin had loose morals and that she wouldn't trust her under any circumstances. Taking advantage of the villain's attempt to humiliate the protagonist, the gang leader invented a filthy lie. He asked if Yingxia had already forgotten the night of love they supposedly shared and said she couldn't ignore him after getting out of bed with him. Filled with disgust, Sanqian's wife slapped the thug hard across the face, declaring that she had never seen him in her life. The counterattack enraged the aggressor. Without hesitation, the large blonde man struck back with a heavy punch to Yingxia's face, ordering her to stop acting arrogant. As the protagonist fell into the corner of the room, hurt and shaken, Lin Guyao stepped in front of her friend, ready to face the criminals even without the strength to fight. The threat to call the police was nothing but a joke to the thug. He burst into mocking laughter, making it clear that the authorities didn't scare him. In his mind, that place was already under his control. Even if he were arrested, he would be back on the streets in the blink of an eye. The tension deepened when he made a direct threat. If her friends interfered, the retaliation would be violent. With sadistic calm, he asked whether she really wanted to live in constant fear of having her front door kicked in every single day. Lying on the floor, Zia tried to strike at Hong Liu's ego. She declared that her rival's hatred was nothing more than accumulated jealousy, since every man Liu ever wanted had always had eyes only for Xia. The provocation was sharp. Liu was incapable of solving her own problems without hiring thugs to do her dirty work. The response came in the form of violence. Liu threw the wine from her glass straight into Zia's face, screaming that she was the only one responsible for her own misery. The accusation was harsh. Liu claimed that Xia's innocent facade hid a chaotic and promiscuous private life. At that moment, Lingia lost her patience. She stepped into the chaos to defend her friend and flipped the narrative, exposing that Liu was the one who changed partners as easily as changing clothes, while Zia's reputation at school had always been spotless. The verbal counterattack made Liu snap. Completely out of control, she punched Lingia directly in the mouth, promising to beat her until she couldn't make a sound anymore. Seeing his wife attack, the coward accompanying the group decided to intervene in the worst possible way. He called out to the thugs, questioning why they still hadn't shut those two women up. Without hesitation, he delivered a violent kick that knocked both Lingia and Xia to the ground at once. As they hit the floor, blinded by hatred, Hong Liu ignored everything else and focused her fury on Xia. She unleashed a barrage of blows, screaming that the warning had already been given. The price for Zia's audacity would be high. The humiliation would only end if her rival crawled across the floor and begged for forgiveness on her knees. Even while injured, Lingia desperately tried to reach her friend to protect her, but she was stopped by a brutal punch to the stomach delivered by Liu's husband. The man still had the audacity to question how she dared to touch his wife, acting like a defender of honor while beating a woman. Far from there, the atmosphere was filled with pure psychological terror. Yang Qi was in shock when he suddenly came face to face with Han San. The meeting was anything but friendly. San made it clear that he was there accompanying his wife, but his tone carried a veiled threat. He reminded Kai that they hadn't seen each other in 3 years, and Kai, trembling with fear, replied that he would never forget the face of the man who had given him everything. San, with a cold stare, warned that what he had built, he could also destroy in a single second. Desperate not to lose everything he had achieved, Kai dropped to his knees and begged to know where he had gone wrong, promising to fix any mistake immediately. San maintained a calm that felt like torture, saying that he only wanted to make sure the seed he had planted years earlier would not have to be uprooted by his own hands. The situation took a drastic turn when San asked about young Wei, the nephew Kai treated like a son and heir. Upon discovering that Wei's wife was humiliating Han San's wife at that very moment, Qi's world collapsed. He fell to the ground in panic, realizing the magnitude of the mistake. His nephew had just called for reinforcements to teach a lesson to the wife of the one person he should never have crossed. San's anger exploded instantly. When he learned that they could monitor the private room through cameras and that more thugs were on their way to make things worse, the protagonist finally lost his patience. The reckoning was now only seconds away. A sense of terror filled the air as Han San, overflowing with rage, confronted Kai. His warning was short and brutal. If Xia had suffered even a single serious injury, he would not just punish those responsible, he would bury Qi's entire bloodline along with him. Frozen in place, the man realized he had just dug his own grave. Meanwhile, inside the private room, the scene is devastating. Xia and Lingia are completely broken from the violence. Around them, the guests mock Han San's absence, calling him a coward and saying he probably ran away to avoid getting beaten, since with his skinny frame he wouldn't last a second against the thugs. Feeling victorious, Hong Lu grabs Xia by the hair with brutal force. She demands that her rival kneel and beg for mercy, threatening to let the henchman finish the dirty work if she refuses. But Liu's arrogance is suddenly cut short by an icy voice that makes the entire room tremble. It's Han San. His entrance is explosive. Before anyone can react, San storms across the room and delivers a brutal strike to the lead guard, sending him crashing straight to the floor. Shock spreads instantly. No one expected that kind of strength from the so-called loser. He ignores the chaos and rushes to support Xia, who through tears confesses that her pain eased the moment she saw him. The brief moment of relief doesn't last long. Two thugs charge forward with chairs, trying to crush San, but he doesn't even blink, calling them scum. The protagonist takes them down with terrifying ease, leaving the entire room in stunned silence. How could that guy possibly be this strong? Desperate after seeing his men fall, Kai's nephew tries to keep his composure, ordering San to get out with his pathetic body. San's response comes without words, a vicious kick straight to the man's mouth, making it clear he respects neither territory nor hierarchy. Hong Lu tries to rush forward to defend her husband, screaming hysterically, but she's instantly frozen in place by San's deadly glare, paralyzed with fear. Grabbing the woman firmly, San makes it clear that hitting women has never been his style, but this situation demands an exception. Without hesitation, he lands a hard blow directly to her face. Seeing both of Jiang's nephews knocked out cold, the crowd panics and begs the protagonist to run immediately. Everyone fears he will only make things worse, since Young Wei's uncle is known as a ruthless man with no equal opponents. While one of the guests tries to pull Yingxia away for safety, the young woman shows concern for her husband, but San reassures her, telling her to rest. The peace doesn't last long, as Young Wei and Hong Lu rise to their feet, furious. Between shouts and threats, the heir swears that San is a dead man and that his uncle will personally finish the job. With complete mockery, San asks whether that powerful uncle happens to be the famous Yi Qi. In a voice filled with authority, he orders the man to show himself immediately. Yi Qi comes running, but completely ignores his nephew's cries for help, even as the young man tries to show the injuries caused by the protagonist. In a move that leaves everyone in shock, the veteran simply drops to his knees in front of San. The crowd can't believe what they're seeing, trying to figure out whether the man fell or truly surrendered on purpose. The shock spreads when they realize that San's status surpasses that of any local tycoon. Desperate, Young Wei tries to pull his uncle back to his feet, demanding that he carry out the execution plan, but he is met with a violent punch to the mouth. Yi Qi loses his temper, beating his own nephew and calling him disgusting trash for putting them in such a disastrous situation. When Hongli tries to intervene, she ends up getting hit as well. Yi Qi reminds the woman that she is nothing but a burden and that without him she would be living in misery. He demands to know where she found the audacity to order Miss Yingxia to kneel. After delivering the punishment, the man forces both young troublemakers to kneel and beg for forgiveness from San's wife. Completely confused, Young Wei tries to call his uncle by name, but receives another blow to the face and hears that their family bond ends right there. To the guests, the scene feels surreal, since Yi Qi had always treated the young man like a legitimate son. The veteran bows once again before the protagonist, taking full responsibility for raising such an arrogant man and placing his nephew's fate entirely in San's hands. Watching the scene unfold, Yingxia becomes intrigued when she notices that the old man treats her husband like a superior, using brotherly terms that don't match their difference in age. With a cold expression, San simply states that someone attempted to take his wife's life. That single statement is enough to fill Yi Qi with fear, forcing him to interrupt immediately and assure his boss that he understands the message while summoning his security guards at once. Yi Qi makes a drastic decision to save himself. He hands Hong Lu over to his henchmen, declaring that from that moment on, she belongs to them to do whatever they want. Panic takes over the woman as she screams for help while being dragged away. Trying to play the hero, Young Wei confronts his uncle, arguing that she is family, but he is grabbed by the collar. The veteran explodes in rage, making it clear that even if it were his own wife, anyone who disrespected Brother San would be condemned. He places all the blame for the disaster on the woman's arrogance and ignorance. Even humiliated and lying on the floor, Young Wei stares at the protagonist with murderous hatred, swearing that sooner or later he would take San's life. With a look of pure contempt, San asks whether an ant truly believes it has the right to seek revenge, declaring that even if given the chance, the young man would still end up dead. The tense atmosphere is interrupted when Yingxia asks to be taken to the hospital because she isn't feeling well. San's demeanor changes instantly as he moves to care for his wife. But before leaving, he delivers one final and chilling warning to Yiki. If there is even a single mark or bruise on his princess's face, he will return to personally take the old man's life. The next day, the scene shifts to the construction site. Rixato, acting deceitfully, questions the grandmother about Yingxia's whereabouts and makes a call demanding her immediate presence. The Su family matriarch is furious, accusing her granddaughter of slacking off for an entire week under the excuse of supervising the project. When Yingxia finally arrives, trying to be polite and suggesting that the elderly woman rest because of the heat, she is met with shouting and accusations about her absence from the office. At that moment, Zong, the client's representative, steps in with authority. He defends Yingxia, stating that she spent the entire week dedicated to the construction site. In a sharp tone, he humiliates Rixato and his cousin, reminding everyone that they showed up at the location for barely 10 minutes before running away from the hard work. Grandma tries to cover for her favorite grandson, saying that any instructions for Rixato could be given directly to her. Zong, however, doesn't soften his tone. He tells the old woman straight to her face that the guy is too slow, and that explaining any task to him would be nothing but a waste of time and a headache. The final message is blunt. The company's boss only trusts Yingxia, and the Su family needs to stop trying to push incompetent people into her project. With no way out and clearly unhappy, the elderly woman has no choice but to accept the situation, throwing down a challenge for her granddaughter not to disappoint the partner company's owner. The matriarch of the Su family leaves no room for excuses, even with her granddaughter pushing back, claiming she was overwhelmed with company matters to justify her absences from the construction site. The final decision is made. The old woman points her finger at Golan and gives the order. The manual labor and daily supervision are now his responsibility. The man, who hates the smell of sweat and hard work, complains immediately. He thinks it's absurd to be brought down to that level, but his mother's counterattack is brutal. She tears into him, asking how a strong man like him could have the nerve to be weaker than his own niece. The ultimatum is short and clear. Either he gets his hands dirty at the construction site, or he's out of the family business and loses all his privileges. With no way out and terrified of ending up broke, Golan lowers his head and accepts the mission. Far from there, the mood inside the car is one of relief. Gishi admits that Han Sankian's plan was perfect. If it weren't for his early warning telling her to show up 2 days in advance, her grandmother's trap would have worked and she would have been in serious trouble. The young man, still recovering from past fights, knew exactly how the old woman's mind worked. He knew she would never miss the chance to kick someone who was already down. In a moment of tenderness, Han Sankian touches his wife's face, relieved to see that the marks from the assault are gone. He swears to protect her from any future threat. When Gishi asks, almost testing his rage, what he would do if the scars had been permanent, the answer comes cold and merciless. It wouldn't just be the attacker Yang Qi who would pay with his life. Han Sankian makes it clear that he would wipe out the enemy's entire bloodline, leaving not a single member behind. Shaken by her husband's thirst for revenge, Gishi decides to change the subject and focus on business. She asks to be taken straight to the company headquarters. The goal now is different: to confront her grandmother's finances and shut off the flow of money to secure control of the situation. Gishi's strategy is clear: suffocate the internal corruption. The $1 billion loan was, in the end, Han Sankian's achievement, and she refuses to let that money be drained by leeches. Sitting in the car, the young man delivers a reality check. The grandmother would never punish Rao, no matter what mistake he made. By standing up to the family, Gishi is picking a fight with everyone, but Han Sankian reassures her. With a firm look, he promises that to protect her, he would face the entire country if necessary. Her fear has no reason to exist as long as he is by her side. At the board meeting, the atmosphere turns heavy. Gishi lays the cards on the table. In just 1 week, $4 million have vanished from the records. She demands an explanation for the missing funds. Han Sankian, watching from the side, becomes intrigued. He knows the granddaughter had skimmed some money before, but 4 million is a number too big, even for their level of greed. Before chaos can erupt, the matriarch steps in with authority. She tries to shut the situation down, saying everyone there works hard for the company and that there's no need for a witch hunt. Gishi refuses to back down. She reminds everyone that the borrowed $1 billion isn't unlimited and questions who will save the Su family when the cash runs dry, since the grandmother seems more concerned with protecting Rao than safeguarding the company's assets. Furious, Gishi stands up and fires back at the old woman. How long does she think the company can survive losing $4 million a week? She warns that although pre-sales for the West project have started, the Aguas Fracas construction company will only release the remaining funds once each phase is completed. If the crisis returns because of these losses, the collapse will be inevitable. As the confrontation heats up, Han Sanqian can hardly believe that the greatest fighter in the underground circuit lives in such miserable conditions. The guide explains the situation. The giant known as Blade 12 is a former professional athlete who ended up working as a security guard. Tragedy struck when his daughter fell seriously ill. He managed to save the girl, but the price was a debt worth millions. To try to pay it off, he left his regular job and started risking his life in Ifei's fighting rings. The situation is even dirtier than it looks. Even if Blade 12 manages to earn the money, Ifei uses the child herself as emotional leverage to keep him under control. Sanqian realizes that the girl is the key. If he pays off the debt and guarantees her safety, he will earn the fighter's loyalty. When they arrive at the front of the house, the scene is pure humiliation. Debt collectors surround the giant, shouting and demanding immediate payment. Cornered, Blade 12 tries to explain that the recent money went entirely to hospital bills, but the men refuse to listen. They call him a liar and promise to stay there until his daughter arrives, just to disgrace him in front of her by exposing that her father is a deadbeat. The big man's blood starts to boil. Blade 12 rises with a murderous look, but the gang leader doesn't back down. The man challenges him, threatening to reveal to everyone the shameful reason behind those debts if the fighter makes any move. The collectors have no limits. They threaten to call the police and take the case to court so Blade 12 can be dragged off to jail. The worst blow is psychological. They mock him, saying that with him behind bars, his daughter would be left completely alone. Before the situation spirals out of control, Han Sanqian steps in. He approaches calmly and asks for the exact amount of the debt. The men, instantly changing their tone, reveal that the debt is only $5,000. Without wasting time, the protagonist pulls out $20,000 and throws the cash into their hands, ordering them to split the bonus and disappear forever. Sanqian can't understand how a king of the ring, a man who has never tasted defeat in underground boxing, could be humiliated over such a small amount of money. Blade 12, suspicious, demands to know who this stranger is, how he found him, and why the hell he's paying his debts. Sanqian doesn't hide his intentions. He mocks the fact that a master fighter is struggling to pay pocket change to neighbors. The big man fires back immediately, saying that if Sanqian knows about his past, then he probably isn't clean himself. He makes it clear that he doesn't want anyone interfering in his life and demands to know the real motive behind that so-called kindness. The protagonist is direct. He admires the fighter's skills and wants a favor. Blade 12 finds the conversation strange, since technically this is their first meeting. To refresh the giant's memory, Han Sanqian suddenly throws a kick. The brute blocks the strike with his arm on pure instinct, and in that exact moment, realization hits him. He recognizes the strength and the style. It's the masked man he fought before. Han Sanqian got straight to the point. If the fighter agreed to work for him, all his debts would be paid off, and both he and his daughter would have a safe and decent life. Blade 12, bitter and exhausted, tried to shut the conversation down. He claimed the young man would never understand his situation and asked him to leave before the girl came back from school because he didn't want strangers hanging around her. The protagonist didn't back down. He questioned whether the giant wasn't afraid of Ifei turning the girl into a permanent target, revealing that he knew the mob boss was exploiting him and skimming his pay after every fight. Sanqian called Effie trash and insisted on helping. Blade admitted the young man could fight, but warned that the villain was far more dangerous and complicated than he imagined. With a dark and determined look, Sanqian delivered his final word. The fighter didn't need to worry, because he would personally put an end to Ifei that very night. As evening fell and Sanqian prepared for the mission, his ally showed concern. He asked if the plan was really to invade enemy territory alone. The protagonist confirmed it. To him, it was a matter of survival. If he didn't eliminate the mob boss now, sooner or later he would be the one targeted, and the danger would reach his wife. On top of that, Effei's death would solve two problems at once, giving him the control he needed. His partner tried to warn him about the suicidal risk, reminding him that the target was the head of the underground boxing scene, always surrounded by professional guards and armed thugs. He warned that if Sanqian made too much noise and the plan failed, no one would be able to save him. Without showing a hint of hesitation, the hero finished getting ready and said the only way to know the outcome was to try. He already had the information he needed. Fa would be at the Jing shopping complex that night, and the encounter would be final. That night was the perfect chance to wipe the criminal's name off the map. Seeing that the protagonist didn't show a single ounce of hesitation, his partner, who had been trembling with fear not long ago, changed his tone and asked how he could help with the mission. With complete confidence, the hero said he didn't need backup for the attack. The partner's only job would be to guarantee a clean escape after he sent the mob boss to the other side. As he walked toward the massive commercial building under the cover of night, he didn't notice that he was being watched. Lingi, observing from a distance, grew curious when she recognized the young man's silhouette. Already inside the building, a receptionist approached him with clear ulterior motives, offering massage services, saunas, and all kinds of adult entertainment. Knowing exactly where his target was hiding, he chose the 3rd floor. The woman guided him to an area filled with private rooms, but the protagonist cut the conversation short, saying he was exhausted. He handed her a generous amount of cash, explaining that he only wanted peace and quiet, and would call her if he needed anything. Thrilled with the generous payment, she left, promising an unforgettable experience and finally leaving him alone. While exploring the hallway, he noticed a crucial detail. There were no security cameras. The place valued the privacy of wealthy clients so much that it ended up making the intruder's job easier, sparing him from being identified. However, the calm didn't last long. 2 massive security guards appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path and ordering him to get out, claiming that all the VIP rooms were already full. The guards lowered their guard when the hero politely apologized, pretending he was about to leave. What they didn't expect was that the situation was about to flip in the very next second. One guard was knocked out before he even realized what was happening, and his partner, who tried to help him, met the same fate. Within moments, both men were sprawled on the floor, completely unconscious, while the young man continued down the hallway as if he were just taking a casual walk. Inside the room, the mob boss, the mustached man, was growing impatient. He complained to his personal bodyguard about the delay of the girls he had hired, irritated because they were already 30 minutes late. His boredom vanished the moment he saw Han Sankian standing in the doorway. The villain shouted, demanding to know who the stranger was, and making it clear that he hadn't requested the company of any weird-looking man. With a cold stare that could freeze anyone, the protagonist replied that he was the end of the line for the criminal. The mob boss burst into laughter, assuming it was just a crazy man making empty threats. He mocked the young man's courage, asking how someone alone planned to kill him there, surrounded by protection. He even challenged the hero, saying he had nerves of steel and asking whether the intruder even knew how to use a knife against his trained men. Confident, the villain ordered the attack, while the protagonist realized that besides the 2 in front of him, 4 more guards were emerging from the shadows, surrounding him from every side. The first guard charged forward, shouting that it would be the young man's last day. However, Han Sankian dodged with unbelievable agility, without showing the slightest effort. Realizing their target wasn't easy prey, the rest of the guards attacked together, trying to crush him all at once, but the protagonist was already ready to turn that room into a scene of destruction. With precise movements, he avoided every strike and countered with clean, decisive blows, dropping them one by one without even losing his breath. After clearing the room, he mocked the lack of challenge, asking if that was the best the thugs had to offer. The mustached man, realizing death was knocking at his door, dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, promising rivers of money and anything the hero wanted. But the protagonist wasn't there to negotiate. He looked straight into the man's eyes and declared that the only thing he wanted from Efe was his life. Before he could finish the job, 2 guards burst into the room shouting about the disturbance and announcing that a crime was in progress. They tried to surround Sankian to stop his escape, but the young man was faster. In a calculated move, he threw himself out of the 3rd floor window as if it were just a casual jump. The guards rushed to the balcony in shock, expecting to see a shattered body on the pavement. Instead, they watched the man hit the ground unharmed and run off as if nothing had happened. Disbelief took over the officers, who couldn't understand how someone could survive a fall like that without a single scratch. Later, when he arrived home, Sankian noticed the lights were on and the silence of the late night. He assumed his wife was waiting for him, maybe worried about how long he had been gone. He walked in with a light mood, trying to create a warm moment to break the tension, but the reception was ice cold. Gishi, visibly furious, didn't even look at him, making it clear that her patience had finally run out. The honeymoon phase after the victory didn't last long, because the atmosphere at home was extremely heavy. Gishi didn't want small talk and dropped the bomb. She had discovered that he had bought the entire mountain village area. The punishment was immediate. Han Sang-kyan was banished to the floor. Lying in bed and boiling with anger, she warned that she wouldn't set foot at work the next day and didn't want her husband anywhere near her. The protagonist was left speechless, thrown onto the carpet and trying to understand why, after so much time together, she still reacted so explosively to his secret plans. The next morning, life moved on at the pace of business. Inside the car, Sang-kyan confirmed to his allies that Afei was permanently out of the picture. His companions were stunned, questioning whether there was any limit to the young man's abilities. With a serious expression, he commented that the city of Ginao would certainly cover up the case to avoid media scandals, but reminded them that legalizing a boxing arena wouldn't be an easy task. Ling stepped in, pointing out that the success of the plan depended entirely on Blade 12. Even if his gym wasn't famous, the giant's reputation was respected by everyone, and no one would be crazy enough to challenge him. The group parked in front of a school, and Ling quickly identified it as the place where the fighter's daughter studied. With a mischievous smile, she hinted that she had a plan to help Sang-kyan finally win the brute's trust. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. Blade 12 confronted the principal, demanding to know why his daughter was being expelled. The staff member, clearly annoyed, claimed that the girl was constantly getting into fights and skipping classes. The father became furious, calling the principal trash and insisting that his daughter was a calm, home-loving child, making it impossible for her to be a troublemaker. Seeing that he wouldn't get anywhere with the giant, the principal ended the discussion. No matter what the father believed, the decision was final, and the girl was banned from continuing at the institution. The principal, trembling under the giant's deadly stare, made it clear that he wouldn't reverse the expulsion, even under threats. Without saying another word, Blade 12 simply warned that the matter wasn't over and walked out of the office, leaving the man terrified. When he reached the courtyard, he ran into Han Sang-kyan and Ling talking to his daughter. The fighter moved forward defensively, demanding to know what they wanted with the girl. Before the situation could escalate, the little girl, her eyes filled with tears, asked her father if she really wouldn't be able to study anymore. Blade tried to stay strong, promising that he would find a much better school, but the child's crying broke him when she reminded him that it was the only school in the region. The fighter's desperation was obvious. He had nowhere else to turn. Seeing the perfect opening, Sang-kyan stepped forward and got straight to the point. If the giant accepted the job offer, he would personally guarantee the girl's enrollment at the best school available. To prove he wasn't joking, the protagonist showed a photo confirming that Afei was no longer among the living. The fighter was shocked. He knew the mob boss was always surrounded by security, and yet Sang-kyan had eliminated him without leaving a trace or causing public chaos in the city. Recognizing the young man's power, Blade 12 accepted the proposal. The hero explained that his only mission would be to keep running the boxing arena and serve as his strong arm to crush any enemy that appeared. When he returned home expecting some rest, Sang-kyan was greeted by a discouraging scene. His mother-in-law, Jlan, blocked his path with a bitter smile, informing him that Gishi had already packed all his belongings. The order was clear. He was kicked out of the bedroom and would no longer sleep with his wife. Without understanding the reason for so much hostility, the protagonist had to listen to the woman's insults as she asked why he didn't just disappear from the house once and for all to stop causing trouble. Han Sang-kyan's patience ran out. Fed up with his mother-in-law's insults, he fired back immediately, delivering a harsh reality check to Jangan. She shouldn't forget that the true owner of that mansion was him, not her. The tension rose instantly, but Gishi appeared in the middle of the argument. With a cold stare, she declared that if her husband insisted on throwing her mother out, the two of them would pack their bags and leave immediately because she wouldn't stay in a place where her family wasn't welcome. Confused and shaken, the protagonist tried to understand the source of so much anger. He couldn't comprehend how. After 3 years sharing the same room, she suddenly treated him like a stranger. That was when Gishi threw her phone into his hands. The proof was right there. A photo of him entering that suspicious commercial building in the neighboring city. For her and her mother, the verdict was obvious. Betrayal. Sang-kyan admitted that it was indeed him in the picture, but begged his wife to believe in his loyalty. He insisted that he hadn't gone there looking for women, but the silence weighed heavily. He couldn't reveal that the real reason for the trip had been an execution. His mother-in-law seized the moment to shout that everyone knew what kind of services that place offered, and demanded that he stop humiliating her daughter and disappear for good. Ignoring the woman's yelling, Sang-kyan focused only on Gishi. He swore that he would never betray her, and asked her not to make a rash decision she might regret later. He promised that, at the right time, he would tell her the whole truth. Even hurt and suspicious, Gishi felt the sincerity in his voice and gave in, leaving her mother furious when she allowed him to return to the bedroom. As they walked upstairs, the hero felt the weight of his secret. He knew there were things the criminal world forced him to do, things his wife could never even imagine. Han Sang-kyan's dilemma was desperate. He was one step away from losing the love of his life because of secrets that protected him. Meanwhile, in Junsheng, the plot took a darker turn. The matriarch of the powerful Kim family visited the prison to see Hanjun, Sang-kyan's twin brother. The moment he saw his grandmother, the inmate wasted no time demanding his freedom. Faced with the difficulty of getting him out legally, the young man proposed a twisted plan. He should switch places with Han Sang-kyan. After all, they looked identical, and no one would notice the substitution. Hanjun began playing a heavy psychological game, accusing the old woman of always favoring his brother, even though he was the grandson who had always tried the hardest to please her. In a dramatic outburst, he slammed his own head against the table, pretending he had no reason left to live. Desperate, the grandmother begged him to stop. The young man, shedding crocodile tears, swore that he had never intended to kill those people and complained about the abuse he suffered in his cell. Moved by the performance, the elderly woman hugged him, promising to move heaven and earth to get him out of prison. Far from there, at the hospital, the atmosphere between Sang-kyan's parents was also filled with uncertainty. The protagonist's mother admitted that her son was proving to be someone very promising, which made her question whether the decision to favor the criminal twin had truly been the right one. However, her doubts were abruptly cut short. Mrs. Han stormed into the room in a fury, ready to impose her will and make sure the interests of her favorite grandson were placed above any sense of justice. The matriarch of the Han family did not hide her contempt. She barged in hurling insults, calling Han Sang-kyan trash, and claiming he would never measure up to her beloved grandson, Hanjun. Without the slightest hesitation, she ordered the protagonist's mother to convince him to take the blame for his brother's crime and rot in prison in his place. Sang-kyan's mother tried to argue, reminding her that the young man was also blood of that family, but the old woman remained completely unmoved. In her eyes, the hero was nothing more than a loser who did not deserve the surname he carried. Pressured and afraid of a scandal, the protagonist's mother asked for time to handle the situation herself, promising that if she failed to persuade Sang-kyan, she would allow her mother-in-law to do whatever she saw fit. The old woman accepted the deal, but warned that she had no patience for delays. Far from that toxic family drama, the protagonist focused on expanding his influence. He arrived at the Chan family's martial arts school with a strategic plan to get close to the headmaster of the lineage, a man obsessed with combat, and unify the city's underworld under his command. The moment he stepped inside, he was approached by an enthusiastic young woman. It was Chan Linger, the master's granddaughter, who mistook him for a renowned expert her grandfather had been expecting. Master Chan himself showed up shortly afterward to clear up the misunderstanding, explaining that an old friend had promised to send a master for a challenge later that afternoon. The peaceful atmosphere, however, was shattered by the arrival of rivals, Lu Oben and his granddaughter, Luxi Shu. With cynical smiles, they brought up an old wager. The stakes were high. If Master Chan lost, he would have to hand over the family's properties, but if he won, the grandchildren of both families would have to marry to seal an alliance. Furious at the audacity, the patriarch of the Chan family did not accept the terms willingly, realizing that this visit marked the beginning of a conflict that could change control of the entire region. Things heated up even more when Master Lu Oben began mocking them, claiming that Master Shang's grandson was a complete useless coward who hid like a turtle in its shell. The unprovoked insult made Chan Linger furious. She stomped her foot and assured her grandfather that they had elite specialists in the gym and had nothing to fear from that bunch. Pressured by his pride and his granddaughter's confidence, the old Master Shang ended up accepting the wager, much to his rival's delight. As the fights began, Han Sang-kyan observed everything with a sharp, analytical gaze. He noticed that although Lu Oben's students appeared thin and unimpressive, they concealed a dangerous, explosive power. When Linger noticed Sang-kyan smirking to himself, she lost her patience and demanded to know what he was laughing at. With a teasing tone, the young man replied that he was simply celebrating her upcoming wedding. The girl exploded in anger, threatening to sew his mouth shut if he did not stop talking nonsense. She insisted that her grandfather had powerful fighters and that victory was guaranteed, but Sang-kyan simply handed her his contact information and told her that if she truly wanted to learn how to fight properly one day, she should give him a call. The main fight finally erupted in the center of the mat. Sang-kyan analyzed the movements in silence. The home team's fighter had poured all his energy into brute strength while completely neglecting speed and agility. In underground boxing or elite martial arts, being a walking tank without quickness is a death sentence. The result was inevitable. With a sharp and lightning-fast strike, Shang's fighter was knocked out cold. The master fell into despair, shouting that it was impossible, while Liu Oben celebrated the success of his cunning strategy. Liu Oben wasted no time rubbing it in, mocking the weakness of the neighboring school's students and saying they could not withstand even the slightest breeze. Master Shang, sweating heavily, tried to keep his composure and insisted that their victory was still within reach because he had many more fighters in reserve. But his confidence collapsed within seconds when the next student was knocked out and fell flat at his feet. Linger panicked as she realized the disaster that was about to unfold. She begged her grandfather to call in the real experts, but the old man, completely discouraged, confessed that the ones who had already fallen were the best he had. With no other option left, the girl turned to Han Sanqian and asked if he could step in. With complete calm, the hero assured her that he would only need a single punch to put an end to that farce. Master Shang, even though he believed the young man was just showing off, was pushed by desperation. He promised Sanqian that if he won the fight, half of the properties he would gain from the Liu family would belong to him. The protagonist became interested immediately, and treating the old man with ironic respect, asked if he was truly certain about that offer, considering that no one there had ever seen him fight before. As Han Sanqian stretched and walked toward the center of the mat, Linger and her grandfather whispered to each other, torn between hope and disbelief. The old man admitted that the young man did not inspire much confidence, but swore he would rather bet on a stranger than see his granddaughter married to the useless heir of the Liu family. In the center of the arena, the rival fighter did not hide his contempt, calling the protagonist arrogant and promising that he would leave the place in a coffin. Without saying a single word, Sanqian simply watched as his opponent charged forward with full force. The brute lunged with a heavy strike, certain he would crush the young man, but what happened next left everyone in the gym in complete silence. In the blink of an eye, Han Sanqian simply vanished from the attack's path, leaving the aggressor punching nothing but air. Before the man could even understand what had happened, the protagonist appeared behind him and delivered a brutal kick. The impact was so sharp that the brute collapsed instantly. Liu Oben jumped out of his chair, unable to believe the unbelievable speed he had just witnessed. With a mocking smile, Sanqian reminded everyone that he had already warned them. For someone that weak, a single strike was more than enough. Silence filled the room, broken only by Linger's excited cheers. Master Shang, still in a daze, admitted to himself that he had completely underestimated the young man's potential. Regaining his composure, he demanded payment of the wager. Half of the Liu family's assets would now change hands. Liu Oben, acting like a sore loser, tried to pull a trick. He argued that the victory did not count, since Sanqian was not an official student of the school. Master Shang did not let it slide and mocked his attitude, asking if his rival was too old to whine and run away from a bet made in front of everyone. Humiliated and out of excuses, the Liu group retreated while Shang's laughter echoed throughout the gym. The old master thanked him for stepping in, and even though the opponent had fled without paying, he assured Sanqian that he could ask for anything in return for the favor. The protagonist, with the confidence of someone who already had everything planned, replied that he did not need favors. He stated that the Liu family's properties would soon fall into his hands anyway, and that after that, no one in the city would ever hear from those people again. Shang felt a chill run down his spine. The aura surrounding the young man was intimidating. He realized that this stranger was a force of nature that the city of Yun had yet to truly recognize. Before the young man left, the master begged to know his name. With an unshakable posture, he simply glanced over his shoulder and revealed, "Han Sanqian." As he walked away, Linger could not take her eyes off him, captivated not only by his devastating strength, but also by the relentless confidence of the man who had just saved her freedom. Linger's mind began racing. She remembered a viral video circulating online about someone known as the Piano Prince, and the resemblance to the man she had just seen was uncanny. Could it be possible that the martial arts master and the musical genius were the same person? Noticing his granddaughter's trance-like state, Master Shang asked what was troubling her. The young woman questioned how a man with so much power and talent could possibly be connected to the mediocre Su family. The grandfather, sensing her interest, spoke bluntly. Her future would be bright beside someone like him, and he would give his blessing even if she chose to become nothing more than his mistress, as long as she stayed close to him. Meanwhile, Han Sanqian rushed toward the Su family company headquarters, but suddenly stopped halfway there. A chill ran down his spine as he remembered that Gishi had strictly forbidden him from showing up there. He knew the situation at home was still on fire, and that her forgiveness would not come without a solid explanation. Lost in those thoughts, someone suddenly covered his eyes from behind and challenged him to guess who it was. Without hesitation, he said Linger's name. The girl was surprised that he figured it out so quickly, and explained that she had come on her grandfather's orders to thank him for helping at the academy. Her invitation was straightforward. She wanted to cook dinner for him. Staying true to his blunt style, Sankian responded sarcastically, asking whether she actually knew how to use a stove or if her plan was simply to poison him once and for all. Linger turned red with anger and blocked his path, making it clear that she would not take no for an answer and that she would follow him to the ends of the earth if necessary. Realizing she would not give up and wanting to avoid an even bigger scene in front of his wife's workplace, Sankian gave in and told her to get in the car, ready to deal with that unexpected encounter once and for all. To prevent an even bigger scandal at the company entrance, the protagonist relented and told Linger to hop on the back of his motorcycle so they could head straight to her house. The risk was high, since he was in hostile territory, and anyone from the Su family who saw him there would only fuel the rumors of betrayal even further. When they arrived at the Chan family residence, the girl rushed into the kitchen, leaving Sankian alone in the living room with the patriarch. Master Shang wasted no time and invited him to play a game of Chinese chess. The young man tried to be modest, saying he was not very skilled at the board, but the old man insisted, joking that he needed company to survive his granddaughter's exotic cooking. Sankian's humility was nothing but an act. Within just a few moves, he began completely dominating the match, leaving the old master fuming with frustration after realizing he had been fooled. The protagonist simply thanked him for the game, maintaining a polite posture and addressing him respectfully as master, which only irritated the elder even more. Stung by defeat, Shang warned that his birthday was approaching and that a friend, a national-level professional, would be present to teach the young man a lesson. With total confidence, the hero accepted the challenge, ignoring the taunts that he would embarrass himself. The aroma coming from the kitchen finally shifted the mood. Linger served dinner, and to Sankian's surprise, the food was excellent. He had expected a disaster after hearing the grandfather's jokes, but he discovered that the girl truly had talent. During the meal, he noticed that she could not take her eyes off him. Uncomfortable with the intensity of her gaze, the young man asked what was going on, and the girl, wearing a mysterious smile, made it clear that the dinner invitation was only the beginning of her true intentions. The girl finally revealed her plan. With an eager look in her eyes, she proposed a trade, dinner in exchange for his talent. She wanted him to play the piano, testing her theory that he was the mysterious musician who had gone viral online. Sankian accepted the challenge and, as his fingers glided across the keys, confirmed her suspicions. She was mesmerized, now absolutely certain that this man possessed abilities that no one in the city could even imagine. If that rumor ever reached Gishi's ears, the marriage, which was already hanging by a thread, would turn to ashes. Meanwhile, the commotion shifted to a new location. At the mansion's entrance, an elegant man parked a luxury car, blocking the gate and instantly provoking Zlan's fury. The mother-in-law stormed outside, yelling and demanding an explanation for the stranger's audacity. The man ignored her shouting and, with a formal smile, asked whether Mr. Han was present. Surprised to hear her son-in-law's name spoken with such respect, she called for the young man. Sankian appeared at the door and was caught off guard by the news. That brand-new Lamborghini was a gift sent by a young lady. The protagonist immediately linked the gesture to Linger, but he barely had time to think. Jilan exploded into a fit of rage, accusing her son-in-law of having an affair and humiliating Gishi once again. To her, the car was undeniable proof of betrayal. The messenger, losing patience with the mother-in-law's insults, demanded that she watch her words when speaking about the woman who sent the gift. When Jilan called the woman shameless and uncivilized, the man dropped the bomb. The owner of the car was Chan Linger. He warned that every insult spoken there would be reported to the Chan family's heiress, and that the old woman would face serious consequences for offending someone of such influence. Panic began to spread across Jalan's face as she realized the size of the trouble she had just created. The name of the Chan family hit Jalan like a grenade. Her arrogance vanished instantly, replaced by pure fear. She knew that insulting an heiress of that level was the same as signing her own financial death warrant. Desperate, she completely changed her attitude. Grabbing Han Sankian's arm, she begged him to use his close friendship with the girl to secure forgiveness. But the protagonist did not make it easy. He brushed her hand away with disdain, questioning whether she truly believed such vile words could be erased with a simple apology. In the middle of the chaos, Gishi appeared. The sight of the Lamborghini at the gate and the shouting about another woman was the final blow. When Santian tried to step closer to explain that everything was just a misunderstanding, she stopped him with a look of pure disappointment. Without raising her voice, but filled with pain, she declared that she no longer wanted to hear his excuses or even look at his face. To her, every word coming from her husband now sounded like a rehearsed lie. The hero stood there helpless, watching his wife walk away, feeling that Linger's gift had just blown up whatever was left of his marriage. The next day, the tension shifted to the Su family mansion. The matriarch announced that Master Chan's birthday would be the event of the year and that securing an invitation was vital for the survival of their business. She turned to Rao, her favorite grandson, and ordered him to visit the Chan residence to test the waters. Rao, acting like the coward he had always been and eager to avoid any effort or risk of embarrassment, quickly found a way to dodge the task. With a straight face, he lied, claiming he was overwhelmed with company issues. His suggestion was strategic and poisonous, pushed the responsibility onto Gishi. He argued that since she was the public face of the company's current projects, she would be the ideal person to go, secretly hoping his cousin would fail and be humiliated in front of the most powerful family in the city. The Su family matriarch swallowed Rao's excuse and dumped the responsibility onto Gishi. With no way out and clearly worn down by the problems at home, the young woman accepted the mission, but made it clear that she could not guarantee anything, since the Chan family had always ignored their existence. From a corner of the room, Han Sankian watched the scene unfold, growing increasingly frustrated with the humiliation his wife was being forced to endure. On impulse, the protagonist stood up and suggested that he handle the problem himself. The reaction was immediate. Rao burst into laughter, asking if the young man had hit his head. He mocked him, saying Sankian was nothing but a freeloader who would only bring shame to the family in front of the entire city. With an unshakable gaze, the hero revealed that everything had already been taken care of, and that, after being personally invited, he had requested that the Chan family come to the Su headquarters to deliver the invitation themselves. Rao nearly choked from laughing so hard, calling Sankian a clown and a joke. However, his laughter was abruptly cut off when an employee burst into the room shouting, pale with shock. The man announced that extremely important visitors had just arrived. The Chan family was in the reception area. The shock was so overwhelming that the matriarch almost fainted, jumping to her feet in a panic to welcome the city's royalty. The Chan family's envoy entered the room with a cold expression. Without wasting time, he handed over the golden envelope, confirming that the master demanded their presence at the banquet. The silence in the meeting room was absolute. No one could process how their humiliation had turned into triumph in a matter of seconds. The old woman tried to flatter him, showering him with thanks, but the messenger did not bother to be polite. With clear disdain on his face, he delivered one final warning. They should read the invitation very carefully, because it contained strict requirements for anyone who wished to step inside the Chan mansion. Before leaving, he cast a look that made it clear the invitation was not a reward for the Su family, but simply the execution of higher orders. As soon as the envoy walked out, the matriarch began celebrating, declaring that the piece of paper was their ticket to the top. To her, the Su family's reputation was about to skyrocket, finally rising out of obscurity. Rao, ever the opportunist, tried to steal the credit for the clan, arguing that the invitation was an obvious result of their importance in the new urban development project. The old woman agreed, delirious with the idea that they were now close allies of the Chan family. Han Sankian simply watched from a distance, amused by the illusion. He knew very well that the master would never lift a finger for those people if he had not intervened. Rao, bothered by the protagonist's calm attitude, walked over to mock him, asking why his name was not on the envelope. Calmly, the hero replied that since he had been personally invited by the patriarch himself, he did not need to carry a piece of paper to gain entry. Rao let out a hysterical laugh, claiming that Sankian was having a full-blown psychotic episode. He even made a bold bet. If the useless son-in-law managed to set foot inside the banquet, Rao would kneel in front of everyone and spend the entire party barking like a dog. The protagonist simply smiled, thinking that his cousin's level of stupidity was so high that the fall would be painfully spectacular. However, the day had some bitter surprises in store. As Sankian tried to move forward, he ran straight into a heavy blockade of guards and barriers. The situation felt strange to him, since all of his vehicles had always been granted free access to the mountain villa. As he stepped out of the car, he spotted a familiar silhouette. Chan Linger was there, surrounded by her bodyguards. The hero realized immediately that the bill had come due. The insults his mother-in-law had thrown around the day before had reached the heiress's ears, and the blockade was a clear warning that the game was over. While he considered whether it was worth stepping in, Jiang Lan's shouting began to echo. The old woman, completely unaware of the danger, stood in the guard's way and yelled that she was the owner of the property, demanding respect. But her arrogance died the moment the gates opened and the true authority of the place showed up. The real boss stepped through the gate, escorted by hulking men who could make anyone tremble. The guards bowed immediately, but Jiang Lan, blinded by her own pride, kept staring at the young woman with a hostile look, trying to figure out who that girl was who practically radiated luxury. Before the old woman could open her mouth to throw another insult, Chan Linger moved faster. She delivered a sharp slap across Lan's face, silencing the shrew on the spot. The mother-in-law's blood boiled, and she tried to strike back by shouting insults and calling the girl a brat. But the bodyguards were ruthless and restrained her before she could even raise her hand. With an icy stare, Linger confronted the old woman, asking whether she still stood by the story that she was the kind of woman who went around with married men. Panic took over Jiang Lan, who began to stutter desperate apologies, claiming she had spoken without thinking. Gishi, seeing the disaster unfold, stepped in and bowed before the heiress, taking responsibility for her mother's behavior and begging for forgiveness. Linger, driven by a mix of mockery and hidden intent, threw out a direct challenge. If Gishi treated her husband so badly, why didn't she just divorce him already? The comment left Sanqian's wife stunned, unable to understand why this stranger was taking such an interest in her marriage. Letting out a bitter little laugh, Linger said it was only a joke, but that the initial slap wasn't enough to restore the Chan family's honor. She turned to Gishi's father, the so-called lifelong coward, and demanded that he discipline his own wife right there in front of everyone. Otherwise, her bodyguards would handle it in a much more painful way. Cornered and terrified of being beaten by the hulking men, Jiang Lan herself began screaming for her husband to hit her. She would rather take a beating from him than suffer the public humiliation of being thrashed by security guards. The man, shaking like a leaf, hesitated, but after being called a coward and a waste of a man, he shut his eyes and struck with all his strength. The impact was so violent that the old woman was thrown backward, landing flat on the ground as a heavy silence of pure humiliation took over the scene. The blow was so brutal that she blacked out before even hitting the pavement, leaving a tense silence hanging in the air and everyone around unsure how to react. But the world doesn't stop, and the scene soon shifted to the luxurious banquet of the Chan family. As time passed, members of the Su family had already begun complaining about the host's delay, but the obnoxious blonde found a way to entertain the group with his usual cruelty. He mocked them, saying the best part of the party wasn't the food or the luxury, but the absence of Han Sanqian, who, according to him, was probably hiding in some hole because he didn't have an invitation. Rao was ecstatic, eager to collect on the bet. He kept repeating to anyone who would listen that he wasn't there for dinner, but to see the dog kneel down and bark just as promised. To him and his allies, the protagonist's humiliation was a done deal. The group was already planning how they would treat the hero like a stray animal in front of the city's elite, laughing at Sanqian's supposed naivety for accepting the challenge. Suddenly the doors swung open and the announcement echoed through the hall. The elder of the Chan family had arrived. Shock spread through the room when the old master entered, accompanied not only by his granddaughter, but by Han Sanqian, who walked beside him with complete ease. Rao felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. The sight was impossible to process. Whispers began to spread throughout the venue, with guests asking whether that mysterious and elegant young man might be the future son-in-law of the powerful Chan lineage, remembering that they had already seen the two together in the combat arena. Gishi watched everything from a distance, her heart tightening. It was painful to realize that strangers showed more value and respect to her husband than his own family ever had, since they had always treated him like trash. But the Su family matriarch had no time for emotional reflection. Driven purely by self-interest, she ordered her granddaughter to go over there and offer a toast to the elder, trying to use Sanqian's proximity as a stepping stone to climb the social ladder. Bitter and resentful, Gishi simply replied that the effort would be pointless, because she knew that, to the Chan family, the Su family meant less than nothing, and that invitation had never been earned by their own merit. Gishi was blunt and direct. The Chan family didn't care at all about the Su family's project. The only reason they were there was because of their connection to Han Sanqian. The matriarch, however, ignored the warning. spitting venom as she said she didn't care if the young man ruined his own future, as long as he didn't drag the Su family's name through the mud. But the old woman's arrogant mood quickly turned into confusion when Chan Linger appeared in the middle of the hall with a predatory smile, loudly asking where this so-called Rao was. The blonde felt a cold sweat run down his back. He tried to play dumb, asking whether the heiress was really looking for him, since they had never spoken before. Linger didn't waste time on politeness and went straight for the jugular. She wanted to see the performance he had been bragging about. With mocking sarcasm, she asked if he was finally going to show everyone how a man barks like a dog. Cornered, Rao tried to take a step back, claiming it had all been just an inside joke with his cousin, and that the bet didn't really count. That move backfired instantly. Linger warned that if he failed to keep his own word, the entire Su family would pay the price for his cowardice. Upon hearing the threat that could destroy the family's business, even the grandmother turned against her favorite grandson. The old woman shouted for him to act like a man and keep his promise, silently asking forgiveness in her heart for sacrificing him, but making it clear that the survival of the clan came first. Rao realized he was completely alone in the world. Trembling, he accepted his humiliating fate, but before he could drop to his knees, Linger stopped him. The girl called for silence and drew the attention of all the elite guests, announcing that the party was about to feature a bizarre, never-before-seen attraction that no one there would ever forget. The guests, assuming it was just another sophisticated surprise from the hostess, applauded excitedly, while Linger stared at the coward with deadly contempt, telling him that the stage was finally his. The moment of truth had arrived. With no way out and under Linger's icy gaze, Rao felt the weight of the world crushing down on his shoulders. He still tried to process how his life had turned into such a mess, silently swearing that Sankian would be the only one to blame for this disaster. With no alternative, he dropped to his knees in the center of the luxurious hall, swallowed what little pride he had left, and began to bark. The sound came out strange, a mix of crying and desperation that made the silence of the party explode into cruel laughter. The humiliation was complete. The guests, the city's elite, laughed non-stop at the pathetic spectacle, commenting that not even a mangy stray dog would make such a ridiculous noise, while Rao growled silent vows of revenge, promising that he would make the hero pay triple for every second of that shame. Linger simply watched with disdain. When one guest asked who that man was, she answered coldly, saying that next time he should at least learn how to bark properly. For the Su family matriarch, the atmosphere felt like a funeral. She watched her precious reputation be buried alive. Her plan to climb the social ladder through the banquet had turned to ashes, transforming her family into the biggest joke in the entire region. She realized, far too late, that from now on no one would ever take the Su name seriously again. Far from the circus of horrors in the main hall, Master Shang led Sankian to a high-level meeting. He introduced the famous national champion of Chinese chess, a man respected across the entire country. The atmosphere was polite and formal, and the master made sure to highlight that the young man was also a prodigy in the game of Go. Sankian, maintaining his calm and humble demeanor, said he only knew a few tricks, and that it would be an honor to learn from a living legend of the sport. Master Chan, seeing the mutual respect between the two, decided that the match could not be watched by curious onlookers. He led the protagonist and the champion into a private room, where silence and strategy would be the only stars of the show. But before the first piece could even be moved, the door opened. An important figure entered the room, bringing with him an aura of seriousness that made it clear this board game would be far more than just a casual pastime between gentlemen. The mood in the private room grew heavy the moment Sheffy walked in. With a tone dripping with arrogance, he belittled Sankian, questioning whether that boy was truly worthy of facing a national champion. Ma, maintaining his composure as a master, scolded his student's arrogance, but still issued a genuine challenge to the hero. He warned that he would show no mercy because of the boy's age, and that he should play as if his life depended on winning. With the confidence of someone who knew his own worth, Sankian accepted the terms, assuring him that mercy was the last thing he would need. The match began, and within just a few moves, the board turned into a battlefield of minds. The silence in the room was broken only by the sound of the pieces, but the tension was clearly visible on Ma's face. The national champion, who had expected an easy victory, realized with growing horror that he was being cornered. Sankian moved his pieces with surgical precision, surrounding the master and proving that he had the game completely under his control. Sheffy, realizing that his master's glorious reputation was about to be shattered by a kid, lost whatever dignity he had left, In a sudden act of dishonesty, he struck the board, scattering the pieces and ruining the magnificent match. Shouting cynically, he claimed that the master was too tired to continue and that the game should be rescheduled. The reaction was immediate. Ma, furious at his student's disgraceful behavior, reminded everyone that a player's honor is worth more than any victory. Master Shang also held nothing back, tearing into the young man for breaking the sacred rule of never interrupting a game of Go. Sanqian's excitement faded into a cold look of disappointment. He knew he had won, but Sheffy's cheating had stained the moment. Trying to save himself from the master's fury, the boy began whining with weak excuses, pretending to be worried about Ma's health. But Master Shang refused to play along. Enraged by the boy's audacity in his own home, the patriarch grabbed his phone and, with a shout that echoed through the walls, demanded the immediate presence of the young man's guardians. While Sanqian stood there watching with his back turned, the cheater's fate was already being sealed by the wrath of those who could not tolerate dishonor. Desperation took hold of Z. On the floor, he begged for his family to be spared, insisting that the mistake was his alone. Seeing the scene, Wang Ma lamented the waste of talent. The young man, once one of his greatest prospects, had thrown everything away with disgraceful conduct. Without hesitation, the master expelled him and cut off all ties of mentorship. The situation got even worse when one of Z's relatives appeared and punched him straight in the mouth, demanding an explanation for such a monumental blunder. Shang Chung, boiling with rage, went even further. He withdrew all financial support from the Ji family and issued a furious ultimatum, demanding that every one of them leave Yuncheng immediately. As he was being driven out, Z kept muttering in disbelief, unable to understand how a small mistake like that had escalated into the complete destruction of his life. Ignored by everyone, Wang Ma tried to restore the mood by suggesting a new match for Han Sanqian. The protagonist, however, politely declined. He explained that the stress in the room would prevent the master from playing with full focus, which would make the match unfair. Instead, he proposed a future rematch, when both of them could face each other with clear minds and proper dignity. With few options left, the veteran agreed, promising to wait for the invitation. To clear his head and organize his thoughts after the chaos, Han Sanqian went to his friend Lin Yang's pub. There, between the heavy atmosphere of the place and the comfort of the couch, he received a warning. Fang Peng had already started moving his pieces against the Su family, and the power game in the city was about to reach a whole new level. Lin Yang, suspicious, asked where his friend had been all day. Sanqian answered directly. He confirmed that he had formed a solid alliance with the Shang family, but made it clear that he didn't care at all about their wealth or power. In the middle of the conversation, his phone rang. It was Zhang Hong. With his usual boredom, he answered, but the blow came fast. His mother told him that his father was dying and demanded that he come to Yunjing immediately for a final farewell. The news didn't shake Sanqian. He simply confirmed that he understood the message. Deep down, the wound was old. He remembered how he had always been treated like garbage by his own bloodline. In the past, a prophecy had sealed his fate. A respected master declared that his twin brother, Han Jun, was the reincarnation of glory and would lead the family to fortune. As for Sanqian, the verdict had been cruel. He was cursed, destined to bring only disaster and pain. The memories hurt. He saw himself as a child again, forbidden by his grandmother even from playing outside, humiliated with the claim that his appearance would disgrace the family name. The rejection reached its peak at 18, when his own mother kicked him out of the house, ordering him to disappear from Yunjing and forget that Han blood ran through his veins. As the smoke from the pub drifted upward, Sanqian questioned himself. Why, after so much coldness and a permanent exile, was his mother now begging for his return with such urgency? That sudden change smelled like trouble. The final piece clicked into place in Sanqian's mind. His mother didn't want a family reunion. She wanted a substitute. The plan was obvious. He was supposed to take Han Jun's place so the favored brother could escape prison. If his own family treated him like a disposable pawn, he wouldn't feel guilty about returning the same coldness. Lin Yang noticed his friend's distant look and pulled him back to reality. With an enigmatic tone, Sanqian quoted a line that guided his life. If there was no place for him in the ordinary world, then he would become the emperor of the underworld. He warned his ally that if he ever seemed to change personalities one day, Lin should remind him of the second half of that poem. Confused, Lin Yang even checked Sanqian's forehead, thinking his friend might be delirious with fever, but the protagonist simply smiled, reinforcing that the advice would be useful someday. When he arrived home, Sanqian came face to face with the Su family matriarch, who was practically dripping with venom. The old woman wasted no time and started shouting, blaming him for the humiliation the Su family had suffered in front of the Shang family. Without the slightest shame, she demanded that he use his influence to restore their reputation and secure the family's return to the elite circle of Yuncheng. Finding her audacity amusing, Sanqian questioned whether that aggressive tone was really her way of asking for a favor. The old woman nearly exploded with rage, ordering him to go to Old Master Shang and declare that the Su family was superior and essential. Faced with her desperation, the protagonist remained calm, making it clear that she should watch her words, because he was no longer the doormat who silently accepted orders. The old woman fired off her final threat. As soon as Ying Xia took over leadership of the project, she would find a way to kick Sanqian out, since she still held ultimate authority in the family. The protagonist, with cutting disdain, didn't even bother to argue. He simply turned his back, telling her she could do whatever she wanted, because none of it affected him. On the verge of a nervous breakdown, the matriarch took her anger out on Zhang Lan, demanding that the useless son-in-law take action. Polite but firm, Xia's mother tried to calm things down, promising that her daughter would talk to her husband. Impatient, the elderly woman issued an ultimatum. They had 3 days to fix the problem with the Shang family. If they failed, they would be erased from the will and from the history of the Su family. Back at the mansion, the old woman was cornered by Harry Su. The young man, spewing venom, insisted that they couldn't allow Sanqian to grow so powerful. He begged for leadership of the project, claiming he needed authority to crush his rival's arrogance and put the intruder in his place. His grandmother's answer hit like a bucket of ice water. It was impossible. Harry snapped, shouting that he had prepared his whole life for that position. The old woman, disappointed, responded with brutal honesty. If he had even a shred of talent or a promising future, she would have already appointed him. The words struck Harry like a punch, as he boiled with silent hatred. Feeling worthless in his grandmother's eyes, she delivered the final blow. If he wanted the throne without competence, he would have to wait until she died. Alone and consumed by resentment, Harry swore revenge against his own grandmother. Meanwhile, in another room, the matriarch consulted a trusted assistant about her grandson's potential. The response was pure mockery. The best future for Harry would be a low-level job, since he lacked the ability to do anything meaningful. In the middle of that harsh assessment, the conversation was interrupted by an intruder who burst into the room shouting. The atmosphere in the mansion shifted dramatically with the unexpected arrival of Zhang Linger. The moment she saw the heiress of the Zhang family, the Su family matriarch instantly changed her tone, flattering the girl with politeness that bordered on ridiculous. But Linger wasn't in the mood for games. With a look filled with irritation, she delivered a metaphor about consequences that left the old woman completely confused. Without patience for small talk, the young woman revealed the reason for her visit. That very morning, Han Sanqian had gone to speak with Old Master Zhang, interceding on behalf of the Su family. Linger scoffed, saying that such an insignificant family had an inflated sense of importance. The grandmother, feeling the sting, burned with silent rage, labeling Sanqian a coward who sent a girl to humiliate her inside her own home. But the twist came right after. Linger explained that, in response to Sanqian's request, her grandfather had decided to offer a strategic partnership between their companies. The impact was so overwhelming that the old woman nearly dropped her cane. Shocked and ecstatic, she began pouring out words of gratitude, swearing to honor the opportunity. Linger, however, cut the act short. She pulled her hand away from the old woman's grip and made it clear that she wasn't responsible for any of it. If the matriarch wanted to thank someone, that person was Han Sanqian. Immediately, the grandmother ordered someone to call Harry Su. The young man rushed in, out of breath and confused, unable to understand the urgency of the summons. The scene he walked into was one of a radiant grandmother waving a document in the air. With a wide grin from ear to ear, she presented the signed contract with the Zhang family. To her, that piece of paper wasn't just business. It was the ultimate passport to the rise of the Su family, all thanks to the move Sanqian had made behind the scenes. The Su family flaunted the kind of luxury reserved for those at the top, living in an imposing mansion that radiated power. In the middle of that grand setting, Rexal wore a smile filled with hidden intentions. He celebrated the latest news as if it were a miracle, but his eyes revealed that he had another plan in mind. Before he could even speak, the matriarch broke the silence. She reinforced that the partnership with the Chan family was the absolute priority, and that he would be in charge of everything. The promise was clear. If the work was flawless, the presidency of the company would be his without delay. The blonde man pretended to be deeply moved. With teary eyes, he held the contract and swore she would never regret her decision, thanking her for the trust with forced humility. Sensing his grandmother's thirst, he quickly offered to get her some water, acting like the perfect grandson. As he filled the glass, Rexal's thoughts turned dark. He had no patience to wait for recognition to come naturally, and his fear of being overtaken by Su Yingxi spoke louder than reason. Without hesitation, he poured a suspicious substance into the drink. It wasn't sugar. It was the end of the line for the old woman. When he returned, he handed her the glass gently. The matriarch thanked him for the kindness and drank. On the second sip, her world began to spin. A crushing headache started burning through her senses. In one last moment of awareness, she tried to ask whether he had put poison in the drink, but the words would not come out. The final image she saw was Rexal's cold face as he whispered that this was necessary for his future. The moment she collapsed, the performance began. Rexal threw himself to the floor, dropping to his knees and screaming in despair. He cried over her body, questioning fate for taking her so soon and pretending he didn't know how to live without his mentor. The rest of the family rushed in, shocked. No one could understand how a woman who still seemed so strong for her age could have died so suddenly. The old woman's health had been excellent, which made the collapse completely absurd. In the middle of the chaos, Rexal decided to play dirty. He pointed directly at San, shouting for everyone to hear that he was the real murderer of the matriarch. The shock was immediate. Everyone turned toward the protagonist, who stood frozen, trying to process the weight of such a brutal accusation. Rexal didn't stop. Still yelling, he insisted that San had taken their grandmother's life. Outraged, San questioned the blonde man's sanity, asking what the hell he had to do with the tragedy. That was when the villain unleashed his twisted logic. He used Chanlinger's visit as a weapon. According to his distorted story, the girl had only come to the mansion under San's orders with the sole purpose of ending the old woman's life. Su Yingxi stepped into the middle of the chaos, demanding an explanation for such a disgraceful accusation. San tried to defend himself, explaining that the agreement with Chan Shangsheng was real, and that his daughter had only come to deliver the good news about the new partnership. Rexal, however, fired back with sarcasm. He convinced the others that the Chan family would never be that generous and claimed that San, driven by resentment toward his grandmother, had used Linger to plant lies and carry out the deadly plan. The tension escalated fast. San ordered Rexal to shut his mouth and call the police immediately to end the charade. For a split second, the blonde man froze. He knew that if investigators got involved, he would be the prime suspect. Thinking quickly, he came up with another excuse. He claimed that calling the authorities would be useless, since the Chan family was powerful enough to erase any evidence and destroy the rest of the Su family in the blink of an eye. Completely out of control, Rexal accused the protagonist of being a cold monster who spared no one. The pressure worked. Influenced by the dramatic performance, the relatives surrounded San, demanding that he leave immediately. To them, it was an insult that he still had the nerve to face the family after committing such supposed cruelty. The atmosphere in the mansion turned completely toxic. The shouts against Han Sankian became deafening, with relatives calling him trash and demanding that he disappear forever. The accusation was heavy. He didn't even have the right to look at the Su family after what he had supposedly done to the matriarch. Faced with the verbal lynching, San simply said that all of this was a sick joke. Yingxi tried to intervene, calling out to him, but the protagonist remained silent, feeling the crushing weight of the setup. Seizing the moment, Rexal declared that he would fulfill the matriarch's final wish. He threw the question into the air. Was anyone opposed to him becoming president? The support came instantly. Amid whispers about family blood, the decision became unanimous. Victorious, the blonde man proclaimed that the partnership with the Chan family was dead and that under his leadership, the Su family would soon surpass them. As he walked away from that poisonous environment, San connected the dots. Rexal's speech had sounded rehearsed. It was obvious that he was the true one responsible for the old woman's death. The motive behind such cruelty was still unclear, but San knew that at that moment his word meant nothing against the villain's carefully staged performance. However, fate suddenly changed the script. While walking, San was approached by an elderly man he hadn't seen in 3 years. It was Old Man Yan, the only member of the Han family who had ever treated him with dignity and affection. The veteran praised his grandson's growth, and San, with a faint smirk, joked that he had always been this tall, though deep down he knew he had only reached this point thanks to his grandfather's guidance. Curious, San asked what had brought him to the city and whether he had finally come to take him back to the Han family. The old man's expression turned serious as he explained that San was destined to become the master, but that there were still higher orders to follow. Without hesitation, the protagonist accepted the call, but left a warning. He had probably done things that might disappoint the main bloodline, and he hoped his grandfather was ready to deal with the consequences.